As soon as I start cursing Gautam Gambhir, I should be fine.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's Guerrilla Cricket, and it's day 2 of the second test at Edgbaston, England. Once again choosing to bowl on what was a pretty good batting track once more. England obviously choosing to chase once more. India not quite as well this time, but getting to 310 for 5 overnight when you've been stuck in. Not a bad effort. Shubman Gill got 100, Jaiswal got 80 odd. And Jadeja looked pretty impressive last night, came in and lasted the last hour, and they knocked off 100 runs in that last hour. So all going quite well for India. England will want in early wickets this morning. I am joined to start the day by our Indian friend Anindo. How are you feeling about India today?
No better than I was feeling yesterday because the team remains the same. The problem is when India goes to bowl. That's going to be the problem.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a pretty friendly wicket, it has to be said. You know,
600 for England before they declare, maybe.
Well, that's it. But I mean, India have still got to be looking. I reckon, you know, I mean, you've still got Washington Sundar to come, and if they get off to a start this morning, they've still got to be looking at 450. They've got to.
Yes, I agree. I mean, they have to look at 450. Yeah.
I mean, for England, they really need to try and get them out for under 400, I reckon. I mean, I think if they get 450, I think England once again will get parity or beyond. You know, you don't know. I mean, there's always scoreboard pressure when you're behind the 8 ball. And if you get a couple of early wickets, I mean, you might not think much of the Indian bowling. They could get lucky. There isn't a lot in the wicket, I have to say that. Today is probably going to be the best day for batting, and England will want to get out there early. Of course, we are also joined from the weather cave, deep in Perth countryside. It's Messi Jez. Morning, Messi.
Morning, 23 degrees and fine with a bit of cloud cover. Lovely day for cricket today.
It's a beautiful day.
And tomorrow's lovely as well. So maybe a bit cloudy on Saturday, but it looks good if we get through to day 4.
Well,
and India wasn't positive about. But I think that, frankly, par for this wicket is probably 450 plus.
Certainly looks that way. I mean, the thing is, it's going to come. It might. Well, you know, we're going to get another 5th day here, I reckon, quite easily, and it's going to come down to whether England can chase down on that last day, or India can bowl England out on that last day once again. You know, I can't imagine England are going to be chasing less than about 350 once again. It would surprise me if they weren't, unless they get some monster score pretty quick. I mean, if they get 750 in 2.5 days, and India manage 450, then maybe we could get an innings defeat. Maybe that would just put too much into the Indians. I mean, hardly, to be fair, I mean, the Indian top order has stood firm throughout these 2 tests so far. You know, there's been big runs. Jaiswal scored a ton and an 80 and a 50. KL Rahul's got a ton and a 50. Of the people who have been there, Shubman Gill's got 2 tons. Rishabh Pant's got 2 tons. So, I mean, at some point, you've got to think there's going to be more than 2 or 3 failures out of those 3 players, and the same with England, I suppose. But it'll be a question of when that actually happens. If it's the second innings here, it'll be a pretty much a disaster for India. But hey ho, what did you think? Actually, I know I never got to speak to you yesterday. What do you think about leaving Bumrah out in what could be a pivotal test already?
You asking me?
Yeah. Obviously.
Yeah. Look, I mean, Bumrah can play 3 tests. We know that, right? So that's a decision they need to make, and they've made that decision. I don't have a particular problem with that because it's medical advice. But and clearly, when we look at the pitch and the movement, there's been nothing here, right, in this pitch. So I'd much rather have him at maybe Old Trafford and Lords. But having said that, I think the big problem is the other bowlers, because Arshdeep and Kuldeep should have been there. They are the bowlers who can take wickets, not the bunch of bozos that are playing this match. They have no experience. They're not really up to the task. And this team has been made up to bat as much as low as possible because it's a very, very defensive approach by Gautam Gambhir.
Yeah, it does seem that way. I mean, you've got to have wicket take. I mean, I've got to say, if the summer carries on like this, I think all the wickets will be like this. It's going to be an odd summer in that sense in England. It's going to be, I mean, usually you get green tops and nibble and maybe a bit something in the later wickets, but I just think for batting, I mean, I just think they're going to be flat all summer. I mean, we've got another heat wave coming in 2 more weeks. This test series is over by the end of this month. You know, I mean, even Old Trafford, the Oval's a decent batting track. Lords might be like the World Test Championship, which did have movement even though it was dry, but other than that, I can't really see a lot going on. Right, we're going to start the day with some jingles. This man's still in overnight.
It's Gilly, Gilly, Austin, for cats and Ellenbogen by the sea.
With
They need a more controlled days
an opening the bowling for England. Yeah, is this man?
Ben?
And his first ball is into the hip of
Ben's
Shubman Gill. He gets himself off the mark immediately out to deep mid wicket. Of course, we have got the new ball. And maybe, I mean, to be fair, England's bowling ain't top notch, is it? Let's be honest. I mean, Bryden Cast is okay. I mean, Wokes is experienced, but his pace isn't up. I think he bowled well yesterday, to be fair. I'm really struggling with Josh Tongue. Great, he's got pace, but you know, it's full, it's short, it's wide, it's long ops, it's full, you know, half volleys. I mean, You got to have control with that pace, or it's pointless. You know, how many fast bowlers you seen go around a park? You know, I think he'll be the one who'll lose his place to Jofra in the next test. It'll be interesting. I don't know when Gus Atkinson's back, but he'll be fighting for a place as well. Stokes in around the wicket immediately to Jadeja, who leaves his first ball through to the keeper, and there is no run. England will be hunting for early wickets. The ball is only 5 overs old. So, yeah. England looking to push on, so are India. Jadeja's 41 off 68, Gill's 115 off 217. And 311 for 5. Run rate is 3.64. Stokes got the solitary wicket yesterday, Jai as well, which was a good one. And he's coming in for his 3rd ball of the morning. 2 slips, gully, cover, around the wicket. Short to Jadeja, defends that well into the deck, and there is no run.
Jadeja wasn't very convincing yesterday when he started. I think he was, the ball was. He was just not able to judge the movement of the ball at all. Looks a bit better now.
I thought, I mean, didn't get many in the first test, but I thought he looked pretty positive actually when he came out yesterday. Was looking for the singles, looking to rotate the strike and get himself in the game. And I thought he did that quite well. And him and Gill were pretty good at running the quick singles. Nearly had a couple of mix-ups. Around the wicket, defended back to the bowler, no run. Carry on.
I don't know if you saw the BBC article which I had put on the group. Very, very interesting. There's several articles on that actually about Gill's inning yesterday, about his century. Apparently, it's the least number of false shots of any century scored in England since 2006.
Wow.
How the hell do they come up with these stats? That's what they make.
Because Craig Buzz started keeping the stats from 2006.
Okay.
False shots.
Stokes in, round the wicket, left alone by Jadeja, through the keeper, and there is no run.
And they have percentages in there, which the BBC report has, which is very interesting. So he has 3.5% a false shot, something like that, in his century, and the next lowest was a Callis century, which was at 4.4. I think it's 2012. Jacques Callis.
Okay. That is. Well, it's a pretty flat track that's not doing a lot. So.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's not much movement.
There's something about it, doesn't it, really? Last ball of the first over, then I've got to let Krishna in whilst you do some. Oh, that one reared a little bit on Jadeja. Well, he controlled it well, just drops it down on the offside, scoots through for a single. I'm going to hand over to Messi and go and let Krishna in. I know we have a super chat.
There is a super chat, Bear.
But it's coming. I'll play a quick jingle and then I'm off.
Super chat, yeah. Super chat, yeah. Super chat game. Super chat game. Lucky 6 sends us $2 flowing the same old dead horse. He says, give the lad a bowl. I give up. Good luck with that. We've got with us Sudahu, hello Colin, Jay Grover, Mog, Umbre Nuevo, who says, fantastic. GC, how long will India bat for today? Is there a collapse on the cards or another long day for England in the field? Who knows?
Well,
and Sudahu says, I agree with this. Jaiswal batting is fucking amazing to watch. Probably the same enjoyment as the Duckett. Yeah, I love watching Jaiswal, I must say.
Yeah, but I think Stokes had the measure of him yesterday. He's a smart kid. He'll probably learn not to do the same thing again.
Well, yeah, they had Sanger on this morning. Essentially he likes to hit the ball, doesn't he? And to a certain degree, you've got to feed his shot and hope he makes a mistake, which is eventually what happened yesterday. New bowler at the other end is...
Works his fit, got out of bed, went and had himself.
Coming into bowl to Jadeja, who whips him sweetly off the legs, first ball. That's a lovely
nice
shot.
Beautiful shot.
Beautiful shot. And it is 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And Jadeja just 4 runs away from his first half century of the series. That was a beautiful shot.
Yeah. The dismissal yesterday, which really pissed me off, was punts. Well, mostly because I think Bashir's, not even a first-class bowler. So he bowled well, but
That seems
it's
to be
kind
a
of.
slower ball, just dropped out to mid-off and there's no run.
I mean, Stokes is the only one who can probably get performances out of him, which makes him look good. But he wasn't bowling particularly well yesterday. I mean, that was just a stupid shot from Pant. I don't think he saw the long on.
Yeah, well, it was interesting because the long on was behind the mid-on, and I'm not sure he did.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know. I think he saw. It was probably in the same line. So
yeah.
He just saw the mid on.
I don't know what's going here, but I think the umpire's having a pop at Jadeja, who keeps defending and then taking a couple of steps down the track on the pitch and then dragging his feet back. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the thing is with Pant at 5 is, he's got to be able to play his natural game, and that one squares up Jadeja a little bit, and he just defends it square on the offside, gets himself a single. Isn't he better off?
And Jadeja now goes outside the pitch to take the run.
Yeah. I think he's having a little giggle about himself. I mean, isn't Pant better off at 6 and just so he feels more free to play his natural game? I mean, it does seem that Gambier has said you've got to stay there, sort of thing. But his natural game is attacking, and I think with someone like Pant, he has to play that game because that's how he plays, right? He'd have got 70 runs yesterday and got out. I see what you say with Bashir, but I do think he's young, and you have a big problem in England after this ball. Wokes bowls a straight one to Shubman Gill, who just defends up to mid-on. There's no. I mean, you've got a big problem in England. It's trying to find and get spinners.
No, it's remarkable what Stokes as captain gets out of him, considering how he looks
think
completely crap in the county matches.
Well, because I think Stokes believes that if you're going to play a spinner, you've got to bowl them, I mean, if you as a bowler think if you're bowling bad, right, and you're a bowler, and this has happened many times to myself, Woked in, defended by Shubman out to cover, and there's no run.
Shubman's batting 1 foot outside the crease to Wokes.
And this is the problem. This pitch isn't very quick, and he's
exactly
only bowling
1 foot.
Yeah, and he's bowling at 78 miles an hour, and the pitch isn't doing nothing. I mean, he's bowling reasonably tight lines and lengths, but the pitch isn't helpful. But I think with a spin bowler, if you get confidence from your captain, and because as a spin bowler, you just want to bowl over after over. It's not like being a pace bowler where you're going to bowl 5 or 6 overs. You want long spells as a spinner, right? And if you think you're getting hit for 4 and over, and your captain's going, oh, that's an edge, but it's gone through third slip. Not sure it would have carried either. Double teapot from Wokes and 4 runs for Shubman.
There's not one boy for me, I must
And
have
the
2
over.
or 3, I need 4.
Over to you, Messi. Oh no, it's not the end of the over because it's a no ball as well. Just to add insult to injury. If you feel you've got faith from your captain, it certainly helps you relax into a spell. And it certainly gives you confidence to try things that if things are not going so well, or relax into trying to just concentrate on a line and a length. And this wicket isn't helpful, is it? And the ball that he bowled to get Pant out, he dropped it by about 8 or 9 miles an hour. So there's something in it to say that he dropped the pace. It was a similar line and length, and kind of beat him a little bit in the flight. That one's straight by Wokes. Does end the over this time. It's not a no ball, and there is no run.
Leo says, hello everyone. I still completely agree with what Anindo says. Ferron says, Wibble, is Gambier a comedian or a merchant banker, or perhaps both? England are not short of bomb bowling options. Oh, fuck off. Eric
leave
J
it, leave it, Messi. Just leave it.
Yeah. Eric J says, if you remember, you won't. I tipped Jaiswal as the one to watch at the start of this series. And Leo said, also, did you know that Butler's nickname in the team is Jose? I wasn't aware of that. But why does Butler matter? Because he's not playing.
Exactly.
Has there been any Stokes need-based twattery yet, says Concert? No.
No.
As yet.
He's standing up quite well. Also, I mean, very sad news this morning. I don't know if you guys heard. Diogo Jota died in a car crash.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Really sad. Yeah.
Really sad.
He and his brother.
Yeah. left alone
I
outside
mean, they were
the
apparently
off-stump
driving a
vegetarian.
Lambo which burst the tire.
Burst the tyre and they were
and-
overtaking someone.
And it went up in flames.
Oh, right. I didn't
And
know it had gone.
both of them died.
Fucking horrible, man.
And he'd got married 2 weeks back.
Yeah. Horrific. Absolutely horrific.
I wonder how fast it was going.
Well, he was overtaking, apparently. And,
Well,
you know.
It was 3 a.m. in the morning. He was probably going pretty fast.
Yeah.
Whoever, whether he or his brother were driving. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who's driving either, that's the thing. Stokes in short to Dedeja. He manages to drop it into the leg side and they take a quick single. This is what's frustrating England as well, is the quick singles. I would have maybe another person in close to try and stop this. If they can just rotate the strike at 4 or 5 and over with an odd big shot here and there, they're going to quickly scootle away, and England need to take a wicket. They've got a new ball in their hand. Need to make something happen. I'd be tempted to get Cars on after a few overs. I'm not sure he trusts Josh Tongue that much. That's the problem. Doesn't offer him any control.
Not till they're 6 wickets down at least.
Well, exactly that. Yeah, he trusts him with the tail.
Well, I mean, if they can get that far.
Well, if they can get that far,
it's a problem
indeed.
England have had in the past.
It's true. That's a horrible ball from Stokes. Short, wide. Gets away with it somewhat, as it's slapped out to Ollie Pope on the cover boundary with no real timing. And India moves serenely on this morning. Run rate up to 3.7 now.
Yeah, the other thing was yesterday when I don't understand why they were booing Shubman Gill when he was asking the physio to come in. I mean, who the fuck wastes time when they're in their 90s?
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just stupid.
And
I don't
nearly,
know who.
and nearly half a peel there from Stokes. I think he thought it might have been pad first before bat, but he kind of put it away and it just dropped into the leg side for another one.
What was also stupid at that time was Stokes putting Root on for the 80th over, which allowed Jaiswal to get to his
It was
Gill,
Yeah.
without the stress of a new ball.
Yeah, to a degree. I mean, he could have done it off anyone else, I suppose, and he was trying to bowl a controlling line, wasn't he, outside leg stump?
Yeah, and they were going at Gill with a plan, which was the ball coming in, to either get the gap between bat and pad or an LBW, and I thought Gill managed that very, very well yesterday. I mean, I think in the second innings in the last test he got out like that, but yesterday he really managed it well. Yeah, he was flicking those and not falling for it. Yeah.
By the way, the last ball was just a defensive stroke by Shubman Gill down the track, no run. I think what Wokes was saying yesterday is you've got to kind of bowl at the stumps because there's not a lot on the wicket. And then Stokes bowls one quite wide and left alone, and there is no run. I'm going to be brave though and go under for the fall of the first wicket.
What's the line?
I'll tell you. I imagine it's about 30 runs from here.
No ball.
Another one.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're going under for what? Sorry.
Fall of the first wicket. I mean, they've scored.
What does that mean?
That means, fall of the 6th wicket, actually. So how many runs between now and when the wicket will fall?
Okay.
And
how many do you think?
They'll offer me about 30 runs, I'd have thought. If I can find it. 367, they're saying, so nearly 40 runs, actually. Which is a pretty wide margin. No, 357. That's just dropped out square on the offside. And they'll get a single.
How the hell do they come up with these?
They work. It's mathematics. It's algorithms, isn't it? How many runs? What's their average? Blah blah blah. I mean, this is why usually in England, in an English summer with some team that can't handle a moving ball, in the middle of a batting collapse, you can get a run of 6 or 7 on the trot because they're, especially with opening, with top 6. Their averages their averages will offer sort of 27 to 28 runs per batsman, but they're fucking shit against the moving ball on a wicket that's doing all sorts. You can quickly be 50 for 7 or whatever, and in a second innings. And
It sounds like India.
yeah, well, exactly.
These two have put,
That's kind of what I was
these two have
hoping
put on
for.
115 already together. I mean, consider what a difference that this partnership has made actually to where they stand.
Yeah, I mean, they were
Lear says, to be fair to Bashir, he's a better test bowler than a first-class bowler.
Yep.
Lockie Six says Stokes' bowling makes me wince. John says Adil Rashid is our best spinner and has been for years. The notion he bowls too many full balls is nonsense. He would be devastating on most 3, 4 and 5 day pitches. I'm not sure I agree with that. I don't think he's got the stamina to
Well, he hasn't got
bowl
the stamina
spells.
anymore, but I will have something to say about that. Oh, and that's an odd shot by Shubman Gill, sort of late pat down to third man for a single. On a ball that maybe got a bit large on him, gets a single. I actually think Adil Rashid will be better now than he would have been 10 years ago, because 10 years ago the game was different, and with Adil Rashid there's always a full or one that he dropped short in an over that was always runs, right? In the modern game, it's about the way, especially the way Stokes plays, it's about taking wickets, so he wouldn't give a shit about that 4 ball, whereas in the old way that England played when they were swaddling along at themselves only 3.5 and over, it mattered. You wanted control, whereas now it's about taking wickets. I think he'd probably be better, but he's too old to play test matches. Nowadays, the one would have thought, had no interest in it. That's defended back down the track by Jadeja, no run. I mean, he's what, 39, 38 now, Adil Rashid? I mean, he's going to retire from England's white ball cricket, and it's going to be a disaster. Oh, unless Liam Dawson takes over, I suppose. But
He doesn't play red ball, right? He hasn't played for
no,
a
he
long
doesn't
time.
play red. Hasn't done for a long, long time. No. Jadeja facing up to Wokes, clips that off his pads into the leg side. One. Think about a second, but they don't take it.
Wokes is making it easy for him by pitching it on middle and on.
Yeah.
Middle and leg. Yeah.
Got the old sword flaying nonsense going on.
He's reached just 50.
Yes. We'll give him a little jingle for that.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
Well batted. That's thrown up and driven by Shubman Gill up to mid-off, and there is no run. It started well for India, really, isn't it, this morning?
Yeah.
Carried
There's
on where
been
they
a
left off last night.
Been a couple that have shown a bit of lift, but yeah. I was just looking at Jadeja's figures. He's actually pretty remarkable and underappreciated sometimes, I think. He's got an average of 35 batting.
That's
But
clipped.
he was the world's #1 all-rounder for quite a while.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, clipped down to long leg for a single by Shubman Gill. Yeah, I mean he is, and he certainly learnt to bowl away from home. I mean, his first tour here is pretty innocuous, but he always kept.
He's still pretty crap in England.
Well, yeah, because he's more of a roller than he doesn't give it a rip in a lot of senses of someone like Ashwin did. But with the majority of the team being right-handers, and Ashwin's not a bad bat either, but you'd have to say Jadeja's a better bat than Ashwin. And in England, I mean, I can't believe they've gone into this test with 2 spinners. I just think that's fucking insane. And I know you think if you had Avers playing that would be an option, and maybe it would be defended into the offside, and there is no run. But
I'd play Kuldeep Yadav every test match.
Yeah, you're a big fan of his. I mean, I'm not sure how effective he certainly wouldn't be effective in the first innings. He might be effective in the second innings here. But I mean, Washington Sundar, he's just another roller, isn't it? He just.
I think I'm better off spinner than he is.
Lockie Six says this is already a moral victory for India because of the contrived flat pitch and toy time boundaries. Yeah, I'm very pissed off with they brought the boundaries in so far. That's just ridiculous.
It's ridiculous, right? I mean, look at where the rope is.
Yeah.
Why would you do that for a test match?
There is absolutely no justification for it. It's a
And-
very
and
fast
both these teams-
outfield.
And both these, it's a fast outfield. Both these teams score fast. There's just completely no justification.
Yeah, I don't get why the boundary's so short.
As a bowler, you Bear would not be happy with that.
No, certainly not as a spinner. Stokes in, defended by Shubman Gill up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Wonder how long before we'll have a bowling change. Is this what, Stokes' third over? I'm surprised he didn't start with Cast, unless Cast has got a little niggle. They keep looking at his boot with the toe cut out, but that's quite normal practice. And of course he actually suffered from septic blisters, didn't he, in Pakistan or something? Ooh. Cut by Shubman Gill. It's an odd shot, that. He does it quite a lot as well. He kind of pokes at it. Times it really well, but it's not like a cut. He kind of just sort of guides it with a little bit of a push rather than cut. It's odd. It's odd. He does it quite well. No run. Score remains on 330.
We probably should mention the GPL. It's got £33 in it today.
It has indeed.
Just pick how many runs for the day and win that money.
Again, Shubman Gill's too many singles here. Shubman Gill, just mind you, I suppose it'll be the same for England, but it's going to be a fast scoring ground, this one. Just knocks that out square on the offside and there is no run again. I guess they're thinking short balls to Jadeja. He doesn't like it too much. I mean, he did offer a chance last night. It was just a bit wide of Gully late in the day, prodding at the one with a new ball outside his off stump. This pitch just looks so easy to bat on. Stokes around the wicket, and that one again. That's exactly the ball that they've just been showing on replay. It's short, it's reasonably quick, just a little bit wide. Jadeja was able to sort of push it into the offside, but only to point, and there is no run. Has anyone seen any news about Cast? I haven't, not being able to bowl for some reason. Or is it literally just, I don't know. Maybe someone on the tubes can tell us if there is an issue with Bryden Cast. Jadeja facing Stokes around the wicket. That's a good ball, lifting. On a line outside his off stump, no need to play, and he leads it through to the keeper, and there is no run. I think I might well lose my 357.5 here. 358.5.
It certainly doesn't look threatening, does it?
It doesn't at all, does it? You can't.
No.
See, you can't really see where the next
And they're
wicket's
scoring
coming
at a
from.
decent pace. They've scored 20 runs in 20 minutes.
Yeah. It's difficult to see where the next wicket's come from. Although for a lot of time yesterday, it kind of looked that way as well. Apart from right at the beginning of the day, when the wicket was fresh, the opening spells by Cast and Wokes were pretty good.
Stokes is getting some good lift out of it, though.
Yeah, he is now through the keeper, and there is no run. Probably having to put a bit of effort in for that, though. Which is again, surely you get Cast on for that, don't you? Bowls a hard length at good pace as well. End of the over, Messi.
Luke Hallahan says Moeen Ali was very underrated in tests for England. We're missing him, I think. But it also makes me realise just how good Graham Swanee was. Luke Hallahan also says, you have said it now, Bear. Watch Washington and Kuldeep take 5 each in both innings. You've jinxed us.
Well, Kuldeep can't because he's not playing. But if you mean Ravi Jadeja, possibly. But I don't think not in the first innings. I got to say, after this ball, Wokes is going to come in to bowl to Shubman Gill, and he just plays that out into the offside. They get through for a quick single. Well, that was rather quick. It came off Jadeja down towards third man, fine length. But they did get through. Oh God, what was I going to say? It's gone out of my head, but it was quite important. I hate it when that happens.
Well, I quite like
no,
it when it happens
that's what I was
to
gonna
younger
say.
people. It means that it's not my age. That's
Yeah,
doing it
no,
to
well, I am at an age where it happens. No,
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
Jadeja was kind of threatening right at the end of the last test. And only really to the left-handers. I mean, there was some genuine rough that got generated outside the off stump to the left-hander right at the end of the game. Too late, really. That's down the leg side, and Jadeja lifts his hands out of the way, and goes through to Jamie Smith, and there's no run. And if that happened on the fourth day, maybe rather than the fifth, he probably would have been in the match a lot more. But the problem was it wasn't really any good to the right-handers. It was outside the off stump of the left-handers. Certainly caused trouble for Stokes when he came in. I mean, it didn't really bother duck it that much, it has to be said. But go on.
Messi, who was that in the black they were just showing?
I wasn't watching. Sorry, I was reading messages.
I was asking about him yesterday. So next time I see
that
him.
big bloke with the.
Yeah.
I've got no idea who that is, to be honest.
That was defended by Jadeja, no run.
Big fella. You wouldn't want to have a punch up in the alley with him.
Nope.
Maybe he's something to do with Edgbaston, who knows. Wokes in again, short and into the leg, into the hip. Oh dear. And they should get some overthrows here. Terrible bit of fielding. Wokes off his own bowling. Basically getting frustrated that they're getting such easy singles, I guess. Just dropped into the leg side by Jadeja. Wokes goes to field his own bowling. They take a quick single. He turns around, fires it at the stumps at the bowler's end, wide of the man who's backing up at mid-on. He manages to palm it down towards the boundary, and they get an extra 2 runs. Terrible throw, fucking appalling. And his skipper had to go and chase after it.
Yeah, that didn't impress him.
Yeah. It was a bit of a mix-up, to be fair. Jadeja did stop and start a little bit. But I guess it was always there.
Oh,
Wokes coming in. 5th ball of the over. Inside edge onto pad from Gill. No run. Only 81 miles an hour. The problem with Wokes, if he doesn't get any assistance, this is why they shouldn't really take him to Australia. I've got a horrible feeling they probably will, but they shouldn't, probably.
yeah. I think, the wickets there would just kill him.
Yeah.
Well, you would hope that Mark Wood and Jofra Archer would be fit by then.
Yeah, they won't be able to play all the tests, though. I mean, this is it. That if everyone is fit, that's defended back down the track and there's no run. End of the over. We'll have one more and then we'll have a switcheroo.
Okay. Fluffy 3 says, Gill is the type of person who puts tomato sauce in a T-bone. Evening all. Or even probably injects tomato sauce as well. I'm not sure whether that's as insulting as intended. Septic Blister says Banana Brooks. Not a first choice porn star name. Muttley's with us. Says, Wolf morning, pyramids. Draw on the cards here. Love and sausages. You never know. And Leah says, isn't that Steve Harmison, the big guy in black? Could be.
Oh,
big fella.
I didn't see what it was, but he was definitely there yesterday. He's enormous, yeah. And he's a big lad now. He was always a big lad, but now he's filled out, as it were.
We've filled out, yeah. We've all filled out.
We've all filled out, exactly. 335 for 5. Jadeja facing up Stokes around the wickets. And that's nicely punched through the offside by Jadeja. Great timing. It's going to run away all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. Beautiful shot. Lovely. We'll play this one.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Billy's Wi-Fi is playing up. Perfect time to play up. Just as he's about to come on.
I can stay on for a bit if necessary.
Cool. Okay. Oh no, he's just turned up.
Oh, good.
The thing is, I have to keep getting up and down to let people in. It's quite annoying, really. But hey, hold on, Billy. After this ball, I'll quickly nip up and get you in. Stokes in, cut hard, beautiful shot. 4 more runs. I'm going off to let Billy in.
Nice.
That was a confident.
Buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
I'll just bring us up to date while Bear's letting Billy in, and then we'll do a change. Lockie6 says, thinking of bangers of mash and gravy while eating spag bol and garlic bread. You get what you need. Mog says, I was in a gall grind band called Septic Blisters. And Fluffy3 says, I was in a cruise liner called Septic Tanker. And we're up to date. I'll catch you in half an hour.
Okie doke, over
Thank you
Billy.
very much, Messi.
And Krishna, you're on as
Cheers,
well, aren't you?
Okay. See you then.
See you later. How is everybody?
I'm alright, very sorry I couldn't be in the studio there. Late minute changes. Stoked will come in. Bars are solidly defended by Jadeja. No run.
Yeah, it's okay, Billy.
I
don't blame you. You've got to come from Dorset. It's all the fuckers who live in London who can't be asked to get here on a fucking tube that annoy me. Sorry, Pete.
Yeah.
And Krishna, I can't blame you. You're in bloody Melbourne, aren't you? So, you know.
That's right. I'm freezing my nuts off here.
I'm
pretty
sorry.
cold.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it's reasonably warm here.
You're not really cold though, are you, Krishna? It's not like it's -2 like it would be in England in the winter.
No, it's not that bad. But I'm envious of being wearing shorts.
2 sips of the galley. Stokes bowls short and Jadeja sways out the way. Bear, I heard you talking about Bryden Cast earlier. He seemed to have, well, of course he's had this long toe injury. And I wonder if it's a slight reoccurrence of that because he went off yesterday and that was the issue there.
Yeah, it was blisters, wasn't it, in Pakistan? And they got all...
Well, it wasn't... I think it was worse than that. It was... I mean, I think there was a massive hole in his foot.
Yeah, well, exactly. Septic
yeah.
or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Looked like he was wearing different boots this morning with the toe hole cut out as well.
Yeah, lots of fast bowlers seem to have the toe cut out. Stokes 1 for 71 so far. This is short, wide and left well alone by Jadeja. But certainly, I mean, England started really well with the ball yesterday, I thought. Wokes especially very unlucky to have those 2 umpires call, especially the one that was shouldered arms to. I don't know, I sometimes think umpires' decisions, I actually think that was quite a poor decision from the umpire, even though it wasn't out, if you see what I mean. Because it kind of just looked at. But oh well.
It did just look out. I mean, I get, you know, it was just clipping the top corner of the stumps.
The late Shane Warne used to say
well alone by Jadeja.
Sorry, Chris.
Sorry, Billy. The late Shane Warne used to say if the video evidence is showing the ball is going to hit the stumps, whether it's just a millimetre or not, then give it out.
Yeah, I mean,
well, actually, it was sorry, but someone did a very good piece on that on Sky. I think it was Nasser Hussain, and it basically was effectively saying that you would have a team could review everything, and you would have an extra stump on each side, and also effectively on top, and pretty much everything would be given out. So I'm actually a big fan of umpire's call. It's just in that kind of scenario,
Yeah,
I
sure.
just think it should have been given out on the field, but I think it's a poor decision.
Yeah. I mean, when I saw the replay, I wasn't sure if it was coming back enough to hit the stumps, actually. So, I mean, I guess the umpire... I mean, my initial reaction is he's shouldered arms, it's coming back, it's going to hit the stumps. And then when I saw the replay, I was a bit like,
Yeah.
What I did learn out of that was that Chris Wokes does get
Gill
angry.
faces up. This is defended by Wokes.
Sorry, say again, Krishna?
Chris Wokes does show anger. I've never seen him get angry before.
Well, yeah, I think he was a bit disappointed because there was a close one, wasn't there? Was it? It was Gyswell, wasn't it?
Yes.
That again, I think the umpire gave it out. I mean, the one thing that we thought was maybe a bit high, but more than anything, was it pitching in line? And I guess, you know, the umpire decided it wasn't quite in line. I mean, it was always looking close, and that's an instantaneous call. And, you know, he's bowling over the wicket to a left-hander. It's quite difficult. On a pitch that wasn't really moving, it's quite difficult to pitch it in line and get it to carry on to hit the stumps unless you're bowling very close to the stumps. And with a new ball, height is always going to be an issue, really.
Yeah. Wokes will come in again. Sorry, my Wi-Fi's going again for some reason. Bowles has just driven nicely and looks like he will get 4 should McGill moves on to 129.
He will indeed.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for.
to get funky on the dance floor.
Got to say, if England want to win this Test match,
India 347.
yeah, I mean, if England want to win this match, though, I think they probably were right to stick India in because it looks as flat as a fucking pancake, doesn't it? I mean, and the way England bat, it's probably going to be the best chance. They may well fail.
I mean, England's just got into this.
I think it will turn a bit more, though.
Dropped into the... Oh, no, it's over to you, Billy, sorry.
Well, yeah, well, God, you might have to... I don't know, my Wi-Fi's not working best, so maybe take over for an over and see if it sorts itself out.
Okay, that was just dropped into the offside. And it will be just the one run again. They're running really well between the wickets currently, actually. That has to be said.
I think if India are posting a total for England to chase, they need to really play on England's ego and say, okay, we're going to set you 5.5 and over. Maybe bat into day 5 if they have to, and set 5.5 and over, and see whether Stokes has the.
But they will go after it.
To go and chase it. Yeah.
I mean, we don't have a Bairstow to do what he did against New Zealand, which was pretty much batter the total off in about 15 overs. But if someone does take it on like that, we know England are capable of it, and they won't shy away from trying it. Woke's around the wicket, defended back down the track, and there is no run. Doesn't look like it's going to be easy to get wickets, even with a new ball, does it, really? I mean...
No. Might have been a good test for Bumrah to rest.
Yeah, what I was saying to Anindo, you know, with the summer that's around the corner in England, I think a lot of wickets, I think it's going to be an odd summer in England. You know, you're used to wickets that offer something to the bowlers a lot of the time with a Duke's ball. I think it's going to be a struggle, honestly, this summer. If the weather stays like this, around the wicket, Wokes to Jadeja. It's just played into the offside, and there is no run.
You've probably analysed the Indian team already, but I was disappointed with their selections. I really thought that you can't expect to win Test matches in England just by filling up the side with all-rounders. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, Washington Sundar's a really odd pick for me. I mean, if you're going to go for a second spinner, go for one who's probably got the ability to take wickets. Left alone through the keeper, and there is no run. Generally, there's no need for a second spinner in England.
Correct, and also I would say, I mean, Jadeja's a great player, no doubt about it. But in England, I put him in the all-rounder category as an all-rounding spinner, not a frontline spinner. I'd love to see his stats. Just to.
Well, his stats aren't great in England, I don't think. It wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, but you know, this is it. This is England. Spinners don't really take a whole heap of wickets. They don't really play a lot of, you know, if anything, they come into the game late in the second innings. You're never gonna get mountains that turn and spit and bite off the pitch.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I mean, sometimes even just having a part-time spinner and 4 seamers is enough in England.
Well, that's what Moeen Ali was for a large part.
I thought Bashir actually bowled quite well yesterday.
Yeah, I thought he did as well, actually. But I mean, that's it. I mean, that's essentially what Moeen Ali was, wasn't he? He was essentially a part-time spinner that we took everywhere. Developed into a reasonably good spinner. And he was lucky to be bowling against a lot of left-handers in his career. And, you know, he's an off-spinner. So the preponderance of left-hand, I mean, for me, going back 10, 15 years,
I mean, back in the...
I'd have always wanted a left-hander. I would never have wanted an off-spinner. In England, particularly, because most of the batsmen you're facing for right, difficult against right-handers to get wickets.
Yet another interruption in play.
Yeah.
It's really annoying how many breaks these players have.
It's not even that hot.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And you'd think for the Indian guys...
I mean, Jadeja wanted to drink about 10 minutes into the day.
Yes, he did, and some cream for his hands. I don't know what his issue was.
Well, finally, we are going to get a bit of this man.
Stick your hopes of victory up to Brian Cast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half-mast. When the bribing comes a-calling, all your fools will be falling. Stick it all right up your Bryden Cast.
And Cast is over the wicket to Shubman Gill. again, it just works out vacant mid-wicket. It just fucking annoys me, man.
Yeah, it's so easy for India.
So
this morning,
easy to just
honest.
rotate
We
the
haven't
strike.
tried anything.
No.
But I don't know about you, Bat. I've thought this over relatively recently. Stokes, I know this is more in the subcontinent, but he did do it a bit in England, with just some really inventive fields, some umbrella fields and the like, and we haven't seen him do that of late. I don't know if it's a change of mindset or I mean, is that the kind of thing you'd like to see him try?
Sorry, say again.
Stokes,
fields.
you know, in the subcontinent and everything, he'd have some really inventive umbrella fields, and I was just wondering, you know, he's doing that, seems to be doing that less, and I was wondering if you'd like him to do that kind of thing more.
Well, I kind of would like him to do a little bit more of that, but you know, the basics, the way they're scoring runs at the moment, that was defended back down the track to Bryden Cast, and there is no run. I mean, there's a lot that they're just defending square and just knocking out to mid-wicket, and each time it's a single. Now look, if the guy's good enough to beat mid-wicket every time and it goes out, I mean, if it's just a knock, the guy at mid-wicket can chase it out and it's still only going to be a single, right? Because it's not going to say anything. And the same with the guy at point if he just knocks it far enough in front of him. But you've at least got to put pressure on the batsman there. Like, you know, if you're gonna, why have you got to go out on the fence to a fast bowler at mid-wicket? It's ridiculous. That one's not square. There is a man at point. And it will be no run. You might as well have him up in the ring, saving the one. This is Test cricket, not ODI cricket.
My Wi-Fi seems to have clicked back in again, so I'll take back over.
You take back over. I'll get back on my.
Early on yesterday, he tempted Jaiswal with the ramp shot, and he actually had a fielder right back behind the wicket keeper. It looked like a backstop. Jaiswal didn't fall for the trap, but that was an interesting field yesterday.
Cast will come into today here around the wicket bowls. This is solidly defended. India 349 for 5. I don't know, I was thinking this morning, England's objective would be to get them out for all out for under 400. And you know, we saw Josh Tong blew away the tail twice, which is a big asset to a side, especially like England, when, as we discussed in the last test, who are historically so shit at dismissing the tail. So we'll see if he can do similar when they get through this partnership. Washington Sundar means that the Indian batting lineup has been strengthened.
I think he's a weak link though, Josh Tong. I don't. He hasn't got any control.
Jadeja will face up to Cast bowls. This is defended once more. What, you think he's just a bit erratic?
I think he's a bit erratic. Yeah, I just think. You know, I mean, he was leaking up. His first spell yesterday was going at 7 and over. And we'd had really good control for the first hour, and they'd scored 17 runs. We got a wicket. We could have had 3. Josh Tong came on, and they just sped away. And next thing, they were 95 for 2. You know, it's a bit annoying. I think he'll be the one to be swapped out for Joffrey if he comes back, or Bryden Cast, I suppose, if he's got a problem with his toe.
Yeah.
Billy.
Carson again, this is a batsman left well alone, and my Wi-Fi's gone again, Bessie, I'll have to take over.
What's going on down in Dorset, man? Was it Hampshire? Is it Dorset? It's Hampshire, isn't it? Can't remember.
Well, Hampshire, not far from Dorset, 40 minutes away.
What's the idea of putting Jofra Archer into this squad for this test? Wouldn't he have been better off playing some red ball cricket and getting some more miles into the legs? Any circuit?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't decided not to pick him. I was a bit.
Yeah, well, we can. Well, but Stokes gave. Yeah, I mean, Stokes gave an interview on this, and he basically said that he wanted him to get used to the environment, because the environment now is completely different to anything that Jofra has experienced before in an England shirt.
That's true.
But I agree. I would have rather he played some cricket.
Wow, this is interesting. Straight up after how many overs this morning? 9, I think. This man's coming into the attack. They obviously
likes to attack. Machine now in an England cap.
They obviously think there's fuck all in the wicket. And he doesn't trust
and
Josh.
The new ball's only 14 overs old.
And he doesn't really trust Josh Tong. It's what this says to me. Because I'd have given him a go first, I guess, before I went to Sherbashire. First ball's just defended, and there is no run. There is a bit of a breeze out there. Might be useful. Bashir, it's too short. Played out. It's got a mid-wicket for fucking Shah Bashir, though. Hey, I don't get it sometimes. I don't get it. 1 run away from the 350 now.
Would you gents say he's the best spinner in England?
No. That one is going straight on with the arm defended, and there is no run. I think it's a tricky situation in England. I mean, ideally you'd have Adil Rashid, but you know he's too old. Doesn't want to play red ball cricket right at the end of his career anyway.
I think Leach is a better bowler than Bashir.
I think Leach is a better
bowler.
bowler.
I think Leach is a better bowler than Bashir personally.
I do as well. Defended back down the track, and there is no run. But I feel a bit sorry for Leach. I've said this many times. I think the problem with Leach is he's had a really unfortunate career in the fact that he had that problem with Crohn's that kept him out of the game for quite a while after when he was in New Zealand, and he's pretty ill with that, to be fair. Played up to long on, and then in 2 series he's injured himself in the first test. I mean, there was the series, was it in the Ashes where he fucking went over the rope on the first day of the first test, and that was that series done. And there was another series where he did a similar thing.
It was Sri Lanka. I think it was. Didn't he get COVID on the plane? Missed the whole series.
Yeah, but that's when the Crohn's came back as well. After that, I think that was that series. But there was another, and there was the series where he injured himself on the first day, and there was another test series where he injured himself in the first or second test and missed a whole load of games. And that one is turned around the corner. There is a man on the 45, so it won't be any run. And that's when they went back to mowing for a short while, isn't it? And the thing is, I think I think you've got to have a spinner. I mean, I do believe, even in flat conditions, and I don't think Joe Root is the answer. He's fine as a part-timer, but he's not. He's not a top-class spinner by any stretch of the imagination. If you're going to have a spinner, you need a specialist. And I think England have decided that the guy is young. He's 21. If he spins for the rest of his career and develops, he'll be in the side for maybe 14, 15 years and problem solved, And I think, if I'm honest, I think they look a little bit at Nathan Lyon. I mean, Nathan Lyon was picked. He was a groundsman. He wasn't a fantastic spinner when he started. He's progressed over the years. And the thing about learning your game as an English test spinner is you're going to play 14 or 15 games a year, which he's not going to get in county cricket. Beats the outside edge, does Bryden Cass, of a prodding. Shubman Gill, it's not Jadeja. And there is no run.
Just on Bashir, they sent him to Australia as part of the Lions squad in the English winter, and he was very ineffective here last summer. I was watching his performances and didn't set the world on fire. So that was preparatory work to get him in for the Ashes, but didn't impress.
Well, I think any English spinner will struggle out there. I think mostly we're going to take wickets with pace, but he will get some. And I think the way that I have to be honest, that's defended by Shubman Gill out to the covers, and there's no run. I think Stokes gets the best out of him because he is prepared to bowl him, and he gives him confidence. And I think confidence is a big thing for a young spinner. Having the confidence of your captain, I was just saying this to an Indo, knowing you're not going to get ranked, whipped out the attack if you go for a couple of 4s in 1 over and 4 on over for another couple of overs, and you immediately haven't got a batsman just prodding forward at you, because that's not the modern way anyway. Batsmen are much quicker. And so having the confidence of your captain that you're going to get a 12, 14, 16 over spell over an afternoon really does help mentally. That's played up to mid-on, there's no run. It gives you confidence to try the things that you want to try and put ideas into play.
This might be controversial, but is it really confidence, or is it just that Stokes has gone all out on this man, and so he feels obliged to continually bowl?
No, because you can see with Josh Tongue, if he didn't, and there have been bowlers that it's definitely he has confidence in him, believes in him, because when there are bowlers that he doesn't believe in, he does tend to have them on the sidelines. That one is clipped nicely by Shubman Gill, beats the man at mid-on. It's going to race away down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
be a problem with someone's bat. I think the tape's gone on the bottom. Maybe get a new bat. Let's waste some more fucking time. I'm gonna go.
But no, just back to that. Just back.
Or what?
Just back to that bear. Because with Leach, I remember, if I remember rightly, Root would have kind of fielders on the boundary quite often, and that's just so negative. And
well,
it's
yeah.
Like you're basically saying to him, I just don't think you're good enough to be a wicket-taking spinner.
Exactly. Root was terrible with spinners. He was fucking awful. He didn't like them, I don't think. That's full, and that's driven again, and that's going to be 4 more. England facing a bit of trouble here, trying to get wickets. I'm going to have to go and get John in.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
That was a lovely shot by Gill, playing it through the point region.
Yeah, India just. Well, what do you think, Krishna? What do you think India will be trying to get to? So I mean, obviously anything, but realistically, what do you think their aim will be?
Oh, at least
I think 550 is what they would be hoping for.
What, India 550? I think 450 would be the first place they want to get to, which looks quite easy from here. Although it can all come down in a heap of shit, can't it? Oh, now is that bat or pad? Must have been bat. It's ballooned up. Yeah, it was pad. Maybe too high, maybe going down the leg. No run. I guess social. Sorry, I'm trying to do everything. No one. I'll just give you a couple. I can't think of what have we got here. Messi Jez says best non-Indian spinner currently playing in England is probably Corey
Rocchicioli. He's a Western Australian, so no wonder Messi picked him up. But,
of course.
He's a very good spinner.
Offie, or is he a left armer?
On the Australian, he's a offie.
Okay. I mean,
Messi might correct me, but he's an offie, I think.
I always liked being a left armer because nearly everyone I played was right-handed, and I think it's always an advantage to be able to spin away from the bat rather than into the bat. I think.
I say that to one of my best friends. I tell him the only reason he ever gets selected in any team is because he's left-handed, so he offers some variety.
Well, I bet he loves that. That's clipped up to long on for a single. Gill moves on to 140. He's developing a ball. He's developed some fucking Doosra type thing.
Carom ball.
Is it a carom ball? He flicks it out, doesn't he?
Yes.
Almost.
Yes.
It's all almost an offie. I mean, sorry, almost like a leg break. That's good. You know, I like that. You know, the guy's young. If he does develop, and they stick with him long enough. 10,000 hours principle, man. Stick him in a test match long enough, but look, he'll learn.
But this is fine, bet. What one for 67 off with 20 overs is acceptable. Is more than acceptable,
especially
where they're going.
Yeah, and in the first innings on a flat track. I don't have a problem with that. And other things. That one's tossed up a little bit, defended into leg side. It's noticeable within a year he's learnt to bowl less flat. I mean, last summer he was just bowling flat. Someone's got his ear and said, look, you can get the ball down from height. You've got all the attributes, give it a little bit more flight. Down the track, oh wow, nearly beat him in flight there. The Danger came down, horrible shot, big inside edge, just goes out to mid-wicket and there's no run.
He does have a wonderful hairstyle though, doesn't he? For a 21-year-old.
He's got an enormous nose as well, and he's got the fucking biggest nose going. I will say this: he's not much of a looker.
No, I do think you're right, but he definitely bowls less flat, less quick. There's a bit more drift and drop. I feel like he's trusting his skill more.
Yeah, exactly. Again, today goes back, tries to work that into the leg side, and there is no run. I mean, he could be the one that breaks it open here. He certainly broke it open yesterday with Rishad Pant. I mean, it was a good wicket to get, so he bought it on the boundary. I mean, what spinner?
In day one, that's okay.
Exactly. I mean, what spinner? That is one of your weapons in your army, is trying to get someone to miss-hit. He's some dude on the fence, misjudging the flight a little bit and miss-hitting it. That one's tossed up. It's too leg-sidey, and this time he does find a gap. Jadeja and gets himself a single.
And you've got to play on the batsman's egos as well.
Yeah.
If you throw up some volleys, you're going to say, well, try and hit me.
And again, I think Stokes doesn't mind that. Stokes thinks, okay, first innings, give it a bit of air, you get hit for a few runs, but if you get that guy caught on the boundary and he only gets 25 after he's hit you for a 6 and a 4, that's a price worth paying, right? I mean, in that sense, Stokes is a very good captain. Shubman Gill just punches that one up to long on and get himself a single.
But the thing about Stokes players, he doesn't, and Shubman Gill definitely was guilty of this, is following the ball.
Yeah.
Stokes never does it. He sticks to a plan.
Yeah, he does.
And he doesn't care if the shea gets nailed a couple of times, and then one is likely to be miss-hit and gets caught like Hampton. But Shubman Gill, Krishna, I don't know. We saw in that run chase in the first test that there were lots of senior players who seemed like they were doing the directing for him. Do you think it's just because he's inexperienced and will grow in confidence, or?
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Captaincy's not an easy thing.
As captain.
Yeah, exactly. Captaincy's not an easy thing. We all have ideas, but it's imposing an idea on a team. Look, Root was an absolutely fucking terrible captain. Has to be said.
I don't know about. Well, I don't know. He was all right for the first half of his tenure.
Yeah, but he was so reactionary and very defensive. That one's pulled by Shubman Gill down to long leg. He'll get himself a single. He was another
not
one.
A very violent
he followed.
Is it?
No,
just saying, commenting on Shubman Gill's pull shot. It's not a very violent pull. It's
no.
More like
when I was commentating on his cut, it's more like a push. He kind of puts the bat out, pushes it, rather than cut. It's a weird shot. He kind of places it where he wants to, but it's not a guide and it's not a cut. It's kind of halfway between. It's an odd shot.
Captains from the kind of 90s and 2000s, who were your favourites?
England captains.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, my favourite captain would be, well, he's not English. That one is just dropped into the offside. Today just thinks about a single, which Shubman Gill's not interested. Steve Waugh, I think, was one of the ultimate captains, to be fair, of any test side that I ever saw. I mean, the man was fucking rock hard as nails and totally uncompromising. I mean, he had a great side, so maybe that helps. English captains, I'm trying to think, who was there? When I started watching cricket, there was Atherton. He wasn't great. Andrew Strauss was a pretty good captain, but then again, he had a great side. I think if you have a good side, Michael Vaughan was a good captain. Certainly, he was uncompromising.
I thought he was pretty high.
Yeah, I mean, he was very uncompromising, and he had a plan, especially for the 2005 Ashes.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
And he stuck with it. And that was very much in a kind of Stokesian mould, actually, wasn't it? I mean, it was very much, we are going to play Australia at their own game. They score 4 plus and over, and we're going to go out and do the same and play them at their own game. And we have fast bowlers. Pulled nicely by Jadeja into the deck, out to deep square where Ollie Pope is fielding, and that will be a single. We'll have a change at the end of this over.
I was just going to say they've certainly gone to a short pitch attack now, I think.
Yeah, very much so. At the end of this over, John is going to come in. Kartik, is he here? I don't think he's here, is he? Can't see him on my little thing anyway. It's supposed to be John B, Messers and Kartik, but I'm not sure Kartik is here, so that's going to be interesting. Cast in full, beautifully driven. Good stop in the covers though. And there won't be a run. Might feel he missed out a little bit there, Shubman. Drove that quite sweetly.
I'll tell you what, Ollie Pope I think is one of the best fielders in the England side.
Yeah.
I'd have to say best ground fielders. He's made some fantastic stops. It's one of those things in Test cricket that I love. It's just a vital passage of such a vital thing to do to keep a batsman on strike like that.
Yeah, especially when it's a sweet shot.
Especially if you get a wicket.
They feel they missed out. That should have been 4.
As a non-Englishman, I'm always surprised at the commentary around Ollie Pope and whether he deserves his spot. I just think he's a good player.
Oh, now that's cut. That's cut aerially through gully. That's a good bit of fielding out there. Duckett, he's a pretty good fielder in the deep as well. Keeps that down to 1. That was interesting. Probably, again, may have thought he should have got 4 for that.
It's because of his technique, Krishna. I hate his technique. On the whole, I think he's a decent player, but he's very kind of, has one big innings and then will go missing for a few tests. But England don't mind that because they want you to have score a big innings and win off the test match, and then it doesn't,
Yeah.
I think England would rather someone scored 150 and wins in the game than 530s, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
And that's why Zach Crawley's in the side too, right?
Yeah, basically. Very much so. Although, he hasn't had a bad start to the series, really. He got 60 and he got a bugger all in the first innings, but he got 60. Short again. Jadeja ducks underneath through the keeper, and there is no run. And that is the end of the over. We are going to have a switcheroo. Messi, you're going to come in. John B, you're going to come in. I don't know, Richard, do you want to jump on? Because I don't think Kartik's here. Are you there, Richard? Maybe not. I don't know. I could just sit here, but I'm on account.
Is anybody here? We ask ourselves.
G'day, John. How are you?
Good day, Messi. Yeah, I'm very well. I am very well. I think they've pulled a drinks break on us.
That's good. There's a few comments on YouTube. Seahawk says Roccioli won a trifecta of Sheffield Shield trophies for WA already. It's remarkable. You don't expect the whacker to produce a good spin bowlers much, but he's proved very good. He's had 2 games so far for Warwickshire. He's got 2 fifers. He bowled 55 overs the other day, which isn't bad. There's some talk of captains. Ted Dexter. I don't think Ted Dexter was a great captain myself. Pugwash says Fluffy 3. Yeah, I reckon Ponting was a pretty good captain. Paul Stratton says Brearley was a very good captain. Shame he wasn't a test player himself. Ooh, that's harsh. And Fluffy 3 says Jeff Howarth, best captain, holds the record for time pissed in the field. He's not Robinson Crusoe in that regard. And Eric J says, undeniably, Brian Close was the best captain for both club and country. Yeah, he was kept out because he was a bloody northerner who was not an amateur for a long time, wasn't he? And Fluffy says that think Billy Abdullah would bring him gin and tonics every drinks break. Ray Illingworth second, says Eric J. And Clive Lloyd was pretty good. Yeah, we were talking about England captains particularly, but Clive Lloyd and Punter were both pretty good. I know, we weren't just talking about them, were we? It is true, though, what Bear said, having a good team makes a hell of a difference in terms of being able to be a good captain as well.
Very much so, I think.
Well, I think the problem is, if you have a very good team, nobody's quite sure how good a captain you are. Because if your team keeps winning, they just say, well, he's got a winning team anyway, so who cares? So it is quite hard to judge a captain of a very strong side.
It's a cause and effect question, though, because sometimes that captain moulds that team into what it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that's where the Steve Waugh comment's right. I think he did have a big impact for Australia. And I do think, actually, Pat Cummins is proving to be a really good captain. As well.
Pat Cummins is a good captain. Although, he does suffer from that. I think all captains do, really, when the game's going against you suddenly.
Yeah.
Even Stokes has been guilty of that. And we all think Stokes is this bravado captain, blah, 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 but sometimes the game's going against him and he comes up with some really shit ideas. It can happen to us all.
Lockie 6, of course, says Richie Benner, who was undoubtedly a good and exciting captain to watch too.
Yeah, that's pretty undeniable.
Fluffy 3 says Lloyd didn't have to captain much though. I think there's a good deal of truth in that. Leah says, what about Graham Smith, one of the great ugly left-handers? Yeah, the ugliest almost. Well, what do you think, John, the state of the game? India have put on, what is it now? It must be 150 plus for this wicket, 154.
Yeah, this wicket is kind of, it's taking the game away from England, isn't it? It's unfortunate, really. England looked like they were almost through at 211 for 5 yesterday, and we forget as well, perhaps, because it happened early on, that there were, 2 huge LBW shouts early on yesterday that went umpire's call. If they'd gone the other way, it might have been 200 for 7. At which point you're through, aren't you? And the decision to bowl first looks good. They didn't go England's way, and they're the small margins, and now England are struggling a little.
Right. Just to let you guys know,
Wings.
Richard's going to jump in for me.
I'm here.
And for Krishna. I know. You've got your clothes on, I see.
I have. It's 38 degrees in Austria.
Oh,
It's
God, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
The heat.
hotter than India.
Exactly.
No, people don't believe it, but...
Yeah, no, the heat moved across from here. It was going east. I was watching that on the telly. Like, I'm going to skip out for a little bit and put Richard on screen, and you three are going to take us through the next half hour.
Well, good afternoon, Richard.
Hello, long time no see. Long time.
Indeed, yes.
Hey.
And you can sing the jingles, Richard, too.
Oh, well, there you go. That will be entertaining.
I'm a little bit confused at the moment. I think it'll be a slow start for me. I was recently awoken from a dream. Bear was taking me around, because the commentary was on in the background as I fell asleep. Bear was taking me around a lake in a canoe, and I woke up very confused.
Very strange.
Sounds close to a nightmare myself.
Yeah. I trust you're quite light then, Richard, otherwise it would have to have been a pretty reinforced canoe. Anyway, here's Bashir, starting after the drinks break, and Gill just pops forward and plays it out on the offside, no run. Yeah, England desperately need a wicket now.
Yeah, it's looking a lot that way, and I think even the spectators will be particularly restless. It's very one-sided cricket at the moment.
Here is Bashir again. He's in, and this is a fraction shorter, I think, but Gill is well forward and just plays it back along the pitch. No run. 144 now for Shubman Gill. Certainly being captain's not affecting his batting. Bashir once more, and this is tossed up a little bit more and a bit wider, but Gill's not for tempting, and he just lets that go, and Jamie Smith takes it behind the stumps.
It would have been a struggle for him to reach that almost.
Yeah, it was thrown up quite wide, wasn't it?
It did turn in.
It did a little,
bit,
and
not
that's
in a scary way.
And that's a worry for England. Here is Bashir again. He's up and bowls, and this one's much tighter to the stumps. And again, Gill, bat and pad close together. Just plays it back along the pitch.
Don't worry. Don't worry. The word "worry" is not allowed in the England change room. But Bazball doesn't do worry.
Or defence, yeah.
Here is Bashir, and this is slightly shorter, and there's a polite inquiry there as to whether that hit the pad first, but they're not going to take that too far. I have a Nigerian friend who is always very fond of saying, if you worry, you die. If you don't worry, you die. So what's the point of worry? Here is Bashir to finish his over. He's in, and Gill is forward again, and that's a maiden and a decent over from Bashir. 365 for 5.
You can say that in relation to anything in life, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could really.
Apparently, W.G. Grace was a reasonable English captain, says Farong. Well, only if you did everything he'd said and didn't get annoyed by him cheating.
Well, nobody else was allowed an opinion when he was captain, so obviously he was good.
Because
he said he was.
Apparently there was nothing reasonable about WG. Cap Martin says bear in a canoe is real Black Mirror stuff. It is. And Eric J says Captain Darling for the Putney Gentlemen 1914 to 1917.
I thought he'd strayed into Blackadder for a minute then.
Ably assisted by Sergeant Sweetie, says Loggy 6.
Oh. Yes.
Yeah. Well, there's no reason not to stray into Blackadder. It's very much our sort of territory.
Excellent programme. Excellent comedy. Well, one might say that England are in the stickiest situation since Sticky the Stick End got stuck on a sticky bun. But here is Cars, and he's in, and this is pulled away, and it's pulled away for 4.
Wow, that's a beautiful shot.
Proving that India are not batting on a sticky wicket.
No, indeed not. Indeed not. The question is, does Stokes have a cunning plan? But this is a lovely pull shot.
Don't hold our breath.
He's pulled it just behind square, and the fielder can't get round. It was didn't get up very much, that ball from Cast. I think he was trying to bowl it, bang it in pretty short. And here he is again. He's in, and that's a better directed short ball. And Jadeja knows it and just sways out of the way through to Jamie Smith.
If only the cunning plan from Stokes involved Cast putting two pencils up his nose and
indeed, yes. Indeed,
I mean,
yes.
I would pay the £80 to watch that.
And feigning madness, yes, indeed. Oh dear.
Oh, it's one of those afternoons, I tell you what.
Maybe
The reason
we
I
should
said I wasn't going to come on for a stint before lunch was I've been working very hard and had to get up at 5:30 this morning after getting to bed late last night. Basically, I knew I was going to have a nap during the first session, but that's behind me now, so I can talk.
Here is Cast again. He's in, and this is pulled away as well behind square, but there's a fielder there this time.
Funny fielding position, isn't it? Is that
just
old Brook
one.
there?
It's just gone 15. Through for one. Yeah, just
off the rope, backwards, deep square.
Yeah, it was Harry Brook, wasn't it, in that slightly strange position at sort of not deep backward square.
Yeah, that's a no man's land, isn't it?
Mid deep backward square. Having a look at Cast on his run-in, he's got this sort of plaster stroke strap on his left boot, where he seems to have a bit of a toe issue. I think that's an ongoing thing for Bryden Cast.
From what you say, Richard, and you, John, it seems that England should actually be selecting Ben Elton as their scriptwriter.
Well, yeah, I think that would be... Well, some people would say that he already is, but here's Bryden Cast, and this is chopped away. Again, just behind square on the offside. I think... Is that running away for 4? It is indeed. Well...
Judging by the expression on Cast's face, yes, that has gone.
Yeah, it has gone for 4.
There was a little hitch in the feed there, but...
there was.
He's starting to get a wry smile as he gets back to the top of his run, but the 4 is confirmed by the graphics.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, actually. Just got up on top of it and put it to the right of the fielder at backward point. And
Cast... Yeah, buries his face in his hands, probably thinking, why is the boundary so far in?
Yes, probably. Anyway, Gill needs 2 for 150 as Cast comes in and he pedals this around. He'll only get 1 for that to that same fielder in off the deep backward square fence.
Yeah, who is very close to a wide fine leg.
So he goes...
they're almost next door to each other.
Yeah. So he goes to 149, 375 for 5. India are galloping along at this point.
Yeah, they are.
And this is not good from an English perspective.
I mean, that boundary, they're showing it again, I think, and it just never looked like... It was well timed and all that, but it shouldn't go for 4 that. I'm sure if you're playing on a normal-sized cricket field, the fielder doesn't give up the chase quite so easily, let's put it that way.
So
we do have a super chat.
Ah, super chat.
From the wonderful Obrenovo.
Should we just take this ball and then we can do the super chat at the end of the over? Here's Cast and Jadeja sways out of the way, taken by Jamie Smith. 375 for 5 off 100 overs, and it's the super chat.
Yeah, Obrenovo says £1.99. It just says wibble.
Wibble?
Wibble. Well, wibbling is our...
Well, I guess we're wibbling, aren't we? That's exactly what we're doing. We're wibbling.
It's our particular area of expertise. Fluffy says...
Some would say it's our only area of expertise, Messi, but there we are.
Fluffy says Cast would be a good cop. He's got flat feet. Size 12, says Eric. And Lucky 6 is 400, the urine drinking stage. I can't unsee that now.
Oh, dear. That's a horrible thought.
Reminds me of an episode of Black Books where Manny is stranded inside.
I think they talked about that in Blackadder as well.
Is it possible there are some young people out there who haven't seen Blackadder? If there are, shame on you. Go and do your homework.
If there are, shame on you. Go and watch it.
Yeah, you'll know what we're talking about.
It's hilariously funny.
Especially the 3rd and the 4th. Especially the 4th.
And Black Books, to be honest.
And Black Books, yes, quite correct.
Well, it's still to be Bashir. He's coming into Gill, who drives this down the ground past Bashir, and he jogs through for a single, which will take him to 150. A wonderful innings from the Indian captain. Waves his bat, acknowledges the crowd and the dressing room. Lots of Indian flags waving. I think those Indian fans know that their team is in the ascendancy now.
Yeah, well, they thought that in first innings last week.
Yeah, 430 for 3.
263 deliveries for that 150.
Yeah, not one of his most galloping innings, but he's played the conditions very well.
And there are 5 days.
There are indeed, absolutely.
For now, until they rewrite the rules, and that's exactly just into the 101st over.
But if anybody rewrites the rules to make Test cricket less than 5 days, then well. Anyway, here's Bashir, and tucked around the corner, and they come through for 1. Fielder caught a little bit on his heels. 377 for 5. Now, anybody reducing Test cricket to less than 5 days wants certifying, in my opinion. But
I think the only people who can do it are the players who keep on finishing games in less than 4. And then you think, well, what's the point? But as long as a few go the distance.
Here is Bashir. This is played out on the leg side by Gill, no run. Yeah, I mean, the last Test match was a perfect example of why you want Test cricket to be 5 days, wasn't it? You know, going deep into the last session, all results possible. Yeah, they're showing his dismissal at Headingley, where he got lured into having a big swing. He doesn't look like he's tempted to do that at the moment. He's just pushed another ball back down the pitch.
It feels like that's the most likely source of a wicket at the moment, is batsmen getting themselves out.
Jadeja's more likely to do that than Gill, you would have thought, at this point. It's Gill on strike. He's tapping his batting crease. Shear's coming round the wicket. And it's just pushed out on the offside to the fielder at mid-off. No run. Well. Shubman Gill is racking up the Test hundreds. There's another delivery from Bashir, which is tossed up a little bit more. Gill is forward again. Another tidy over from Bashir. 377 for 5.
Indeed. Paul Stratton says, as we don't look like taking a wicket, time to bowl line and length. Short and wide is cannon fodder and free hits. Yes. Fluffy 3 says it's Greek yogurt stage.
Whatever that is.
Ombre Nuevo just says Blackadder pencils up the nose reference, and armed with a vicious slice of mango fruit, says Eric J.
Indeed.
And Fluffy 3 says, have Bush and Atkinson got kids? What do they look like? Goodness sakes. Bash and Atkinson, sorry. Well, Bashir definitely hasn't got kids.
Here is Cass, and this is short and pulled away. And again, it reaches that fielder in that strange position.
He does keep on picking him out. In fact, both batsmen have done.
Well, it's a trap of sorts, isn't it?
They want one to just be skied a little bit and to carry through, don't they? But it hasn't happened so far. 378 for 5.
Yeah, they've been controlling it and taking the one, rather.
It's gone to 69 now.
This wicket is so true that it's they can rely on the ball coming through at the regular height. So it makes it much less likely they're going to get the top edge.
Yeah, there's not much sign of variable. Here's Cass, he's in, and this is driven by Jadeja through the vacant gap at mid-off. And fielder at extra cover runs back and picks it up. And that's 2 more to Gill. 380 for 5.
I forgot
the fielder giving chase.
I forgot my manners. May I say how nice it is to see you again, Messi, although it is remote. And how shite it is, although much better than nothing, to be zooming in rather than in the studio.
Yes, it was fun being in the studio, wasn't it?
Except when the temperature started to ramp up.
Oh, fuck. Yeah. Yeah, that
Here's
wasn't
Cars
so fun.
again. Oh, and
What?
Gill backs away, plays a shot behind square, which is sort of fielded at almost fly slip area. Well, that's the first time he's done anything very unorthodox. Backed away to the leg side. I think initially he was thinking about sort of
It got big on him, I think.
over the top, and then it got bigger than he wanted it to, and he ended up
Yeah.
sort of playing it downwards rather than upwards.
Yeah.
That could have bounced onto his stumps if he'd been really unlucky.
He made a bit of a Horlicks of that, but
Yes.
other hot drinks are available, obviously. But here's Cars again. Up past the umpire and bowling, and this is short again and paddled around. It's going to be fielded by the man right out on the fence on this occasion. One more run to the total, 381 for 5. Gill on
So-
to 153.
On the subject of the old 4-day test match, if I said to you we could have nothing less than a 3-test series for the rest of time, no more 2-test series, but tests go down to 4 days, what would you say? I mean, this doesn't concern you as an England follower, really, but for the rest of us who get stuck with 2-test series all the time.
Well, two test series are an anathema and shouldn't happen, quite clearly. Here is Cars once more. He's in, and this is short again, and Jade just sways out of the way. It barely carries, actually, to Jamie Smith behind the stumps.
Well, somebody yesterday was suggesting, I can't remember who, we go back to having 3-day tests, like they used to do for a long time, with the final test in the series being a timeless test.
Yeah, that'll work great for the
Yes.
schedulers, squeezing everything in as they do.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
But I mean, I reckon there might be an argument to say, okay, we'll have 4 4-day tests and finish with a 5-day test.
Oh, well, there you go.
Mhm.
Comments, please, from the Twitterati.
Yeah.
Here is Jadeja again, waiting for Cars, who's round the wicket, and this is just helped off the hip to the fielder at long leg for another single. And after 102 overs, India are 382 for 5.
Varong says Captain Darling wished to return home after the war and play cricket for Croydon. Have any guerrillas played for Croydon?
We have started something.
We have. Yes.
Lockie Six says, is Stokes madder than Mad Jack McMad, winner of last year's Maddest Madman competition?
Not allowed to say that anymore.
And Eric J says it's just a hop, skip and a jump of imagination to Putney. I think it's a very important vein that we should delve further into whenever we get the opportunity.
Of course, absolutely. Absolutely.
So what is Stokes planning here? There's some shuffling going on. Bash is still bowling by the looks of it. 1 for 70 is figures now after 23. The cameras are focusing on Tongue, who I think, unless it happened during my nap, hasn't had a bowl today yet. Am I right?
No, I don't think he has.
Well, we haven't got to the tail yet, that's probably why. Here's
Yeah.
Bashir, and Jadeja just pops forward. Plays it out on the leg side. So the fielder in close, no run. Yes, unfortunately, my feeling about Josh Tongue is he's great against the tail, but not a lot else.
Yeah.
Here's Bashir, and this one's quite full, and it's tucked away off his pads to square leg. Pope's gone round to field that and throw it back in, and they cross for a single. 383 for 5. 172 these two have added now.
It's interesting, isn't it? They've put it on at 4.2 and over, which in 30 years ago we would have remarked how fast that was. These days you don't bat an eyelid for it.
It's quite sort of passé, isn't it, really? Anyway, here is Bashir again to Gill, round the wicket. Gill just plays it out to short mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely scoring quicker in this last little while, though. Although Bashir is trying his best to keep a lid on it, and tending to score off the quick bowls.
Well, the last 10 overs are going at 3.9 and over, so
Yeah,
it's just
Bashir
under
again.
their average.
Well, they thought about a run there and then changed their mind. An apology from Gill for coming 3 or 4 yards down the pitch and then turning back again. It's facing Bashir once more. In he comes, and this is reverse swept by Gill, and it's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4.
He's good.
That was a lovely shot. He just got his hands far enough forward to be able to play that shot in a controlled way. There didn't look anything risky about it at all.
Well, there was nobody out there.
No, and he knew that, and he knew if he got bat on it, it would run away. Clearly premeditated shot, but beautifully played, beautifully balanced. Lovely shot. Here's Bashir again, and this time he's back to his full blade and just playing it back along the pitch. 103 overs gone now, 387 for 5.
We're up to date on the messages. Just a reminder that the GPL closes in 33 minutes. We'll be swapping over in 3 minutes' time. Aninda's coming back to join us, and he'll be on with Krishna and Billy. No, the bear doesn't even have to shift. Maybe the bear's having a little resting of his eyelids. Put it that way.
He would
While he
never.
can.
On that comfortable sofa in front of the telly in the other
While he
room.
can.
Never.
Quite
Well,
right, actually.
I don't hear any shout in the background to suggest he's not. So.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, there you go. He is awake.
The bear has been well and truly poked. It would
Awake
seem.
and beating his chest.
Yeah, he hasn't had enough beers yet. That's the thing.
Well, it is going to be Josh Tongue, as we thought it might be. I suspect we might be seeing some run in very fast, bowl very short.
Jadeja might be licking
tactics.
his chops.
And Jadeja might fancy it, yeah, exactly. But then Stokes would want him to fancy it if he's going to do that, because otherwise there's not much point in doing it.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. There's a
So
couple
anyway,
out on the leg
let's
side.
see what
in the
happens.
boundary.
He's in, and well, that's very full actually, and driven by Jadeja. He sort of almost got it sort of stuck under the bat. Really, it went out to mid-on, no run. So that was the double bluff. Stick everybody out there and bowl it right up in the block hole.
Yeah, let's see what comes next. I mean, the exciting news as well, if this does turn into a dull afternoon, is I think we have West Indies Australia starting, if
Yes,
I'm
we
not
do.
mistaken,
Indeed
in a
we
couple
do.
of hours.
Yes.
Yep.
And this is turned off his legs for single by Jadeja.
Yeah, I have an
72.
unprecedented 3 days off coming up, and it falls very nicely because there's these 2 test matches plus South Africa-Zimbabwe Test 2 starting on Sunday. Very rare at this time of year, almost unprecedented to have 3 test matches going on at the same time. I know that from the Christmas season, but not from July.
Yeah, well, it's. I mean, to have Test match played in Southern Africa at this time of year is very unusual. isn't
And
it?
it was chilly in Bulawayo. You could see the way people were dressed. And when the sun went behind the clouds, they were suffering. But it's unlikely to rain, I think. And batting conditions, as we saw, were just fine.
Well, Tongue's getting ready to come in again here. And he comes over the wicket. This is very full and driven, but straight to the man at cover. I was going to say about that West Indies-Australia match, I gather that Richard Kettleborough is going to be the most, going to break the record for the most test matches presided over by an English umpire. Breaking the record of David Shepherd.
Ooh, big day. Big day. And has anyone seen that the Aussies released their team? Is Smith back?
No, I
Has
haven't
anyone-
seen it.
Yes, Smith is back.
I haven't seen it.
And they dropped England.
Yes.
Thanks to our
Here
Perth
it is.
correspondent.
Here is Carr. Here is Tongue, and he's in, and this is played back on the pitch. Unfortunately, most of the English press this morning, of course, has been about the tragic death of Diogo Jota, the Liverpool forward, who was.
That's football. That's why I wouldn't have,
he was killed
wouldn't have
overnight.
heard of him.
Killed overnight in Portugal.
No, that's
in a
rough.
car
That's
crash, which
rough
is
for anybody. Yeah.
terrible news. But, well, Tongue is in again, and over the wicket, and this is a cut away behind square, and there is a fielder out on the fence, so it's just one. 388 for 5. And Gill goes to 158. Well, apparently there was a similar incident yesterday involving the Kent batter Taiwo Mayeye, who left the ground at Canterbury at lunchtime yesterday because his brother had been involved in some kind of car accident. But he went to check that he was all right, and then came back and saved the game for Kent.
It seems to be a theme of the moment. I was reading about car crashes from 1936 in the Night Watchman last night.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
as you do. Yes.
As you do, yeah.
Is that the end of the over?
It's one ball to go.
Yeah.
And then we will hand over. Here is Tongue, and this is very full and driven off the legs out to the area just forward of square. They do keep it down to 1. It's 390 for 5. So we'll have some messages from Messi and a switcheroo.
See you later.
Cat Martin says, does anyone know if the huge cat is still there at the Catford Shopping Centre? Yes, it is. I saw it last week. I was walking past there to Silent On one day, and unfortunately I was on acid. That would have been an interesting thing to see. Lucky Six says the Croydon Council tourist guide says it's a treat for families and culture vultures and calls it England's answer to Venice. All I can say is nobody at Croydon Council has ever been to Venice, if that's what they think.
Croydon, Venice.
I'll catch you after lunch.
Well, can you stay on by any chance? Because Billy's Wi-Fi's crapped out, so
okay.
And Christian's not here, so.
Yep, I'm here.
Oh no, Christian's here. Sorry, you're on ball by ball.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
That's right.
So you don't need me after all?
No, I'll do.
Okay.
I'll take Billy's place unless he turns up.
Okay, thanks.
Cool. So 390 for 5, and Shoaib Bashir comes in to bowl his 25th over around the wicket, and Jadeja's tapping it onto the offside, looking for a single, but there's nothing there. He's on 73, batting beautifully, with Gill making his highest test score today on 158. There was an interesting stat from Ben Jones on the final word yesterday, saying that Gill had only 3.5% fault strokes yesterday. This is in again, shortish ball on the onside, and Jadeja just flicking it off his legs.
Yeah, we were talking about that. We were talking about that earlier in the commentary today. And I think it's since 2006 when Craig Buzz has been keeping their records. It's the lowest number of false shots in any century in England.
The next ball is batted into the ground by Jadeja as he lets the ball hit him and then just fall onto the ground, and there's no run. Ball remains 390. Quite a bit of a haircut, Jadeja. He's looking rather trimmer than he was not so long ago during the IPL.
Yeah, Jadeja's gained in confidence as the innings has gone by. He's really batting well now.
Next ball just tapped into the offside, and they sneak through for a single, well run, and picked up in the covers by Stokes, and there's a single there, 391 for 5. I saw Jacob Bethel on the ground before. Is there any way of him making his way into this England team, Beth?
Well, with an injury, someone in the batting lineup, someone falling out of form. Of course, I mean, it's good to have competition for places, isn't it? But, and the fact remains, he still hasn't scored a first-class ton. You know, and everyone's calling for him to be in the side. I mean, maybe he has to just be a little bit patient.
Bashir bowling over the wicket to the right-hand Shubman Gill, who drives it down the onside, and Bashir's diving away to his right, stopping the ball, and there's no run. Score remains 391.
I mean, I think he'll gain experience in the T20 and the ODI side, and hopefully get some batting under his belt in county cricket, and force a chance.
Neck ball tapped onto the onside, and Stokes has positioned himself at a short mid-wicket, and there's no run again.
I mean, the fact is, there's only currently, with Jamie Smith as the keeper, and with Stokes, Brook and Broad at 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6, Smith at 7, Duckett, you can't drop, undroppable at the moment. You've got two possibilities, haven't you? You've got Pope and Crawley. He's not an opener, so he doesn't really fit into Crawley's spot, even if Crawley's off form. Unless someone else moves up there and he fills in that space. And then Pope he's not doing too badly. He scored 2 tons and 2 tests, so can't really drop him.
Is Bethel a number 3?
I believe he's a top order batsman. I mean, I'm not so sure that positions are set.
Yep. First ball from Tongue is driven beautifully down the onside by
that's a lovely shot.
It's going down to the boundary, and that's 4 runs.
That was timing.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
It doesn't hurt that the boundaries are very small. It gives the fielder no chance whatsoever.
No, I don't know how long the boundaries are, but they do seem to be in, considering it's a test match. I'm very sure. I presume that's Stokes saying you wanted short boundaries so they can score quickly.
Yes, I'm guessing so. Tongue in again around the wicket, and that's wide down the leg side, and allowed to go through to Jamie Smith, and there's no run.
That's the crazy part of it, right? I mean, both these teams score at 4, roughly at 4. How much faster are you going to score? Why do you need smaller boundaries? They have players who can get those boundaries, go over the boundaries. I mean, it just does not make sense to have such short boundaries, having the rope in.
Yeah, I know, I agree. I mean, they can all hit it into the stands anyway if they want to hit 6, and the outfield's quick, so it'll still go out to the boundary.
Comes in again, this one's short, and Jadeja's ducking underneath that.
Where do you guys reckon India ends this innings? Looking at it from here.
All out, or 600.
I said 550, you said 600.
Well, I mean, look, this wicket is as flat as fucking flat can be, isn't it? I mean, it looks perfect for batting. It's doing absolutely nothing with the ball. I mean, this has got a draw written all over it.
And bowling short again, and this time it's nearly over Jamie Smith's head, but he's tall enough to retrieve it, and there's no run.
And I guess that's the problem. I mean, England's bowling attack is not great. India's isn't great.
I'll be back in a couple of minutes. So.
Okay. India's attack isn't great either. And therefore, where are the wickets coming from? As I said earlier, that's, probably why Stokes has decided to put them in first. The best chance they've got is chasing some score on a final day, probably.
And he's bowling in again. It's short on hips of Jadeja, and he's flicking it on the onside, and they're coming back with 2 through the mid-wicket region. Well run.
Which makes it,
I think India will be happy to get away with a draw in this game, given that Bumrah's not playing, so their ability to take 20 wickets is limited without him there, and so they'll be looking to stay 1-0 down going into Lord's.
Yeah.
More life, I'm guessing.
As I said to you earlier, I think, is there going to be any more life? I mean, it's been an extraordinary summer in England. It's been so hot and so dry, and we've had hardly any rain the entire year, really. We had rain at the beginning of the year, but since about March, it's been really, really dry.
Tongue's in again, it's short and wide outside the off dump this time, and Jadeja lets it go through to the keeper.
And therefore, they water the pitches, but the underlying conditions and the evaporation and shit, everything is really dry. And over here, you're used to a little bit of moisture and, all that kind of stuff in the pitches that gives it the zip and all that crap. and the overheads that you get throughout summer normally that allow for swing and the humidity and stuff. None of it's happening. I mean, it's kind of like southern European summer at the moment, which is just hot and dry.
Hung's in again. It's a short ball on the offside, and they're just tapping it onto the offside, picking up a single through to the point region, and the score moves on to 398. Interesting field by Stokes here. He's got a mid-on and a short mid-wicket, trying to put a bit of pressure on Jadeja.
Well, we have one of these.
Super chat, yeah. Super chat, yeah. Super chat game. Super chat game.
It's from Zippy Tuna, gives us $5. He says, morning gorillas, thanks for being a welcome distraction on a morning full of bad news. Looks like they messed up the pitch for this one. Cheers. Yeah, I just think it's quite tricky in these conditions to set up a good pitch. I mean, maybe it'll break up, but you know, as I said, Headingley kind of broke up right towards the end, but only for left-handers. And this one, you know, Wokes is a local and he doesn't think it's going to break up.
The other interesting thing is that there hasn't been any reverse swing either, so whilst it's been dry, the outfields are still pretty lush, aren't they?
Yeah. You know, one of these things I think, oh, has he got enough on that?
Oh, Bashir's in again, and this time's lofted by Jadeja, and it's gone for 6, right over long on.
I mean, that was a miss hit, and it's gone for 6. And
the
it wouldn't have cleared a long on either. He'd have caught out on the boundary.
One tongue over the line, sweet Jesus, one tongue over the line.
But I guess Stokes won't mind that so much. At least he's coming down the wicket if you can beat him in the flight.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I did hear a theory that says that India's happy to sit on Bashir for a while. They know they're not going to get out to him, and they'll pick him off for 3 or 4 runs and over. He's in again on the onside, and Jadeja's just tapping it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. They don't want to hit him out of the attack, so they'll just milk him for 3 or 4 and over and keep him on.
Well, I think England will feel the same about Jadeja and Sundar.
Yes.
You know, I mean, India have only got 3 fast bowlers, so that then England know they're going to get a lot of spin on this track. And it's pretty innocuous, so you know they're going to. I mean, if Duckett's there against those two, you can imagine that the runs will pile on pretty quick. And if you've got nowhere to turn to, they're going to have to keep bowling, aren't they? So
this one's short and wide outside the off stump, and Jadeja is cutting it away down to a deep point, and he'll pick up a single.
I mean, all you can do as a spinner here is try and hit that right line and right length, and hope that the guy just wants to prod at you. But you all know as a spinner, if someone decides to take the long handle and the pitcher's doing nothing and offering nothing, it's quite a dangerous game. It's quite easy to pick you up.
So Bashir over the wicket now to the right-handed Gill. And he's on his front foot defending to a silly mid-on, and there's no run against Stokes Fields. Now, I understand that Jadeja has got a century on this ground before.
Sorry, he does what?
He's got a century previously on this ground.
That I can't tell you.
That's possible.
We'll have to get the stats for people to check that, but that's, I heard that.
I don't know why this particular end is so short either. Oh, that was...
He's in again, and that's an inside edge of Shubman Gill's bat.
That was the Karen ball. Do you see that? That went the other way. It
Yes.
actually did zip off the seam and slightly the other way. That's a good ball. Well worked out, man. Look at that. Love it. It's probably telegraphed by the fact that his middle finger's up above the ball and you probably see it quite early, but still, I like it.
Bashir bowling around the wicket now to the right-handed Gill, and Gill's lofting it off his legs onto the onside, and it's gone for 6 over deep square leg.
Is this Gill's highest ever test score? I think it is, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
That was a nice
The
shot.
147 last week was, and this is.
We're feeding him nice easy pitches, but he's loving it.
Well, second test as captain, yeah, it's a good start for his batting while he's a captain.
Well, you know, some captains thrive as batters, like Virat Kohli did, and I was hoping that Gill would be the same. Otherwise, India was going to be even in worse trouble than they already are in this series.
Yeah.
Well, that actually brought up the 200 partnership as well. That 6, so really good 6-wicket partnership between these two. Tongue in again around the wicket to Jadeja, who's flicking it off his pads and driving it through to long on, and they'll pick up a single.
I think it might be worth trying to bowl Yorker after Yorker after Yorker here. Set a field on the leg side for the clip. Let's try and
Actually,
get one.
Jadeja's only century abroad has been on this ground. You're right. In 2022. His other 3 centuries have been in India.
Yeah, he scored 4
2
tests.
of them on his home ground in Rajkot.
He's
one
only got
Mohali.
4 test centuries. I thought he had more than
Yes.
that. Oh, wow. And Ashwin's got 6, hasn't it?
Yeah, but Ashwin got that earlier in his career. I mean, he was crap as a batsman for much of the second half of his career.
Tongue in again over the wicket.
He
and,
declined sharply.
Gill flicked it off his pad down to fine leg, and they'll pick up a single. Score 4-1-4.
Didn't he get his 6th though, wasn't it, in the last couple of years just before he retired? Didn't he get one against somebody? And then sort of backs against the wall type scenario?
I think he got one in Australia, maybe,
that's what I'm
during
thinking.
that series.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
That was 2021.
You won't be surprised if he got one in Australia. He wasn't that good in Australia. Tongue bowled a nasty short ball, and he's been
Finally.
caught down the leg side.
Wow.
Jadeja went to deflect that off his body, and it's gone through to the keeper, Smith, and he's taken a really good catch. And that was a great ball by Tongue to create something out of nothing there.
Well, I guess that's what the extra pace does, and I've been bagging him all day, but, you know, that was actually quite an evil bouncer, and he couldn't really do a lot with it.
It was a very tough ball to negotiate. Yeah.
The best thing to do would have probably been try to duck out of the way, but he got to commit to that early. Finally, England gets a wicket, and
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Definitely the commentator's curse there. We started talking about Jadeja's 100, and
yeah, thank God for that, is what I could say.
I think the ball rose much more than he expected. I mean, it really reared up, and he was committed with his hand up.
Yeah.
Very good ball by Tongue.
Well, now we get to see whether have I even got him in here? No, I don't think I've got his jingle here.
Washington Sundar.
Yeah.
You should.
No, I've got his jingle in. But I haven't actually put him in anything here, so I am going to go and find him. But Washington Sundar will be coming in,
and we'll also see whether India is 6 out all out, or whether they actually
Well,
have a tail this time around.
Indeed. Well, if they are, then suddenly England are actually back in the game, because only 414 for 6, which is kind of interesting, isn't it? But in its own right, in a weird way. This man's coming into bat.
His name for his granddad.
Can't play that one. I know that one gets deemed. So I'm going to delete that one and find his rubbish, probably IPL one.
Well, while you're doing that, Tongue's in again. First ball to Washington Sundar. Another left-hander, and that's let go through to the keeper.
Which goes like this. No, not like that. Like this.
Washington Sundar.
Pretty bland, but at least it won't get dinged.
That's something.
Yeah. Well,
He's bowling by tongue. Just back-breaking wicket there. Neck ball is defended by Sundar. And there's no run.
Well, can a
So,
rabbit...
I mean, India at Leeds were 404 for 3, remember? So England won from that position.
They were 430 for 3, weren't they?
Well, there you go, 430 for 3, yes.
And this is it. Can a rabbit pie man mop up the tail? The mop, as they call him. Be fucking wonderful if he can.
If anything, this is an easier pitch than Headingley was.
Yeah.
Runs in again, and that's short and wide, and Sundar lets it go through to the keeper.
Zippy Tuna says, my super chat seems to buy wickets. Bad sign for my wallet. Yeah, it is. Keep sending them in, Zippy. Come on. we need what, another 4 super chats? Some other messages. Leah says, if cricket doesn't work out, Bashir should open a bakery. He already knows all there is to know about pies. Ooh, that's cutting.
Oh, that's a good one.
Umbrella Over says, the wicket may get a little more interesting. There are now is forecast for possibility either some rain on Friday night or Saturday morning, probably night in the middle of England's first innings. Right in the middle of it. Well, no, if it's Friday, we should be batting for a little bit. I don't think it'll do much. Sort of. I mean, we thought it would do. There was a little bit of rain in Headingley. We thought it might do something, and it didn't seem to change much at all. I think it's just so dry. It all just sucked up, and that's it. Done. Back on with whatever's going on.
Gee, over the wicket to Shubman Gill, who's defending on the offside, and Joe Root's picking up in the covers. There's no run.
Well, I'm hoping to put a commentator's curse on here, but Gill looks certain to get a double ton.
Very good.
See if that works.
Cheers in again, and it's a well-flighted delivery that Gill is tapping down to the long on. And they pick up a single.
I mean, do you think Nathan Lyon's starting to lose his power a little bit as a spinner?
I do, actually. Yeah, I do. I think he just bowled serviceably in the WTC final and didn't have much work to do in the first test in the West Indies. But I sense that he's just off his peak a little bit. The Ashes are going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, how old is he now? He's like the other side of 35, isn't he?
Yeah, 32 to 37. Next ball is flicked onto the onside by Sundar. It goes to the backward square leg, and they pick up a single that gets him off the mark.
I mean, essentially, it's hard for Western Hemisphere / seamer wicket countries to find decent spinners because no matter what. I mean, you think. You had Shane Warne, who was an absolute genius for years and years and years, and then after that, you went through a whole fucking plethora of guys before you ended up with Nathan Lyon. In England, it's the same thing. We had Graham Swan, and he was great. Yes. Hardly anyone before that, and hardly anyone after.
Sure. Neck ball driven by Gill into the covers, and Roots fielding, diving away to his left, and there's no run. Yeah, so Australia have Matt Kuhneman as the second spinner now, and he is a left armour, so I think he brings that variety. Next ball by Bashir is flicked onto the onside by Gill. He'll pick up a single. And so I think he's the heir apparent after Nathan Lyon, although Messi would say that Corey Roccioli, who's killing it in county cricket scene over there apparently, would be the next one.
I mean, I remember when I think we covered an India-Australia series because we thought it'd be fun to watch Australia get hammered, and Steve O'Keefe, got 9 wickets in his first game.
Yes. I think there's Bashir around the wicket this time to Sundar, and he's defending on the onside. There's no run. That's the end of that over. He's 27th. He's got 1 for 92, and it's 417 for 6.
That's what we got here. Farong says the collapse is on. Maybe. Daniel Vittori was okay. Yeah, he was okay. But again, I mean, Christ, New Zealand went over to India, didn't they? And that guy got 10 in a game, 10 in an innings, didn't he? One of the few people who got 10 in an innings. Hardly ever seen since. I think if you're an average spinner, you can go to India and you look great. It's everywhere else where it's tricky.
So just on that, Tongue's in again over the wicket, and Gill's flicking it off his pads to put square leg, and Gill's on the boundary line. Then they pick up a single. Just on that question about Ashwin, yes, he did get a century in 2024. Actually, 102 versus Bangladesh in Chennai. That was his last. So his centuries, if I quickly flick through them, 103 against the West Indies in India, 2011, 124 in Kolkata, 2013 against the West Indies, 118 against the West Indies again, certainly like them, 2016, 113 against the West Indies, 4 out of 4 against them in St. Lucia. And then he broke it up with 106 against England in Chennai. Tongue's in around the wicket, and Sundar's edging it actually, and it's going through to a third or fourth slip on the bounce, and there's no run. Yeah, so England broke it up, 106 in 2021, and then 102 against Bangladesh in Chennai. So either West Indies or in India.
Yeah. How do we think Washington's looking here?
Fragile, I would say.
Certainly looks a little bit that way, doesn't he? Oh.
Then again, short ball, and Sundar, it allows the ball to hit him as he tries to duck out of the way, and just bounces down, and there's no run.
That was not good play, was it really? He looked scared.
No. Yeah.
That's just crashed into his hand. Should have had a short leg in there.
And he's taken his eyes off the ball, which is the worst thing he could possibly do.
It wasn't even that short, was it? I mean, it was about waist high in the end. I mean, if I were Stokes, I'd be tempted to put in a short leg now. Yeah, there you go.
Here it comes.
And then the batsman knows what's coming, and yeah, this could be interesting. I mean, with this change here, there's what, 3 balls left? Could be the last over. They might get another over in after this before lunch. But I'm sure Shubman's Gill's going to just take it. They've got a leg slip. Oh, hold on. Yeah, 2 behind. You know, they got a leg slip as well and a leg gully. Interesting.
So they do see a bit of a crack in the lineup here. Just Tongue's coming in again around the wicket, and it's another short ball, and Sundar's edging it again down to the offside. And
yeah, Sundar really doesn't look.
Gully.
Sundar really doesn't look comfortable.
No. Oh, it's a no ball.
And that's a no ball.
That's Bumrah's tactic against Jimmy Anderson in the last series over here.
Still get a few more balls in.
Well, I mean, that probably will do it. It's 59 now, so this is going to be the last over before lunch.
That was a good length delivery by Sundar, by Tongue, and Sundar's defending on the offside. Thinks about a single as it goes past the bowler, but mid-off's in play, and there's no run.
Wants to get off strike, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think he does. And Gill probably doesn't want to get on strike with lunch approaching.
Well, I don't think this will trouble Gill particularly. He's got 168. Yeah, he probably doesn't want to face up to anything before lunch. Might as well get to lunch intact with 2 balls left.
Another aggressive fielding position movement by Stokes. He's put in a short mid-wicket, and there's a short leg in place as well. So Tongue in again around the wicket. Another short ball, and Sundar's ducking and taking his eyes off the ball, and the ball goes through to the keeper.
Just unbelievably bad technique. I mean, doesn't anybody teach these kids how to face short pitch bowling?
Well, most of them play T20, don't they? They can only face one and over, and you know, it's
absolutely pathetic.
Yeah, he looks scared. Well, you know what's coming
after. And you
lunch.
wonder why they have so much concussion these days.
Yeah. Well, you know, the absence, advent of helmets and all the protective clothing. I guess the desire and skill to miss getting hit isn't quite as necessary as it used to be, but
Yep.
I mean, you think facing up to the West Indies barrage without any fucking head protection back in the day.
Exactly.
Another
You
ball
learn pretty
from
quickly.
Cone.
Yeah.
He tries to ball another short one, which doesn't quite get up and allows Sundar just to stand up straight and play it back down the wicket.
Malcolm
So
Marshall
that-
would ensure.
Yeah, exactly.
That will be lunch, and India go to lunch at 419 for 6. We've had 110 overs. Gill is 168 not out, and Washington Sundar looking very uncomfortable on 1 off 11. The only dismissal in that session was Ravi Jadeja, who was out for 89 off 137 balls. He hit 10 fours and a 6. So overall, what do you think, gents?
I think it's been a very good session for India, just what they needed. I do think this pitch is as flat as a pancake, and they need at least 450. But I mean, it's almost like that game when Karen Nair got his 300, isn't it? I mean, it's like England are at home, and if India gets a 450, you'd fancy England will certainly put their foot down and try and get. Well, I mean, in Headingley they ended up 6 runs short, but I think if they were on parity after the first innings, they fancy they're in the game. They want to chase, and they'll have a chase, possibly.
Yeah, if the spare stays there, then 500 is possible, I think.
Yeah, if Sundar can stay there for a little bit and support Gill, you can imagine Gill can open up, get his double ton, push them on. I mean, 500's what, 80 runs away. England would like to wrap it up before that. They survived 4 sessions. They've taken it out of the game. I mean, this game could have draw written all over it, which I don't like to see. I'd like a little bit more of a. Well, you never know. Wicket might do something later on in the game. Who knows? I mean, it is going to wear. There may be a bit of up and down later, and it might be easier to get wickets. But at the moment, it's bloody hard work for the bowlers.
If they can last until tea, I think you're probably looking at the percentage chance of a draw going up.
Well, I think if they last till tea, England will look to be at parity by the end of the day tomorrow. You'll have 2 days left. 2 innings, potentially. Only 180 overs, and it might not be long enough to get a result. Which would be a shame. I like results in test matches. But these things happen. It's been hard work for the bowlers, man.
It's been, definitely.
Anyway,
just out of interest, India's next batsman, Akash Deep, he has a test batting average of 80.
What?
8. Oh. 7 test matches he's played. He's got a top score of 31, batting average of 8.
Okay, looks like fun. Right, we're going to go to lunch. I'm going to have to run over and put something on, so there'll be a little bit of dead time.
See you later, gents.
We'll see you later. I'll see you're coming on for one session late this afternoon.
I am.
Yeah. We'll see you back then.
It's me today. Okay. So we'll see you next time, gents.
Okie doke. See you later. Bye.
Really like us, because that's always helpful.
Revolutionary cricket commentary.
I don't know. It's gin and tonic would be fine. It's the middle of the afternoon for me.
Well, we could certainly give you a gin and tonic. Fever Tree.
Although since I've been in India, there's a gin I've fallen in love with.
Tell us about it.
It's called Samsara Pink. It's made in India. It's fantastic. I mean, I used to be a Bombay Sapphire man for many years, and the Samsara Pink is just an amazing gin.
Well, next time
if you can get it, you should try it. Next time I'm there, I'll get a bottle. Yeah.
I don't like. I've never been a fan of gin. Don't get gin.
You're obviously not English.
Well, I like. Maybe I'm Scottish. I like whiskey. I don't know.
I'll drink gin with you. I'll drink gin. Maybe that's the day I finally get a train to the studio. Right. Oh, anyway, we've got a lot to talk about. We'll start very quickly, chaps. Obviously, the other voice you heard was our landlord, the bear. We'll start chatting about, very quickly, a quick well done to South Africa. And then, of course, we've got looming in front of us 5 magnificent tests against twice WTC final losers, India. But who are hoping to start the next cycle. Okay, here's my first question, chaps. Suddenly, it seems out of nowhere, everyone's talking about the cycle. I don't remember it being called the cycle for the last 2 World Test Championships. Suddenly, the phrase is everywhere. Has it always been there? Or since the start of the World Test Championship?
No, but maybe it's a sign that actually it's starting to have, I mean, like all these things, they start off as a little bit of a joke, don't they? I mean, I do think there's a lot of things that they need to do to make it more of a thing. But the fact that we had actually a great final, and it's the 3rd one we've had, and people are starting to get the idea that we're going to have a Test Championship final. You've got to start somewhere, right? And it grows. So I think it becomes relevant. And I think it becomes relevant at the end of one cycle and the beginning of the other, because you have the final and everyone goes, oh, that was magnificent. That was great. What a centrepiece. Da, 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 da. And then the next one starts immediately. And it's a big start. And England always have a big start against someone big. I mean, the last time we started against Australia in the Ashes and we got shit points out of that, even though it was a 2-2 draw. So, the start of the cycle is also quite important. You get a decent first run at the first series you have, it can kick on from there, and so people are into it. That's my view, anyway. And
what do you think?
I agree. I think it's a bit like people took a long time to warm up to the concept of T20, to franchise cricket, all of that. And it's a matter of it happening a few times for more and more people to get engaged with it and know that it's for real and it's going to stay. So, the fact that it is a 2-year cycle is now an established fact, and that's not going to change because they've just announced for 2031 up to 2031. So which means that there are going to be 3 more cycles. So now that it's a fact of life, everybody's starting to talk about the cycle. And to Bear's point, the moment you have a great final like we just did, a great test match which happened to be a final, that then that brings a lot of enthusiasm in people, I think, and they start looking at the next one. And of course, Bear, to your point about England, it's the best chance England has had in 3 cycles to start off with a huge number of points set off the table.
Well, right. Yeah, I think so. Well, we'll get onto that later in the pod, I suppose. But yeah, I do think that.
We should. I mean, okay. So let's start, if we can, just by quickly nodding back to the World Test Championship final. We talked a lot with Richard in the pub just before the World Test Championship final, and we talked about the fact that South Africa had only played 12 games to get there. England had played 24 in the cycle. Australia had played 19. I didn't count out India's, but the fact that they'd got there. However, not only did they get there, they were just brilliant against what did all of a sudden start to look like an ageing Australian team. And I don't think there's anybody who will walk away from either watching it on the telly or having been at what seemed a very well attended Lords, not thinking, well done South Africa, and it's good for the game. Is that kind of how you felt?
Yeah, it is the fact that they played half the games as any of the big 3, if you like. It is the fact that they had weaker opposition in that 2-year cycle, and they did win a lot in those series to get up to the points. But what I think also helped them in the final is having it in conditions which favored bowling, because bowling is their strength.
Yeah.
And Australia, of course, has equally good batting and bowling, if you like, but probably slightly better bowling. But the fact that South Africa's bowlers were able to, Rabada particularly was able to get the kind of dominance that he did very early on in the test, I think had a lot to do with how they eventually performed. And as we know, in all cases in such conditions, you just need that one or two batters to really stand up and play an extraordinary
And they
innings,
had it in
which Markram did.
Yeah.
And Bavuma in the second innings as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and Bavuma in the second innings. I know I was abusing him the first evening because he was just standing there getting slapped left, right, and center. But then the second day he did change his whole approach right from the beginning. So maybe it was a strategy, and what do I know? He's won the World Test Championships.
Well, he has. I think Australia's. Messi says, Australia's batting's fine. I don't think it is fine. I'll be honest with you.
I think there's a problem at the opening.
They certainly haven't sorted
out a huge problem opening.
They got a huge problem opening. Khawaja's done. Labuschagne ain't an opener, right? And they got the same problem.
And Labuschagne shouldn't be in the team at the moment.
Well, yeah. There's an argument for that. Everyone says he's a great, but I don't think he's great. He's a wannabe Steve Smith who isn't as good as Steve Smith, right? And that's quite clear. You got Travis Head, who normally stands up. For once, he didn't in a final, which is good for everyone else. And other than that,
but that's only because it wasn't India on the other side.
Well, maybe, but yeah, it's true.
It's true. It was India both times, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, but
Oval and
Australia have got big problems in their batting. I think they've got a lot of people who are pretty old, and a lot of people who aren't performing now. There's nothing to say that they won't stand up and perform when it comes to the Ashes next winter, which that's time for another podcast. But there's weaknesses all over that Australian batting order for me, and they were exploited by South African bowling. Who bowled really? Rabada was amazing, and Lugi Ndidi finally stood up, in the second innings when he took those 3 wickets, which is really important. You got Smith, LBW.
Any fast bowler in the world injured more often than Jeffrey Archer, it's not Bumrah, it's Ndidi.
Yes, he does spend a lot of time injured too. He's got a beautiful wife, I'll tell you that though. Jesus. Anyway.
We are then. Select him on that basis. I looked at our viewing figures on day 3, which was really the day when South Africa were marching not quite to victory, and it was fantastic. And I looked at the geography of those, and we had an awful lot of happy South Africans who finding us from all around the world, which was very encouraging. We should move on because we got a fabulous 5 test. I won't say peak summer series because obviously peak summer is reserved for the more important issue of the 100. But we've got a fabulous 5 test series against India. I found out, Anindo, something you'll definitely know already, that what I hadn't appreciated was since India first played a test in 1932, yeah, not 1832, 1932, they didn't win a test match away from home until 1968. Is that right?
67, yes, 67 in New Zealand.
Oh yeah, Ajit Wadekar made 80. Prasanna took 6 for 94.
Yeah,
and Dunedin.
They won. That was the first away series that they won.
Yeah.
So it took a while.
So they often don't travel well, but what has absolutely fascinated me, looking at the Indian team, let alone let's not worry about England for a minute, is all of the names that aren't there.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the squad now, and I'm thinking, who do they pick?
Well, listen to this. Okay, listen to this. If you were to pick a team to potentially be world beaters, Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Hardik Pandya, Sirikumar Yadav, Mohammad Shami, Shreyas Iyer, Axar Patel, Ravi Ashwin, you put all of them in it, then I found out another bunch of names are regularly featured. all I did is I went back over the squads for the last India Test series, and I think possibly the Champions Trophy, and I just looked at them with Patidar, Khan, Ishan Kishan, Sanju Samson, Ravi Bishnoy, Chakravarti, Devendra Chahal.
Yeah, some of those aren't test players.
Those wouldn't.
But we're mixing
100%.
formats here.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably. That's probably one. But Rohit, Kohli. When was the last time Pandya paid a test? Mohammad Shami, for example. They're
So Shami's injured.
huge names.
Pandya, I'm not sure what the issue is with Pandya, but he wasn't. Maybe he was injured. Whatever the reason, he wasn't considered for tests. So I know he's not been playing tests for a while. Ashwin's retired, Rohit's retired, Kohli's retired. The only person you could think of who should have been there, who's not yet retired, is Rahane. And Rahane's been out of the team for a while.
Yeah, although he does have experience in England.
He does have experience in England. So yeah, see, look, I mean, I think like Australia will go in perhaps after the Ashes. India is in a position where there is a transition going on. I think it's going to take a couple of years before the Indian Test squad comes back to the level that it was a year ago, even. So it's one of those things that we know it happens with any team, and that's what India is going through at the moment.
Yeah, Australia, we suspect, are about to.
Yeah.
Yes, right after the Ashes. I think that's what's going to happen with Australia.
You know, to a certain degree, England have done it, haven't they? I mean, they've gone through it and they've kind of found a way with a bunch of
pre-Bazball.
Pre-Bazball and the start of Bazball, they brought in a whole bunch of youngsters. I mean, we've got issues with our bowling attack.
Well, that's it. Chris Woakes is 36 now, is he? And he's going to be leading our attack. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's at least got experience. You've got some youngsters there. I mean, that's the problem. You need experience. You need someone to lead the attack, right? I mean, we've got a whole bunch of newbies who have bowled hardly anything in Test matches. Great, they've got first-class experience. But I mean, this is the thing. It's the stepping up, and that's what.
Or at least they're bowling in home condition, which is something.
Which is going to be helpful. I think, you know, if this weather holds, Headingley is going to be a batting paradise for the first few days anyway. So, you know, Headingley can be capricious when it's wet and grim, but it can be also batting paradise when it's, you know, sunny overhead.
Maybe that's the important thing. That regardless of the fact that whether it's a batting paradise or not. Whoever, for me, in this series, whoever wins the bowling wins the test.
Yes.
I don't think it's going to be about batting at all.
No, well, yeah. Well, this is it. I mean, I do worry about. Hold on. I do worry about India's top order. You know,
Of course.
I mean, there's some.
Which is why the bowlers need to do their job.
Massive potential there. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how Jaiswal does in English conditions. I've kind of looked at some of the scores in some of the warm-up games. Hasn't done fantastic. Karen Nair, obviously, last time he faced us in a test, scored a triple ton, so that's going to be interesting.
And then got dropped.
Weird. But apparently he is top first-class batter in India. Currently, Shubman Gill. Didn't do great last time he was here, and then he also got KL Rahul, who did do pretty well last time. He was a bit of a rock, but never really got massive scores, did he? I mean, but was pretty handy last time here. Obviously, Rishabh Pant is back as keeper, can be destructive. I imagine Jadeja starts. I mean, you're only going to have one spinner, right? And Jadeja. I mean, this is the thing. Ashwin retiring weirdly. I mean, he hardly ever played when he came to England because Jadeja was always a better batter, right? So you choose one.
I would have started with Kuldeep, but for the fact that, to your point, the batting is so inexperienced that you need Jadeja in the middle order to give it some stability in case there's a top order collapse. Yeah. That's the reason why I would play Jadeja. Not because he's a better spinner than Kuldeep. Definitely not.
That's fair enough.
And then have a little chat about the captaincy. That would be, to me, fascinating. There was a great piece by, in the Times today, I think, Michael Atherton, who said you can tell the story of the Indian Republic as much through its cricket captains as you can its prime ministers. And you've got Bumrah, apparently Bumrah said, I don't want it. I just want to focus on my game, and he effectively turned it down, despite having not done too badly when he had the opportunity.
It's not because he wanted to only focus on his game. I did read the full statement that he made. What he basically said was his medical team has told him that he cannot be playing 5 test series if he wants to keep playing cricket. It's as simple as that. They've just told him that, look, if you do it for that length of time over a short period of time, you are going to destroy your career. So you make a choice as to how you're going to time your matches, and which is why he's decided that in the any 5 test series, he's not going to be able to play more than 3, and those 3 will be decided on how his back is doing. So what he said is, while I love captaincy and I enjoy doing it, I cannot put my team through a situation where I suddenly don't show up for the second test just because my back's not doing well. And it's just not fair to expect somebody to step in at that point in time, which is why I told BCCI that I do not want to be captain.
So they've you're right. So that's actually very practical, thought through, non-emotional reasons. But what happened for making that decision?
I mean, I get the problem India are going to have is if Shubman Gill does get found out and does what he did last time, which wasn't score a great deal of runs and get done by the moving ball and keep nipping off to the keeper for not very many, it's not going to. He's not
do much. Anderson abroad this time.
Well, he isn't. But it's not going to do much for the team if that happens.
He's either going to be a Mike Braley or he's going to be a Virat Kohli, right? So he's going to be a fantastic captain while he's a very ordinary batting performance, or captaincy is going to raise his batting, like it did for Virat. So I think it's a bit binary at the moment. In my mind, if I was to try to pick Shubman Gill as a batsman, he may not even walk into the Indian team.
Yeah, well,
he's an interesting character.
His average is 32 or something like that.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
He showed so much potential when he started, but it's fallen off. Like a lot of people.
In red ball cricket, I think he needs to get his mojo back. So let's see whether captaincy does that for him.
Well, he's got big shoes to fill. So what do you think we can expect?
He's 25. So,
yeah, he's 25. What can we expect? And he averages 35, I think.
32. You just got told.
32 tests, average 35. If I look at his averages by country, it's quite telling. At home, 42. Bangladesh, 39. Then it goes down in Australia, it goes further down in West Indies, it goes further down in South Africa, until you get to England, admittedly based on 3 tests, where he averages 15.
Yeah.
Or 14.
And those 3 tests, Tony, the issue I have with that stat, well, first of all, I would say that perhaps we could look at it like you would have looked at Virat Kohli post 2014 England, right? And Virat Kohli post that, when he came back to England, was a completely different player. So let's not judge Shubman Gill on how he performed the last time he was in England. And those 3 tests has been played over 3 different series. He's played it's the 2 World Test Championship 2 years apart, and 1 test against England.
What do you think we might expect from him in terms of style of captaincy? So with Ben Stokes, you kind of know what you're going to get. You're going to always be on the front foot. You're going to look to take the aggressive, positive move. You'll always be expecting possibly funky fields when things are not quite going England's way. There's traits, very obvious ones, to Ben Stokes' captaincy. What do you think Shubman Gill might be bringing to a comparatively inexperienced party with an inexperienced captain?
I've never, obviously, like anybody else, I've never seen him captain a red ball side, right? But looking at the way he's been captaining, so I'm looking at 2 things. One is the way he's been captaining white ball sides, franchise sides, but also the way he behaves as a player in red ball cricket, which I've observed in the past. So I'm hoping, and I don't know whether it's going to be true, but I'm hoping that he's sort of going to be a combination of Kohli and Rahane, where he has some element of aggression. He doesn't like, just letting people get past without, talking back at them and needling them and getting everyone up and riling. So you should see a bit of Virat Kohli on that, in that respect. But he's also, I think, quite a thoughtful captain who is willing to give a lot of rope to people who play in his team. So I think that's why I think he might be a good combination of the two. But the biggest worry remains, how is his personal batting form going to affect that captaincy? I think that clearly remains.
And that's the acid test. I'm just looking at averages as captain for India. Virat Kohli averaged.
Yeah, he's extraordinary. I mean, compared to any captain in world cricket ever.
As part of 55. So. Tendulkar, Gavaskar, Dravid, Azharuddin, always in the mid to upper 40s, and then I think 50 odd for Gavaskar and Tendulkar. Then if you look at, is he batting at 4? Shubhas, I think he is.
Shubman Gill bats at 3, doesn't he?
I think he's down to. I think they've said he's down to bat at 4.
He might.
Then you're looking at Ganguly, Tendulkar,
Well, there's Karun Nair who would probably come in at 4. But I don't know how that lands.
Big shoes to fill, though. Big shoes to fill.
Who is going to open with Jaiswal?
Rahul.
Okay, Rahul's going to go back to opening.
Yeah.
Okay, that's probably sensible.
Yeah.
That's what he opened last time, didn't he? Actually, in England.
That's right.
That's probably good.
He used to be a regular opener until Rohit came to the side.
Yeah,
as an opener.
That's true. So who are you going to? So let's go through first test, first game, first team. So you got Shubman Gill. You got Jaiswal and Rahul opening. Then you've probably got what? Shubman at 3, Karun Nair at 4. Then who comes after that? Then you've got Dhruv, Jurel, Syed Siddharthan.
Yeah.
You might actually give Sai Sudarshan a go here.
Okay, so that he's 5.
Yeah. Pant at 6.
Pant at 6. Okay, Jadeja at 7.
Jadeja at 7.
Then you got your bowlers. So you obviously the first test they're going to put Jasper.
Probably Shardul at 9.
Okay, Shardul. He's a bit of a waste of a bowler for me, but hey, there you go. Especially in England, didn't do particularly well last time. I happily have him in the side.
Yeah. But he has this thing of he's very expensive and he looks like complete crap, and then he takes wickets.
Yeah, he can do occasionally. That's fair enough. Presumably, then you've got.
And he can bat. So,
he can bat. I'll give him that.
And he's been in fantastic form in red ball cricket domestically.
Okay.
He's been playing really well as a batter as well.
Okay, and then presumably you got Siraj and Bumrah, the 2 experienced bowlers, so you've probably got those on the side. And who gets the other place? Arshdeep Singh for the first test, or Akashdeep?
I would pick Arshdeep, but I don't know whether the team selections will pick Arshdeep. So they've got the choice of Rashid Krishna, who I would not take in England. They've, I think, just brought Harshit Rana into the team. I have no idea why. I would go with.
They're saying it's backup. Didn't he do okay?
For Bumrah, I guess. Yeah.
Pace, probably, isn't it? I mean, if I'm looking at Crick Info, I love this. Arshdeep Singh is left arm medium fast, but Prashi Krishna is right arm fast medium. I haven't quite got. That's that 1 mile an hour difference makes you fast medium rather than medium fast. But Harshit Rana is down as right arm fast.
Yeah, he is. He does have pace.
And then you've got Kuldeep.
But he's not an obvious inclusion in the test side.
Took 1 for 99, I think, at Canterbury.
But just for variety, I would bring in Arshdeep and see how he goes.
Yeah, it might be quite good. He's left arm over as well. Exactly that. Right.
Move the ball away from the
and get some swing in if there is any, which there probably will be because it's England. Although in this heat there might not be, but who knows. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, whatever, isn't it? I mean, what's Eswaran like? Having Manu as a batter?
He's a good batter, but I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be place for him. These are all top order bats, and you've got to find that right 11. So I don't know if the first if the first 11 clicks and Ishwaran is not in there, maybe he'll, get a chance later in the series. But I doubt he's going to be first pick.
Yeah, he's 68 and 89 against the Lions, so he's definitely been in some decent touch. Is it Eswaran? Is that how you say his name, Eswaran?
Ishwaran. Yeah, but he was opening there, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't. Yeah, he might well have been. So how
played the test, did he?
No.
So I don't believe.
And how many tests does Jasprit play? Does he play 1, 3, and 5, and they rest him in between?
No, I don't think that's. See, that's what Bumrah was saying, that he doesn't know which tests he's going to play. He's just said that he's going to play 3 out of 5, but he doesn't know which test he's going to play, and which is the uncertainty he didn't want to bring into the captaincy.
Well, yeah, you see, I think there's a decent break after the first test, isn't there? There's one test, and then you've got that 10 days off. Yeah.
And would you want him particularly at Lords? I mean, there's a lot of conditions around Lords which potentially would favour, which is the second test.
It's not, it's the third test, this Lords.
Is it? Yeah, you're right. It's Leeds, Edgbaston,
Lords,
then Lords, Manchester, Old Trafford, Oval. And then, of course, finishing at the Oval.
So where do you think, as forget the fact that you're English fans, so where do you think Bumrah should ideally be playing? Which test should he be playing from a condition standpoint?
I would probably say 1, 3, 5, because you can the first 3. You want,
which is Leeds.
You want to get
Lords,
your best side on, which
Oval.
would be Leeds,
What's
Lords, Oval. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense to me. Well, Manchester's a pretty. Well, I mean, Manchester's a pretty good bowling.
I was just going to say Old Trafford. Why not Old Trafford?
Yeah, you might want him at Old Trafford.
Did we learn anything from the 2 Lions games? It was a fairly strong Lions team, and there's quite a few players who were playing in that. I don't know what happened in the inter-squad game, which I think they were playing at Canterbury, but a few players certainly stood up during the Lions matches. Eswaran would be definitely one of them, for example.
Yeah, Karun Nair.
Karun Nair should have. I mean, he made a double ton, didn't he?
Yes, the first innings, I think.
Yeah, he made a double ton in the first innings of the Canterbury game, and he made it fairly quickly as well, about 280 odd balls. So there must be 1 or 2 players that came out of that who would have probably should have nailed on their places based on those performances, or would have affected the way the Indian selectors think. And he would, I would argue, be Jaiswal. I think made a few, didn't he? Made 60 odd, but I mean he's already nailed on. But it was interesting how those were proper games with the right number of, with 11 playing 11, and it was a good England Lions team. Sometimes teams come over and those games it's like 13 aside and they're simply thrown together just to get time on the park. But you had a feeling with those there was more riding on it, and it was played in that way. So I suspect India will have learned quite a bit from playing 2 very competitive games against some of those for some of that team. And Shardul Thakur might be one of them, although I don't think he particularly shone. He took a couple of wickets. I don't think he did anything massive, did he, Thakur?
I can't find the scorecard for that.
I think they'd probably pick him on the basis of past performance and his domestic form.
He played at Canterbury, 2 for 105 and none for 40 at Northampton. Doesn't scream he should be playing. Whereas, like you say, if someone stands tall and gets a double ton, it's very hard to ignore against what was a pretty decent England attack, I think.
I'm just looking at the matches with the England Lions. So Ishwaran was playing at number
ton in the first innings of the Canterbury game, and he made it fairly quickly as well, about 280 odd balls. So there must be one or two players that came out of that who would have probably should have nailed on their places based on those performances, or would have affected the way the Indian selectors think. And he would, I would argue, be Jaiswal. I think made a few, didn't he? Made 60 odd, but I mean he's already nailed on. But it was interesting how those were proper games with the right number of, with 11 playing 11. It was it was a good England Lions team. Sometimes teams come over and those games it's like 13 aside and they're simply thrown together just to get time on the park. But you had a feeling with those there was more riding on it, and it was played in that way. So I suspect India will have learned quite a bit from playing two very competitive games against some of those for some of that team. And Shardul Thakur might be one of them, although I don't think he particularly shone. He took a couple of wickets. I don't think he did anything massive, did he, Thakur?
I can't find the scorecard for that.
I think they'd probably pick him on the basis of past performance and his domestic form.
He played at Canterbury, 2 for 105, and none for 40 at Northampton. Doesn't scream he should be playing. Whereas, like you say, if someone stands tall and gets a double ton, it's very hard to ignore against what was a pretty decent England attack, I think.
I'm just looking at the matches with the England Lions. So Ishwan was playing at number 3, and going the way he's played, maybe if he comes in at number 3, then Gill goes to 4 and Karun Nair goes to 5. And then you've got Pant and everything else. So that's a likely lineup as well.
I mean, interestingly, wasn't it? I mean, both games were a draw. The Lions managed to score 587 in their single innings in the first game.
Yeah, the Indian bowlers didn't really do a fantastic job at that.
So okay, shall we look at England just for a little bit? What about that number 3 position for England? There is Ollie Pope nailed on.
Oh, and I think
can they not ignore Bethel, which they were making? Stokes was making noises, wasn't he, about he's going to be our number 3 for India. So, what do we think?
No, well, yeah, but he quickly poo-pooed that and cleared himself up literally within about 2 hours, didn't he? I mean, I don't think. I don't think they changed from the last test. Now, whether that's right or wrong, I don't know. I mean, Pope could be ejected, and Bethel given a chance to come in at the number 3 spot. I mean, Attendo states Pope is probably better off at 5 or 6 as a batsman anyway. And the problem is, if you're going to go in with Jamie Smith, he's just 6 or 7. I mean, this is it. I mean, how far down do you go? I mean, you've got to fit in, presuming you're keeping Crawley. You're going to have Duckett's undroppable at the moment. 3 is your one position if they stick with Pope. I mean, your 2 positions that are up for grabs in England side, you'd have to say are Pope and Crawley, right? And both scored tons in the last test. So, as per normal, they set themselves up against the weak opposition to be picked for the first test against better opposition, which you can't argue too much against it because you can only go on what you've last performed, right? Crawley, it has to be said, maybe shit at county cricket, but a bit like Michael Vaughan, seems to be able to step up when it comes to test matches. Bit hit or miss, but you can imagine he'll have a fairly decent summer, funnily enough, and then Root obviously at 4 is on fantastic form as per normal. Brooks at 5, Stokes at 6.
Oh, there he is. The bear's appeared.
Well, I'm here, yes.
Oh, he has appeared. Who are you talking to there? I couldn't work it out.
I wasn't talking to anybody. Oh, what? And that was the podcast. That was an Indo and...
it was the podcast.
Yes.
I was wondering. I was about to say where you moved Steve.
Well, I'm not supposed to be on. Messrs and Ajit are supposed to be on. Hopefully they will appear shortly, and I will disappear once more.
As you said.
There he is.
And there's Ajit.
And as if on command.
Okay. So I am now out, and I'm on in half an hour, so I'll see you then.
Perfect.
Cheers.
Well, India 419 for 6, Shubman Gill looking very good. He's played a couple of wonderful captain's innings. You have to say Messi. I mean, his
I think
batting seems to be
Shubman Gill
sublime.
is a joy to watch. He really is. It's fantastic. I still think, though, India need another 100 runs at the very least to be in a reasonable position.
Well, there's no doubt about it. They'll be nervous having seen what England did in the first test.
Yeah.
That's always the way. Well, Shoaib Bashir is the man who will continue, or start rather after
audible?
lunch. Hi, Ajit.
Hi. Hello. Good afternoon all. And well, it's going to be a testing period for India because Gill has to not only carry the load of maybe scoring the runs. Sundar looked decidedly uncomfortable against pace. So I'm going to see how England are going to respond from what we saw the last over before lunch.
Yeah, well, 110 overs. England have been in the field. India 496. So I say Bashir will come in, one slip in. He bowls. It's a lovely length. It's pushed forward, and that's just another easy single. They might even look to two, but it is just a single. This is what the Bear and I were saying earlier, Messi, is that England appear to have given them quite a lot of those kind of singles.
Yep. I do think they're just letting the game drift a bit. I think that delivery tongues was an excellent one. Got Jadeja, but beyond that, there's been very little that they've had to worry about.
I mean,
I was on
it
the
also
phone
gives them
for
the
an hour.
confidence. Yeah.
Bashir will come into the left-handed Washington Sundar, who was on one. This is Phil, the straight defended. Well, I was on the phone to a Wi-Fi person for an hour, so I haven't seen any of the cricket. So what happened to the back end of the session? It was a decent delivery, was it?
It was a very good delivery. It was a shorter ball that climbed a bit on Jadeja, and he had nowhere to go. Tried
It was a Jaffa.
Yeah.
Bashir comes in.
Off
It
the
was
glove.
tossed up and turned into the leg side. Stokes clapped his hand. Okay, good. Well, Josh Taylor, I have to say I'm a big fan of. I'm not sure Bear is the biggest fan of him, although it does take quite a lot to impress the Bear.
Well, he's also good at cleaning up tails.
Well, unless you
again. There's a bit of indecision.
dear.
Could be a run-out chance. No, they just about get back. Washington Sundar seemed to want the single. Shubman Gill wasn't for moving on 169.
That's a weird thing to do. He had just chipped it wide off mid-wicket fielder. That was a definite run at the run.
Back into the side. He's just keen to get a few runs. He'll be a bit jittery, you have to say.
I think so.
And Bashir, especially if Bashir can just throw a couple wider, I reckon try and get him driving. He does throw this one wider and he pushes it into the offside for no run.
Hides the clone extra cover. But yeah, go on. Yes,
There
Messi?
is a secret to impressing the Bear, Billy.
Keep a mid-wicket.
Bring a lot of beer.
Yeah. Also that. Okay. I was going to start with keep a mid-wicket while you're bowling, but yes.
I don't worry. I was already going for a bit, or give him a winning horse tip or something, Messi.
This helps. Yes.
Washington Sundar faces up again. One ball. This is flatter and quicker from Bashir, defended comfortably.
I like what
that
Bashir
is
is
the end
doing
of
there.
111 overs. Nelson up in overs. India 420 for 6. Are there any messages?
Yes, indeed. Kieran Roseblade is getting very, very chippy. He says, lads, can someone tell the ICC that players don't need 40 minutes to have lunch? Get on with it. Have a sandwich, a coffee, go to the bowl, wash your hands, then get back out there. It's so slow.
I think it's the break, right? The
Clyde
physical
Jones
break.
says,
that they
Kieran,
can
I'm
get.
in England now. The sun is hot today and they need it. Kieran says, I understand the weather's sunny, but a 15 to 30-minute break is more than enough. What I don't get is why they don't do two 30-minute breaks during the play.
I think that might be coming in the coming years. We might see that. Yeah.
It makes so much more sense.
Yeah.
Well, my more problem is Jadeja deciding to have a drink after 10 minutes of play, or them all going out to start and then something happens behind the sight screen. Gill faces up 169. Nelson in overs. This is short, wide, and dabbed away. Nice shot. He'll jog back for a single. Nice shot down to backward point. So yeah, 421 for 6. England's not the morning session that they would have hoped. You have to
They
say.
just took one wicket. But now I'm curious if Mr. Sundar will be subjected to some more of the chin music stuff. I'm actually surprised at how uncomfortable he looked. Tongue is rapid, but this pitch is not all that fast as, I don't know, Perth or a Bridgetown or something. And he's done well in Australia and even parts of South Africa, if I'm not wrong. So I'm just curious if it's just Tung getting into his act very well. That got Sundar. You can see a short leg. You can see fielders moving around. I think there's going to be probably a leg slip. We see some field changes there. So there's a catching square leg. There's a short mid-off or a shortish mid-on, not an action, and a leg slip as I anticipated, along with short leg.
Yeah, you'd think it could be short pitch barrage. It's well left in Washington Sunder. It was Fuller. Tung gives him a little stare with that lovely kind of Australian-looking mullet of his, Messi. Did you when you had hair Messi, did you like to have a mullet going?
I never had a mullet. I did have long hair in my 20s, but it was not a mullet, I can assure you.
Not even the 70s?
Any chance you could put a photo of a younger looking you on the group, Messi? I'd be interested to see what you look like.
I'll see what I can find for
Washington Sunder faces up. Tung bowls. This is well bowled, a little bit of nip off the seam. And Sunder's
a full ball.
Washington Sunder. Sorry, Ajit.
As it's a full ball. So Sundar is sort of parked in the crease, closer to the stumps, expecting shorter ones. And so far, Tung has been just hitting the good length. So it's sort of a cat and mouse game going on.
Yeah, it's a back of length, and sometimes many bowlers like to do the bounce of barrage and then bowl the full one and trap them LBW as the surprise.
Or caught it.
Sunder 1 off 18 so far, 3 balls gone in the over, 421 for 6 is the score. Tung bowls around the wicket. This is shorter, and Sunder does nicely to get on the back foot and defend.
And he stayed sort of on the stumps or just outside the off stump, 3rd, 4th, 5th stump. Oh, hang on.
Another no ball. That's where you'd get that really irritating Indian siren in the IPL.
Thankfully not in the tests and no super hit. I'm sure Sundar is there.
They do it in the tests as well, don't they?
No.
In India?
No. I hope not. I really hope not.
Tung continues around the wicket. Yeah, 7 balls. This is defended once again by Washington Sunder. No, my favourite bit about not my favourite bit about the IPL. I mean, it's a low bar for my favourite bit of the IPL. But they do the emotional music after the whole. They do like the theme tune very slow with any shot.
I see.
And it's just. I don't know. And they're expanding the IPL, and Indian cricket's taking over the world. It's a nightmare, in my opinion. But anyway, Washington Sunder faces up once more. This is back of a length, a pretty filthy ball from Josh Tung. A short one, poorly directed, goes down the leg side, but it wasn't a wide. So 1 ball left in the 112th over, 422
First one sort of hitting the right shoulder of the batter or aim towards it, but it was filthy enough that, as you correctly said, all Sundar had to do was just let it pass. Just look at it as it passed. He's giving him a few sighters. You can also see a long leg, a leg slip, a short leg was actually deepish set. So, interesting.
Yeah, last ball coming in the over. This is short again on a kind of back of a length and defended nicely by it. So is Washington Sunder the type of person who will get impatient, or is he perfectly happy?
No, he's a good batter. He's a top order batter almost. So this is going to be a good contest. Yes, Messi?
I think you're... Well, I don't rate him as highly as you do. Put it like that.
Maybe, yes.
Paul Stratton says, David Gower was partial to beef Wellington for lunch. Jesus Christ, if you had beef Wellington and then went out to bat, he wouldn't be running into that. Leah says, hi, Ajit. Kieran Roseblade. Oh, for fuck's sake, Kieran. Says, Billy, the only person you should be on the phone to for an hour is my cousin.
Yes, I thought you might be about to say that, Kieran.
Forget the future wife. Focus on the future wife. I understand she's already somebody else's future wife.
Yeah, she's
Kieran.
taken.
There's a problem
She's
there.
taken her. Well, just because there's a keeper, Messi, and all that.
You don't give up that.
Bashir will come in again. This is balls on the full and turned. Damn it, Grant. See, it's just another. I just don't like that.
No.
I mean, as a bowler, that would drive me absolutely nuts, and it does drive me nuts when they just get an easy single like that, and it's ridiculous.
No, I think that's a plan. So they're happy to bowl more at Sundar, who's not as attacking or as quick with his runs so far. They're giving Gill a single. It's almost an agreed single.
I get that, but I still think Shubman Gill's a batsman that you need to dismiss. I mean, why you can't just let him bat. This is short, wide, pretty filthy delivery from Bashir, and once again they'll get another single. I'm never, unless they're proper rabbits, I'm never that big of a fan of just bowling at one batter.
Look, if you are a good batter, as Sundar can be, let's just say he's going to happily take all the balls you bowl at him, and once his eye is in, you're going to pay as a fielding team, I suppose.
Gill faces up again, 424 for 6. This is a nice delivery. And I've been pretty impressed. Messi with Bashir, 1 for 98 off, 125, I think that was off 28 overs. His biggest read at the moment. What would you say?
I'm neither impressed or unimpressed. But Bashir, I just think he's ordinary.
Well, no, but I mean, in this game, not in general. In general, he's below ordinary.
He's plugged away.
Right. Nice drive from Shubman Gill. Really nice drive, wonderfully timed. It was just a push drive, and he's going to get 4 for it. Goes against the spin. Wonderful shot. Beautiful. Moves the score on to 432-6.
Class assists delayed that one. Leaning over the ball, just threading that through extra cover. There's a catching extra cover and there's a mid-off. That's like what you get the purists spurring at this, no? And all timing. He didn't hit the ball.
All timing. I was just about to say. Really good shot. What will Bashir's comeback be? He's nearly gone for a ton. This has turned into the leg side. He has now gone for a ton as they trot through for a single.
Now I don't understand that. They had pushed the man to long on. It was almost like, and he bowled on the middle stump. That was like a one-day shot where he got a single. If you want to keep Washington on strike, maybe at the beginning of next over, you're going to bowl the next balls tight and let Gill not get off the strike. This is interesting.
Yeah, 1 ball left to go in the 113th. Bashir continues to wheel away around the wicket to Washington. So the bowls he prods forward. There's a little bit of spin and bounce there, but
it saw Gill was eager on a single then. Interesting. Okay.
So 429 for 6, 113 gone. Messi.
Sorry, I was just trying to find a photo of me as requested.
Wow.
Jay
This would
Grover
be
says,
fantastic.
I have seen a photo of hippie Jez with hippie Jezlets. It is mint. I'm looking for it now, Jay. Leah says, I used to have the IPL theme as my ringtone. Always fun getting a call during a ciggy break next to the Indian City Tour agency. What's the problem with polyandry, though? The Mormon thing is okay with guys, but once it you turn the table, it's icky all of a sudden. Well, I don't think either it's good. I think marriage is a ridiculous concept anyhow.
Tongue in again, and Gill works this one off the hit for a single. So marriage is a ridiculous concept, Leslie. That's not something to instill on the youth of today.
No, also an agreed single. But look, that's a lot to discuss. Maybe something for a lunch break where we can all.
No. It's something for now. The Grilla listeners want to hear what Messi's pearl of wisdom.
Exactly.
They don't care about Shubman Gill knocking his way to a double turn.
My experience is only of failed marriages, so I'm not one to tell you how to have a good marriage. But I've failed twice, and I've decided that living with someone for the whole of your life is not a very good idea.
Sundar faces up. This is off the back foot and pushes into the offside for a single.
First, just a word on this, that, indeed it was a fuller ball and he was happy to get a strike, just prod it wide of cover. But look, it takes patience, and it's also tough with the modern day where we are all equals. Both partners who come into a marriage will normally be equal, and that is one of the things that we have to learn to deal with in a marriage. So, but it will take some adjustment on both sides for sure. So it should probably be called patience.
Every time you're married, it takes adjustment. That's the thing.
Tongue balls again. This is pushed into the offside by Gill. There's another single.
Wide of point, another agreed single. But look, that's why you stay married to the same person. You don't want to throw that.
No. The only reason to stay married to the same person is because it's so expensive to get divorced.
Also that helps.
Now, England have bought the helmet on. You'd think Ollie Pope is about to go into short leg, and he...
Some chin music at Sundar then. But this is not what you want as England. As the strike rotates, the field has to change every ball, and that's exactly what India want. So they'll be very happy with how this over has gone. More quantification from Messi to follow.
The left hand, right hand combination does make it difficult. This is poor delivery from Josh Tongue that Sundar watches through, short and wide, and left alone.
The length was okay.
6 is the score.
The length was okay.
That was
that
was filth. That was absolute filth. That was a loose one. Come on, Adrian.
Go on, Messi. Anything for all the young whippersnappers who are listening?
Kieran Rhodes played says, I can see my cousin is engaged, but fortunately I have another female cousin, just turned 18, single, likes long walks on the beach and candlelit
Oh,
dinners.
wow.
Finance available,
That's nice.
trade-ins welcome.
This is down the leg side, back of the length from Josh Tongue and left Wellington. Is she a Liverpool fan, Kieran? You know, what have we got in common?
I think Kieran basically has an endless supply of Russian cousins available
I
to
see.
you.
I see. By the way, that ball was a good short ball, just that it did not bounce enough. And Sundar sort of half ducked and saw it off over his shoulder. So we are getting more and more of Tongue sort of getting into his work here.
One ball left and Tongue's over. This is a better length delivery and pushed. Nicely by Washington Sundar for a single, so he will keep the strike. End of the 114th over.
Well,
India,
the line was on the off, not what they
433
want. They were playing the spaces on the off.
That was fun.
And he just worked it for a single. But India would be happy.
Paul Stratton says, we have a problem when our test spinner can't get a county contract. Sums it up, really.
He's not very parsimonious, but go on.
Yeah.
Yes.
To be fair, says Leah, he's a better test spinner than a first-class spinner.
Good point.
Leah says, has anyone seen that American polyandry soap about the most dysfunctional polycule ever?
Love. What's it called? Love?
Annie's
Big
listening.
Love.
She just says, you cynic, Messi. I am. Oh, well, when you live as long as I do, you can't help becoming a cynic. You know that.
Bashir, and again, this is defended by Sundar. Messi, I'm playing cricket on Tuesday for my old school versus the MCC, which will be quite exciting.
Oh, holy cow.
Is that Sherburn?
Good luck.
That is Messi. You've been there, haven't you? You've been to the town?
Yeah. I went to Sherburn when I was at Downside. So, 60 years
Very
ago.
nice.
You're an old Gregorian, Messi.
I am indeed, yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Lovely to hear.
I fucking hated the place.
Well, all of my family went there, apart from me. Not all of them, but my dad's side. And
really?
then the school's gone to shit, so they didn't send us there.
The school was shit when I was there, mate.
Why didn't you enjoy it, Messi? I have to.
Total sense of abandonment, total lack of any emotion.
The strikes changed over there. Sorry to interrupt. That
Here comes it again.
Sundar-
This is Raptor on the pad. Hang on, I want to hear about Messi's downside experience. I forget about the cricket.
All right.
India are battering us. It's fine. I want to hear Messi's down. You weren't beaten, were you, Messi?
Oh, I was beaten occasionally, but that wasn't the issue. The issue was monks running a place with 450 boys who had no sense of support, who were away from any sort of family support at all, who were abandoned, and in a place where it was just totally lacking in any emotional support. So, yeah.
Oh, dear.
Emotional abuse, I think, is what I call it.
But those were the times.
I'm very
wasn't
sorry
it?
to hear that.
In the
Sundar
meantime-
faced up again. That was
Yeah.
defended. He went for a reverse sweep and got lucky to get a little.
Oh, that
edge
was
on
Gill
Otherwise
trying a
they'd been
reverse
out
sweep.
with yeah, I know
Yes.
it was guilt. I know it was guilt. And Sundar pushes this one into the side. It's a misfield, but they don't get through for a single. Oh yeah, Messi. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
Well, it's a while ago now. I got over it about 10
You've got
years
over
ago.
it. Yeah.
Well done. Well done.
Well, the Catholic Church is an
One more
interesting
delivery
thing
and
to be brought up with.
Bashir's over. This is bold and defended. Good fielding from Bashir off his own bowling.
He ensures no
8
single
dots, and that's
ensures.
115 overs gone. India 435 for 6.
Brown in Brisbane says, do you think India will bat as long as they can, trying for the 700 odd? This would be in response to the boundary rope debacle designed to help Stokes and England's penchant chase. I think they'll get whatever they can, to be honest. If Surrey can go for 800, why can't India? Daz Reynolds says, who's got the 6th wicket, please? Tongue got the 6th wicket. He got the Jadeja out with a very good ball. Paul Stratton says, I rest my case for Bashir. Speaking of... Oh, we're back, sorry.
Yeah, Tongue continuing to Shubman Gill, 179. He's on. This is a nice ball and pushing to the offside with a foolish length. They'll come through for another single, though. So
They
Gill
are
moves
happy to
180.
give Gill
No,
a single every ball. Every
They
first
are.
ball of the overs.
India will bat for as long as possible. I mean, if draws aren't a very common theme in England under Ben Stokes' captaincy, he hates them, as he's come out several times. You know, India will be absolutely delighted if they can go to Lords 1-0 down. You'd have to say, Adrit.
Yes,
It's not
yes.
even
See,
about winning the game.
No. India can take all the time they want. England usually
Yeah.
lasts only 100 overs and make as many runs as they can. So
Yeah.
why not?
Sunder faces up. This is a well-directed short ball, and Sunder didn't seem to have any idea whether that had gone. It had just squirted into the offside. If Tung could
It went
keep
to
it there,
a
that would be
waiting
good.
second slip, but that could have been dangerous. Very dangerous.
Mm.
But all right. We'll see if now Tung, who's properly warmed up, can get up Sundar's nose, as they say.
Yeah, well, I haven't been looking at Josh Tung's speeds in this spell.
Mm.
It's usually around the kind of 88, 87 mile an hour
Exactly.
mark.
No, he's there now. If there are thereabouts 86, 87, 88, he's hitting that top speed. This is going to
Well,
be fun.
Sunder 5 of 34. You said that he doesn't usually get agitated or doesn't get worried. This is full from Tung. He's not out of the middle of the bat
No.
defense from Washington Sunder. There is
He
no
can wait.
run.
He can wait. So he's played this sort of an innings where he took 90 balls for a 8 or 10 or something sometime. He can do that if required. But yeah, I mean, it's about keeping company with your captain, getting through an occasional single. And look, I'm hoping he gets his eye in. He has all the beautiful shots. He's a lefty, classy. But I think he's going to ride out this spell. How many overs are going to come? One or two more.
Can they get these England critics into their kind of 6th, 7th spells almost and really put the miles in the legs?
130, 150 plus overs. Yeah, why not?
Because especially in a series like this, where back-to-back Test matches at Lords, you'd think England are going to bring Jofra Archer in. India will definitely
Exactly.
have Bumrah.
So you have the two
Lords
slips
Lords
sort of
is
spread out. The two slips are spread out. I wonder what that means.
Well, that's relatively conventional. I'd say this is short from Josh Tung, who's now switched to coming over the wicket and it's left. Well, and Messi, I'm going to. My dad is very kindly taking me to day 4 at Lords. So that'll be very exciting.
Wow. Enjoy.
Excellent. Well, the tickets there will be more expensive than they were for the World Test Championship final.
What is it, 180 pounds?
60 quid.
And they were
okay.
Your ticket for the World Test Championship final was 60 quid.
Yep.
That's not too bad. I thought it would be costly. Okay. I'll pay more than that.
Well, for Lords, they're in excess of £100, which is nuts.
Exactly.
Was this left, but well worth it. I mean, honestly, it was one of the best days of the year going to Lords.
Oh, I loved it.
I can imagine.
It was fantastic. The atmosphere there was just
it's amazing.
fantastic.
It's quite something. Quite something. You'll never forget that. The Oval. I'm looking forward to Old Trafford. I'll be on the 3rd and hopefully the 4th days of Old Trafford. A 3rd test as well. So let's see.
Now we've got Ollie Pope in at
short leg.
Sher Bashir's in at square leg. Bowlers over the wickets to really try and direct something into the hip. As my computer has frozen, so I've got no idea what's happening.
Your voice sort of froze a little. I mean, that was played to short leg. Pope thought he was almost in business, but no, it did not carry. But yeah, there was a little bit of scrambling around to try and catch that, but nothing. So we'll see. The occasional full ball on the leg might not be a bad idea. Get him to slash at it. There's a leg slip as well.
Yeah. Kieran says, Billy, she lives in Liverpool, so easy access to Anfield when partaking in weekend sleepovers. I think you might have to decide what you have in common for yourself. That's what first dates are for. Leah says, you hear about the Russian mail-order brides that hope to marry a decrepit old Westerner and are being bought by Chinese incels. Serves them right, I say. Jake Rover says, why did none of you people go to normal school? Mark Zip says, another old Sherburnian here. The Green, 76 to 79. Good luck, Bill.
Who said that, Messi? Who said
Mark
that,
Zip. Mark Zip is in the US. He's a very, very strong supporter.
My brother.
Full ball on the stumps. No, it was a
wheel away.
Full ball on the stumps that just been defended to a very short mid on.
No, hang on. Yeah, I was in a house called Harper. My brothers were in the Green. So there we go. Oh, my wife was going to plug it again like it was before lunch. Bashir.
He's run up
comes in.
that ball.
We might need to get the bear in.
Basically, that was a full ball that he's run up and lofted behind the bowler. I think that's hit the Toblerone on the full. We're going to wait for the umpire signal. I think that was just a gimme ball that Gill ran it, lofted straight behind the bowler's head.
Gill is quite extraordinary. He just hasn't looked in any trouble whatsoever.
No, very, very accomplished. Yeah, it hit the Toblerone on the full. That's a 6. It looked like a free hit. I don't know what it was. He tossed the ball up invitingly, but then not to a batsman who's at 180. You're asking for trouble. There's a mid-off up. That's signal 6 by the umpire.
So, Billy, can you still see nothing?
Show Bashir.
Yeah,
it's pretty spotty. This is defended. I just about caught that. I've just
I can do
tested
ball
the
by
best
ball
if
for
you
another
can
over or
last
so, right? It's okay if
4
you want.
minutes.
I can do ball by ball.
Yeah, go on, Ajit, go on. Ajit.
All right, Bashir over the wicket. That's slightly shorter, and oh dear, as Gill glances that falls short of a catching mid-wicket. So there was a plan to get Gill to open up apparently, and this one almost succeeded because he nearly guided a slightly shortish ball to a catching mid-wicket. But no, in comes Bashir again. That's fuller, and he tongs it between a shortish mid-on or on Hayden, and sort of between the bowler, goes through for a single. Well, at least they're trying a few things. England to get Gill a little uncomfortable. No, Messi.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, they are. Sean McGill's ticking along nicely there.
Nah, he's ticking over. He's wisened up to their tricks. Sundar gets one ball this over. Shoaib Bashir's coming around the wicket. That's a good length ball. That's been defended into the covers. Sundar will be happy. You wait another over before a switcher over? Okay, sorry.
443 for 6. Leah says she'll post a link to that show. Farong says, Ajit Bhai, did you witness a magnificent cock-up number 287 yesterday by Bangladesh? They went from 101 for 1 to 105 for 8.
Yes.
The only worse
I saw the highlights.
The Asia Cup about 10 years ago.
Oh dear.
Clyde Jones says this game could draw because of England's strong batting. Banana Brook says Gill has made his bat seem 6 foot wide. 6 inches wide.
Barnyard wide. Yeah.
It is about 6 inches wide, isn't it? That's 4.5.
Yeah. 4.5 to 5. But yeah.
And we're back.
That's a new over, and we have Tongue coming in, and that's a full ball that Gill, again, very deliciously punches wide off mid-off through extra cover for a boundary. Gill is like purring like one of those big 12-cylinder machines through the covers under the 4. That's a full ball, but he hit it on the up, and he stays so compact as he moves towards the ball. That's why he gets all the momentum and the power going through the ball. There was no chance for mid-off. It was so clear a stroke. He exploited that gap between mid-off and extra cover. I think it's time to take Tongue off, Messi.
Yeah, it's just not consistent enough. That's the thing about Tongue. If you
that was a short ball. He tried, but sort of it just sailed past Gill, who was just looking on, and into the keeper's hands. Yes, Messi?
I think Billy's frozen completely now. I was just going to say there's a major upgrade coming at the end of this over. We'll be doing a change. And Annie is coming on to tweets instead of me.
I was looking forward to some time with Annie on air, but yeah, maybe next one of the upcoming days. That one's on leg, and is sort of feeding Gill there. Oh, 2 fielders in the deep collided. The one from long leg and square leg, who both slided to stop the ball. I think it evaded both of them, and that's gone to the boundary. And Root and what looked like Crawley collided, sort of sliding into each other. It's all a little bit of comedy of errors, do you think, Messi?
Yeah, I mean, I think basically because they were trying hard. That's okay.
I hope nobody got hurt. They were both laughing and sort of looking ruefully at each other.
Well, I think there was an instance in the big.
I think Root got a bit winded.
Root got the wind knocked out of him because they were both at full tilt, and his Crawley's knee hit Root's midriff, but the ball had gone into the boundary before that. They looked like one of those Romeo and Juliet plays at the end, almost. All right, that was on the off again, and this time Gill guides it wide of the running third man and point fielders. That's just classy
very
batting.
good running.
He's just exploiting all the field gaps, and he's moved on to 197 quietly. Who knows? He might even get to 200 before we are done. 2 balls left of this spell.
Yeah,
and
my
Wi-Fi
seems to click back in.
All right, you take the next 2 balls. Just make sure he gets to 200. Yeah.
Tongue's nearly brought his 100 up.
1 for 98.
And Bashir brought his 100 up earlier. But yeah, Gill on 197, faces up. Tongue will come into this is poor
Oh,
ball
dear.
down the leg side and bounces once before Jamie Smith, who managed to get something on Tongue. Almost thought there might have been a glove through, but there wasn't. So 197 for Gill, India 453 for 6, 117.
He looks rightly a little pissed off that he couldn't, guide that or hit that. Just all he had to do was get a bat on it, and that could have raced away to a fine leg 4.
So they
And
made
he's lucky to
30
have not edged that. Yeah.
They made 34 and a half hours since lunch. Which is,
Yeah.
It's good going.
Pretty good going, and considering that England were trying a few things, so.
But they haven't looked in any trouble doing it. You see, Gill
No,
faces
no,
up.
not at all.
This is pushed into the offside. He will keep the strike as he throts through for a single. So India 454 for 6, some nice symmetry.
Some cheeky wordplay between Tongue and Gill as well. They were both laughing.
Yeah. So where do you change now? You're going to have Annie on socials. You're going to have John Batham on Ball by Ball, and the Bear on summarising.
I'm back.
I'll catch you in half an hour.
Hello, Bear.
Not that I've been anywhere. I've just been sitting on the sofa. Hi, Annie. All right, Billy. Are you going to get your Wi-Fi fixed?
It worked well until the last 5 minutes, but someone's coming around to have a look at it, so I'll text on the group, but I might not be able to do my session in an hour.
Okay.
Oh, in whenever it is, but I'll let you know.
Okay.
Thank you, Ben.
All right. See you in a bit.
Well, 454 for 6. It's becoming a mountainous score as Bashir comes in, and that's just played up to deep mid-on for a single. Good afternoon to the wonderful Annie Chave.
Oh, thank you, John. Good afternoon to you too, and to Bear, who's been holding the fort continually.
Yeah, I'm here on my
How
trod.
are you doing?
Oh,
are you
all
still
right.
alive?
Yeah, fine. It's just a bit lonely in here, you know.
Oh, I bet. But at least you've had some exciting cricket to watch.
Wow, it's fucking. There have been a lot of draws at Warwickshire, I hear, this year. Not surprising.
Yes, don't get me started about Edgbaston.
Never judge a pitch till both sides are better.
No, absolutely, John.
Here is Bashir round the wicket, and Sundar just comes forward and plays it out on the offside. He's certainly not in any hurry. 5 from 40. Goodness me. It's a bit like watching county cricket with a Kookaburra ball, isn't it, Annie?
Nothing like it. No.
He says red rag to a ball.
Yes.
Oh God.
Yes, it's been an interesting couple of rounds, and we've got another couple of rounds to go.
Indeed. Here is Bashir again, and this is down the leg side. It's tickled round the corner. That's going to run away for 4. That's a poor ball.
Oh, look, we're going to have jingles now. I'm back.
It's me, and she. It's me, and she.
Are they using the new improved Kookaburra ball as well? And it's still shit.
Well, it's still pretty shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's with all due respect to Dominic Sibley, if he can get 305 with the Kookaburra ball, I think I might fancy a bet. Here's Bashir, and that's outside off stump, and it's left and taken by Jamie Smith.
And let's face it, not many people want to watch Sibley get 305, really, do they?
Not really.
It's not the prettiest.
It was a strange innings, I can tell you. I saw quite a lot of it.
800 and something they got.
820, yes. Surrey record. That's just pushed back down the pitch for no run.
I presume it ended in a draw.
It did, yeah.
Well, what a surprise,
What a
Ava.
surprise.
I
Well,
do
they could have
feel-
bowled them twice, I suppose.
Well, they could have. I do feel a bit like Surrey were saying, trying to make a point and getting their 820 and saying, look, this Kookaburra ball, what are you playing at?
Here's Bashir again. This is just pushed out on the offside. That's into a gap. So
I guess
single accrues, 459 for 6.
I guess
that's the end of the over.
Well, do some socials and then we'll
Well,
get
I'm
into
not
it.
100% sure where we were, but I wonder if we had the thing about the image of Messi with his streaking across Lords with his tallywhacker out.
Oh God, no, please.
Oh my goodness! No, please.
My Encaster, if any rain is forecast tomorrow still, of course Messi, the man of the moment who does everything with weather forecasts, has gone. And Daz Reynolds says, if Archer is playing third test, do you drop Bashir?
No, you drop Tongue.
No, you drop Tongue. Because he can only bowl at the tail.
He's got the only wicket today.
Yeah,
Well, here he
and
is.
it was a decent delivery, but
It was.
He's in, and this is short, and it's taken by Jamie Smith.
But
yeah,
back to the Kookaburra. I mean, surely England. But I mean, look, if we're ever going to be successful in Australia, they've got to learn how to bowl with it. So I mean,
Yeah, but
kind
do
of got
you-
to persevere
Do
with it.
you
to a degree.
ruin 4 rounds of the championship for a competition in Australia that happens every 4 years?
Well, probably not is the answer
No,
to that
you
one.
don't.
But maybe
Well,
maybe you could have 2 rounds with it instead of 4 or something.
here's Tongue again, and this is shortish and played out on the offside for no run. Well, for me, the stupid part is, here we were playing 2 rounds with a Kookaburra ball.
In the
and
summer.
England were playing a test match, so none of the people that are likely to be in the Ashes series were actually bowling with it.
That's true.
And Archer could have bowled with it because they left him out, but then they didn't let him play for Sussex, so he didn't bowl with it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, answers on a postcard, please, Rob Key. In comes Tongue, and this
Oh.
is on the leg side. It's flicked round the corner. Not sure how close that was to Root. It's gone for 4.
It was reasonably close,
Mm.
but not
It
close
wasn't
enough.
far off.
Hands on heads from the England fielders. Well, it took Washington Sundar to 14, but I don't think that was that far from Joe Root.
It was
Well,
far enough. Yeah,
Far enough.
Well, far enough.
Going back to the Kookaburra ball, I think, I get what you're saying, that, we need to be able to play them, but not everything is about the Ashes, and nor should it be, but also it's different conditions in Australia as well. It's not, it's not just the ball.
No,
So-
it isn't. I guess the pitches are. But actually, I mean, having said that,
Here's Tongue again, and this is swung away. That's gone a long way. Goodness me, that's
Gone into the crowd.
In the crowd, that one for 6.
well, it's one of these. I guess the pitches this summer are about as close as you get. I mean, part of the problem, isn't it, is we've just had such a dry summer that we've just got a batting paradise this summer, which is kind of rare in England.
We do, yeah. But the ball goes so soft so quickly, Bear.
Yeah.
I think the most unfortunate thing, of course, is that you've had the 2 Kookaburra rounds following on from 6 weeks of T20 cricket, where bowlers are effectively cannon fodder anyway. And then they get out of that, and you say, well done, boys, for getting through that 6 weeks. We're going to give you a Kookaburra now. That's and they would have gone, oh yeah, whoopee doo.
Yeah, and you're going to bowl and bowl and bowl. Somebody, I can't, was it Patterson White? Bowled 65 overs in the last round. I mean, okay, this is what they used to do, and that's fine, but that's not what they do currently. And suddenly you're putting these players into situations that are not
In the red
what they
zone.
used-
Yeah, not good for welfare.
No,
I
not
think we
not
might
good for
say.
welfare. And also, it's really lovely for county fans to be able to watch cricket in the summer, and then suddenly, these precious couple of rounds or few rounds that we have in the summer are suddenly hijacked by a Kookaburra ball.
Here is Tongue hoping to hijack the Indian batters, but he's not going to do it like that. That was a pretty docile attempt at a short ball. It just went over the back of Sundar and through to Jamie Smith. Yeah, I mean, well, the only thing I would say, of course, is that the Kookaburra ball did produce one miracle this week in that Middlesex won a game of cricket, which
yeah, that's very true.
which is about as rare as I don't know what, really.
They'll be praying for more Kookaburra balls, won't they?
God. Here is Tongue again, and this is swung away once more on the leg side. That's going to be... No, it's not. There's a man out there. I didn't see the fielder for a moment, but he threw it back in. And it's just one run.
They're not.
It's only
He's
one.
he's not taking any prisoners, is he, Washington? He's
Well, he's woken up, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He got disturbed by the fact that I said he'd got 5 off 40, and he's now got 21 off 50. So
Yeah, and he was struggling against a short ball earlier. He suddenly decided he's going to take it on. Weirdly.
I've got a few messages. So
Crack on.
Leah says, and now the Indian tail collapses without Gill ever regaining strike, and he remains 199 not out. Messi says at this stage the Met Office is not forecasting any rain for this match, but we all know that anything 2 days away in England is totally unpredictable. It's almost like he's been here, I don't understand. Clyde Jones says, Annie Chave, love to see a woman in the middle of the guys today. Welcome. On my screen, I'm on the edge of the guys, but hey.
You're in between me and John, actually.
A rose between two thorns, indeed.
Wow.
That one was played out defensively for no run by Sundar, who's got to 21. 500 is in sight. 471 for 6. Here is Bashir again, and Sundar just pushes that one out on the offside with straight bet.
Either of you going to any of the games in this series? Bear, you're probably just... Oh, there's Gladstone Small.
I'm here all the
just
time.
Here.
Yeah.
Gladstone Small not looking quite so small. Here's Bashir, and tucked away off his legs, but for no run.
I prefer my sport on the telly.
Yeah.
I like replays and I like action.
You're just odd, but you're a bit of a tech guy, aren't you? So
yeah,
that's
I mean,
your life.
it's nice. I mean, yeah, I don't like crowds either, really. To be fair.
Here is Bashir, and Sundar just pushes forward, no run.
No, I don't like going to big stadiums with loads of people. I have to.
I mean, I bet it's nice doing the Middlesex stuff because you're in the combox, isn't it? That's always good. I mean, I love doing the World Cup when I was in a little combox right behind the action, and you know, lots of space to spread out.
Well, I don't get in the combox at Lordsby. They don't let me in the combox.
Yeah, but you're in the media centre.
Press box, though.
Yeah.
Just
you are in the
same thing.
You are in
you
the
know.
press box when you're the only one trying to file and everybody else is having a
chatting away
about racing down to the press conference. It's not quite so fun. Anyway, here's Bashir. Happened to me the other day. Pushed out by Sundar for no run. A tidy over from Bashir, that one. 121 now bowled by England. 471 for 6.
And Gill is still on 199. Mayank says England's obsession with the Ashes is way more than Australia, I'd say. And also says, Annie, is it so hot and toasty in England that it's turned into a beach? Yeah, I have my own beach. I let Bear on it occasionally.
Yeah.
But he hasn't been on it.
You've stolen
recently.
my beach.
Yeah. Leah says, that's it. I'm putting a tenner on Washington making his double time before Gill. And Messi said, anyone would think that they were playing this match with the Kookaburra. It's not about the ball. These dukes are being constantly changed, by the way. Are you being sensitive about the Kookaburra, Messi?
It's been changed once, this ball. Oh, the previous ball was. This one hasn't been changed yet.
Well, it does have to be said that in that Middlesex win with the Kookaburra ball, the guy that got it to do stuff was a youngster who's hardly ever bowled with the Dukes, let alone a Kookaburra, and that was Navya Sharma. So it's a bit weird. He obviously got a tune out of it. I think he got 4 wickets for none in 11 balls in the Leicestershire first innings. England could do with that. In they come again. Short ball paddled around to long leg, and that's a double 100 for Shubman Gill. He's very happy with that.
Yeah.
Down on one knee, kisses the helmet, waves the bat. Well, it's a brilliant innings from Gill.
You've got to have a...
We have a 200, it goes like this.
100 runs and then some more. Hitting an impressive score. All the fans, they scream for more. Double century batting man.
There you go, 200 runs.
What brilliant innings from the captain. What a really mature, sensible, wonderful innings. Lovely to see.
Absolutely superb innings. Yeah, hardly a foot out of place, really.
Don't think he's offered a chance, has he, really? Well, actually, in that last over, he got under edge and then he carried to Smith.
In comes the bowler again, and that's through to Smith. Well, I was going to say, really, the only chance England had to get him out was early on that first morning when he was hit on the pad. And the umpire gave it not out, and it was umpire's call for height.
Was that
Just imagine the difference if that had happened.
Well, he was in single figures at the time. So, you know, that's the small margins sometimes by which games are won and lost.
Well,
And,
yeah, I mean, don't you remember in one of the ODIs when Root got his 166? Exactly the same thing happened, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know.
That's the beauty of cricket. That's
Oh,
why
yeah.
I love it so much.
Oh, that's a beast of a short ball from Tongue. That got Sundar on the hop a bit.
That's because
Yeah.
Bear was saying we should replace him with Archer.
Well,
so,
yeah.
Well, we should do.
I think they would.
To be honest, against anybody other than the tail, I think I'd replace him with my mum, who's 84 with an arthritic knee. So,
yeah, he's just too.
Not sure she'd do too well.
No, he's just too erratic.
she'd scare them, trust me. She scares me. Even now. That one's down the leg side through to Smith.
I mean, he can't bowl two balls in the same place. That's a big problem.
I think I'd prefer to bowl my granny than Tongue, and my granny's dead, so...
Well, you really don't like Tongue, do you?
You know, no, not really. Well, I mean, again, he can blow the tail away, that's fine, but that means he's useful to you for about 4 overs in each innings of a test match. That's not enough.
I think he plays bowls the odd very venomous ball.
But then you
he's
want
not
more than that
enough.
from a test player, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, that's another dreadful, aimless ball that is ignored.
I mean, how old is he and how many games has he played in county cricket?
Well, this is the thing. He's hardly played any county cricket anyway. Let's be honest. England picked him because they think he's fast.
Yeah, and
they're obsessed with fast bowling. Absolutely
That's it.
obsessed with
That's the only reason they picked Josh Tongue, because they think he's fast.
Well, to be fair,
And he is quite fast. But
Yeah, he is.
And here he is again, and that's another dreadful ball down the leg side. 3 in a row.
I mean, to be fair, on a wicket like this, you kind of do need pace. I mean, you've seen how Gill was... I mean, look, I think Wokes has bowled pretty well in this test in terms of line and length and stuff, but it still looked pretty innocuous because he's down at 80 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Shubman Gill's been a yard out of his crease and then taken another yard towards the bowler. You're never going to really get him LBW. And
You want fast bowling, but you want
accurate fast bowling.
Yeah,
you want Jofra Archer and Woody.
Well, you want a Glenn McGrath that's, you know...
But the problem is, they brought Archer into the squad after one county game.
Yeah.
And then decided he wasn't quite ready, so they didn't play him. But because they pulled him into the squad, he then couldn't have another 4 days playing for Sussex.
Well, he could have. He could have. He could have. They
That
decided to
doesn't
release
make
him.
any sense at all.
Yeah, they could have
Then
if
what
they
do we
released
expect
him.
from Rob Key? Here's Bashir. Oh dear. Rob absolutely twee, no idea. Flicked down the leg side for a single.
I read that he had a family emergency, whether that's not true.
Well, that may have
I don't know.
distracted him.
Yeah.
In which case, that's sad.
Who?
And we hope that's okay.
Archer
Oh,
had
right,
a
okay.
family emergency, is what I read.
Oh,
but
right, okay.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, yeah, the sooner he's back playing for England, better, really. But here's Bashir, and that's played up to mid-on, and they scamper through for one more. 474 for 6. Gill 201. Sundar 22. England have the look of a side who don't know where they're going to buy a wicket at the moment, really.
Ooh, where's Moeen Ali?
Who is Bashir? Yeah, I'm not sure him coming on would get us a wicket either. but
No, well, I mean, this is it. I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, England are going to bat on this after, and how are they going to do? I mean, I can't see England doing much worse than India here, to be fair. And
Well, the trouble is,
where's
India
this game going?
India don't even have Bumrah, do they?
No.
So that's going to be a challenge. I mean, if it goes deep enough, I guess Sundar with the ball might be quite an interesting prospect.
I don't think he will, to be fair.
Anyway, here comes Bashir. And that's tucked away off his legs. They don't go for a single.
We've got lots of messages coming in about the ball, which I'll read out in a minute.
They're not saying it's a load of old ball, are they? That's, oh dear, we've got...
Someone chasing a pig.
Someone chasing... someone dressed as a chef chasing a very...
He's a butcher. It's a butcher.
Fat-looking pig. Yes, dressed as a butcher, that's quite right, yes, with his stripy apron. Well spotted, Annie. Here's Bashir, and this is reverse swept, and that's going to run away for 4.
Oh, yeah.
It was the huge knife that gave it away.
Yeah, it was.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Well, he's played that shot 3 or 4 times now, and every time it's gone for 4.
Yeah.
Because there's a whacking great space there with no fielder.
Well, yeah, but I mean, well, that's why people play it, isn't it? I mean, you don't set the field for the reverse sweep. I mean, some people do to duck it, but...
Here is Bashir. That's wide, and it? Oh, lovely.
Running out of ideas here.
That's delicious, though, from Shubman Gill. It's a lovely little late dab cut. It goes down to third man for 4 more, and it's 482 for 6 at the end of the over.
Where I live.
Right.
The address I give. It's quite tedious, this. I'd rather win.
Yeah. I'll carry on with these messages. Brian in Brisbane says, wasn't the Kookaburra ball being slated for being all over the place at the start of the season? Now the ball is slated for being too easy. Jay Salaki says, who's going to win Wimbledon? Any guess? We'll come back to that. Carl Herbert, why is it that in Australia, New Zealand, South Africa and Pakistan, bowlers can take wickets with the Kookaburra and English bowlers can't?
Pitches are different for a
Well,
start.
they don't play with it in India for a start. I don't think they play with it in South Africa
No, they
either.
play various different balls.
They have SG in India.
What Farong says, well done, Gill, 200 runs, but trails Tung and Bashir by 26 runs.
Very good.
Paul Stratton says, think we need to get some quality test bowlers first, then decide which ball we use.
Yeah, fair point.
Jay Slanky says, I think keeping Tung for second new ball is defensive tactic. And Messi says, when I say it's not about the ball, the fact is that the pitches in the championship were similar to this one, where Dukes isn't doing anything for the bowlers either.
That's fair enough, really.
Yeah, you're a man who makes sense, Messi.
Here is Cars. So we've seen the end of Tung at last. That one was played out on the offside for no run.
This pitch reminds me a little bit of that pitch at Trent Bridge in the series in 2014 when Jimmy Anderson got 87. It's just 22 yards of rolled snot, and it's just, I mean, that's why I like cricket in England. Generally, there's a nibble and there's something in it for the bowlers, and I like bowlers being able to do something. I mean, this pitch is just fucking useless.
Yeah, well, it was like this with Somerset last
Here is
week.
Cars, and that's short and through to Jamie Smith. Yeah, I agree there. I think, generally speaking, you always want a pitch which is slightly in favour of the bowler.
Yeah.
Because then
It makes it much more
everything's
interesting.
in play, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. You got to be good to get runs. It means you'll probably get a result over 5 days. And yeah, you know.
I mean, obviously, you don't want it terribly weighted in favour of one or the other because you want a 5-day test. But yeah, slightly in favour of the bowler is better. That one's played up to mid-off, no run. Penny for Mr. Stokes' thoughts at this point.
Oh, he won't care. He'll be like, yeah, we can chase this.
Well,
we can chase 700 in the last innings. Yeah, that's fine. Yes.
It is cricket. There's, something will come along and there'll be suddenly 2 wickets out of the blue.
Here is Cass.
Oh, there was nearly
hello.
one of them.
Where did that go?
He didn't know.
He went to turn it round on the leg side, and I think it's hit the inside edge of the back of his bat. And
I
somehow
think it's
missed
come
the
off.
stumps.
I think it's gone off the glove, hasn't it? Or his arm, and it's nearly.
Yeah, maybe it's come off the arm guard. He went to turn it round. Yeah, it
went between his legs.
It's hit him It's hit him on the wrist, I think. Gone through his legs and missed the stumps. Well, there you go. Hey ho. Novel ways of getting out. Here's Cass again. That's quite short and edge down past the sort of fly slip fielder. Third man's come round to throw it back in.
If I was
And
Stokes,
it's a single.
I'd bring myself back on as well, probably. Although, you know.
Well, the trouble is, you see, Stokes is still trying to ration himself, isn't he? And he probably thinks at 483 for 6. Does he Is that the ideal time
something
for him to be
needs
bowling?
happen.
Something needs to happen. You need to get them out.
They'll just keep batting until they get the biggest score in the world, and England will never get back. Otherwise.
Well, the biggest score in the world, in Test terms, would be the 1938 score of England, would it not?
I don't know. What was the 1938?
903 for 7.
Wow, well, that's
And
something to beat them.
Yeah, here is Cass. He's in and bowls.
Oh.
And that's turned round. Seems to have evaded the two fielders square of the wicket on the leg side and gone out to the leg side boundary where the sweeper fields it, and it's gone for a single.
And it was chipped in the air as well. It was a bit top edgy. Yeah, I mean, what did England get Pakistan last year? It was 800 and something, wasn't it? 860 or 90 or whatever it was.
Yes, something large.
When Brooke got his triple ton.
The standing joke about that famous innings of 1938, of course, is when Len Hutton and Jack Hardstaff, I think it was, were putting on some ridiculous partnership for the second wicket. Dennis Compton and Eddie Painter were sitting with their pads on, waiting to come on. And Dennis Compton said to Eddie Painter, Eddie, I bet you a fiver that after all this we won't get 10 between us. And Eddie Painter said, what, on that? You're on. He took the bet, and Compton got 1 and Painter got 0.
Looks like Brooke.
Oh my God! We
and they
definitely
got 903 for 7.
We're on
Harry
declaration.
Brooks
We're
coming on.
declaration bowling.
Here is Brooke. He's in, and that's driven back to Brooke, and he stops it off his own bowling.
Well, you know what they should do now for all those people who've been calling out on it, calling out on fucking YouTube. They should be Duckett should finally get his chance.
Here is Brooke, and that's pushed out. I quite like that jingle. I mean, Harry sometimes looks so ridiculously young. It's quite conceivable that somebody would be knocking on his door saying, "Can Harry come out to play?"
Yeah. I didn't get a chance to read some things, so I might try and sneak some in during.
Sneak some in. Dead ball.
Right, so Leah's saying, read the chat. Clyde Jones, India better battle day because they will have a long time in the sun also.
Here is Brooke. And that's wide of the stumps and cut away. I think that's going to run away for 4. They're not going to reach it. 4 more for Shubman Gill.
God, this is fucking tedious.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Mayank says if Archer plays in the next test, I'd imagine he'll break down and be out another 4 years.
Oh, please don't say
No.
that. Here is Brooke, and that's driven beautifully by Shubman Gill. Beautiful straight drive, just missed the stumps at the bowler's end. Ran away for 4 more, and he's setting his stall out for another 100, I think.
What a perfect shot.
He just doesn't
Lovely
look like.
full blade.
Just doesn't look like getting out, does he?
No, not at all. Just missed the stumps at the bowler's end. Neither of the fielders could get across. And he's driven another one. That's going to be 4 more.
Oh, gorgeous.
And that just missed the stump on the other side and went for 4 more. Oh, this is glorious. This is
where I live is the address I give. The 4.
Well, I would say, of course, any youngsters watching, that's how you play a straight drive. But of course, it's cricket behind a paywall, isn't it? So, well, mind you, they shouldn't be watching this time of day, should they? Certainly not in this country, because they should be at school.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'll just read some chats quickly. Mayank, India should target that 952 if they can. Leah says that is the first double ton by an India captain in England.
Wow.
Jace Lanky, what's boundary rope debacle? Oh no, that's a chat. Eric J says a young lad at Lancashire called Anderson who looks promising.
Very good. Very good.
Russian Kazan says England don't seem to have a clue. I think Bear would agree with you there. Farong, would Annie be asked to partake in the Super Chat Cash Belly Dancing Challenge? What Super Chat Cash Belly Dancing Challenge?
It's horrendous. It's an appalling thought. I'm paying for it not to happen.
Annie.
Are we changing?
Yeah, we are
should.
due to a change.
We'll see you in half an hour, chaps.
Yeah,
Thanks, Andy.
see you in a bit. First ball on next over is just defended up to mid-off, and there is no run.
And we do have a super chat for the end of this over.
We do indeed. I shall queue up a jingle. This is getting really quite tedious. I guess you're quite enjoying it, Anindo, but
I must say I am.
Yes, so
especially if I had Harry Brook bowling off spin at me.
Yeah.
I would enjoy batting.
Dibbly dobbly shit. Well, I mean, I was just saying, Messi, this should be the time for Duckett, surely. If any time is.
Fuck off. No.
Somebody's got to put some super chat in.
Yeah, exactly. Cast around the wicket, short into Washington's rib cage. He does get on top of it, knocks it down into the leg side, and there is no run. I mean, this wicket has gone. I've looked at that super chat, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to talk about the answer to that one because he has a point. This is a bit ridiculous, and we stuck them in.
Before this, the highest by an Indian captain in England was 179 by Azharuddin.
Okay, I seem to.
The 1990s.
I think I might have watched that innings. That one is defended up towards mid-on, Duckett Fields, and there is no one. I mean, the problem here that England do have, and this is legitimate, is that even though we think England should, this is a shit wicket, time out in the middle, and it would have been at least 5 sessions probably, does wear mentally on a batsman.
And scoreboard pressure,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure they worry so much about scoreboard pressure because the wicket's so flat, but it is just a question of, I'm mentally tired and now I've got to go out and bat, especially the openers. I guess people lower down the order, but you can't afford to lose too many wickets too quickly or you do put yourself under pressure. That's defended back to the bowler and there is no run. I mean, they were at 211 for 5 and now they're at 496 for 6, so...
Yeah. And to be fair, India could be all out very soon. But that doesn't take away from the fact that and England could still win. But I mean, both of those would have nothing to do with Stokes' decision. Let's just put it this way.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's still bizarre to me why he would put India into bat.
Yeah. I mean, whilst I agree with that, that's played into the offside and there is no run. Stokes likes to bowl first. He thinks that England can chase anything, and that's why he generally does it. I guess if he thinks that
you think it's a strategy or an ego thing?
I think it's as much to do with strategy. I think he likes the idea of chasing, much the same as you would do.
Kohli liked in ODI.
Yeah, exactly. I think and they tend to bat like an ODI side, so they don't see any target as too challenging, really. And they do tend to score at 4.5, 5s and over when they're chasing and stuff. So the question is, you've got to be able to get the wickets in the first place. Short through the keeper and there's no run, and it's just a lot of work. This wicket is just terrible. Look. If it breaks up at the end of day 3 and we get a fantastic finish, I'll change my tune. And there is something to be said for wickets that break up. But from what Wokes was saying and from results from Edgbaston this year, from what I've heard, awful lot of draws, the wicket doesn't really break up. In which case, it's a bit of a waste of everyone's time. Anyway, over to you, Messi. We'll have that super chat, shall we? I'm going to play a jingle.
Other than Gill.
Yes. Other than Gill, yeah, well.
Super chat, yeah. Super chat game, super chat game.
And Ariaratnam sent us $7.99 Australian. It says, have England taken playing on roads to aid Bazball too far? If India scores 600 at 4 and over, how can England win? Same thing happened in India last time. The short boundaries annoy the shit out of me. The state of the wicket is an interesting question for me because it seems to me that groundsmen have access to all the water they need. Is there not a capacity to maintain a wicket with that, well, I know that everything else is pretty dried, but I would have thought you could still.
Well, it's the rate at which it evaporates, and therefore does it actually seep into the wicket? Does it keep it moist? And if it's really hot all the time, then probably not, no matter how much you kind of water it, I guess. Unless you overwater it, and then it'd be death to everybody.
Yeah, and if you cover it after watering, it's probably going to create a pitch which you don't want.
Yeah, so I mean that's tricky. And then you've also got drainage systems these days are so good that it takes the water away from underneath it as well. So I mean, I think that's part of the problem with Lords, actually. I mean, when they changed the drainage system there, it became a completely different wicket, 20, 30 years ago, whatever it was, because Lords used to get flooded by the tiniest amount of water, and you lose a whole day because it wouldn't drain. So then they put this whole new drainage system.
Yeah.
It drains super quick, but then it just draws all the moisture out of the entire square. And then you get a whole different playing surface, so it's drinks now anyway, so we should get through some messages, I guess.
Steve Chilton says, come on, Millwall. He also puts up the 221 by Sunil Gavaskar. Yes, he did make 221 in England, but it wasn't as captain. He never got a double century in England as captain. Leah says, come on, England. 2 quick collapses and replied to this so I can go to Pride on the weekend without any guilt. Well, you should go to Pride on the weekend without any guilt no matter what.
Exactly.
Derek Willis says, very shocked that bowling pies to a double centurion isn't working.
Funny that.
And Paul Stratton says, Stakes out of options due to half of his tack not being test quality. Mark Zip says, I caught some highlights yesterday, and not to take anything away from Gill, do those boundaries look quite short for a test match?
Yeah.
They're extremely short. There was one in particular which he mishit for 6 before lunch, which just cleared the boundary rope. A spinner would normally have considered having somewhere out there, I'd imagine, if it was a proper length boundary. I just do not understand why you would shorten the boundaries so extremely. It's crazy.
Yeah, it does seem a bit odd.
Leah says, at this rate, Stakes will give Pope the gloves and bring Jamie on for a few before giving Duckett a bowl. As Leah says, the boundaries are very short. Typical English ground doctoring to aid their baseball approach. I think that sort of thing is so potentially counterproductive because it affects both sides equally. In fact, you could argue that traditionally England, when they play baseball, hit the ball so hard that the length of the boundary doesn't make a lot of difference.
Well, exactly that, and with the dry outfields, and they're pretty pacey, aren't they? Well, Brooks going to continue, having gone for 12 in his first over. Bowling at Shubman Gill. He looks confident, does Brook. I don't know why, but he does.
Maybe he's lulling the batters into a sense of security.
I would just give one up. Ming. See what
We've got another super chat
from someone.
Wrong has sent us 100 Thai baht. Says had to change accounts. The bear is indeed very wise. Duck it from both ends.
You could do that in 100, but you can't do that in this. Although they don't go from both ends in 100, do they? You stay at the same end or something stupid like that. That one's clipped nicely by Shubman Gill. Oh dear, and a bit of a misfield by Duckett, but it's not got enough pace. They should get back for 2 though. Brook will be furious.
Duckett doesn't like the fact that Brook is bowling and not
yeah,
him.
exactly. Brook will be furious. Yeah, I bet Duckett's looking forward to batting. I bet all the batsmen are looking forward to batting on this.
Yeah. Could be tomorrow.
Well, at this rate, fuck me. I mean, we've got, what, less than an hour till tea now. That one is defended back to the bowler and there is no run. I mean, England are going to have to go some to get a result here.
Yeah.
I mean, they'd have to
absolutely.
They'd have to get parity in 3 sessions, which isn't beyond them, but, you know, it also carries risk with it.
Well, given India's bowling attack, they're not going to declare, are they?
Well, no.
No. 800.
They're not, no. Well, I mean, also, yeah, exactly as you say. I mean, even England could get, you know, if they get 700, for example, England could get 400 and possibly get stuck in again for an innings defeat, potentially.
Now you're dwelling in the realms of fantasy.
Well, possibly, but you know, I've got to give you some hope, haven't I? That one is defended out into the covers, and there's no run. Look, this England team aren't infallible, you know, and hubris can lead to a downfall. Let's be honest. I mean, I said England should have batted in the last test. They got away with it. They probably should have batted and bowled. Well, I mean, I did say to Hendo actually. I thought England should bowl yesterday morning when I came in. Brooke in straight at the stumps, but it's probably about 65 miles an hour. I'd love to see what Brookie's pace is, maybe 72, 73, and Gill just clips it up to mid-on and there's no run. Oh, we bowled that from about a yard and a half behind the stumps actually. Interesting. The old surprise ball. Rashid Khan does that.
He has an awfully long run up.
Yeah, I know, for this, isn't it?
It is. It's extraordinary.
Yeah.
Considering it comes in at about 60 miles an hour.
Exactly. Cuts. By
That's pretty much the length of Malcolm Marshall's run up, I think.
Yeah. Not quite the same result, is it?
Well, that over only went for 3. 499 for 6. Actually, I mean, I suppose they're only 30 runs ahead where they were at the end of the first innings in the last game, actually. But
yeah,
they're taking a lot
and Bear,
longer
you're
to get there.
right. Brooks delivering the ball from next to the umpire.
Yeah.
Well, he's not going to no ball.
This is bizarre.
They're going to be no balls.
Oh, that's something. Yeah. Sudahu says you need so much water for a wicket. Eric J says bring back the sticky dog and deadly Derek Underwood. Roshan Kassan says seems England are already playing for a draw. Mike says have fun at Pride Lear. Brian in Brisbane says is Bear now a convert to Gary's theory about river levels and tides affecting
no.
pitches?
Well, Cast has bowled that short and at Gill. He's, you know, I mean, there's so much time on this track that he's guessed that, seen it early, stepped 2 yards to leg and still cut it out through the covers for 4 runs.
Yeah, that was from about the 7th stump on the leg side.
Exactly.
It's square cutted from there.
I mean, I think, to be fair, Cast saw him go early, tried to follow him. But, you know, when you've got double 100 already, seeing it like a fucking football.
Yep, feeling a bit confident, I would say.
Yeah.
That's India's 500, right?
Yeah, 503 for 6. That one's into the hip of Shubman Gill. Works it out to mid-wicket and there's no run.
And it's a very healthy strike rate. It's striking it at 70, which...
yeah. I mean, I said to, I mean, the funny thing was, when we came in, there were overheads at Edgbaston, and I said, oh, that was not a bad decision to bowl. But then literally, by the time the game would start, they cleared and the sun was out, and then you thought, this could be tricky. Again, you know, yesterday morning, Gill could have been out for single digits. If the umpire had given him out, he would probably reviewed. He would have stayed with the bowler. As it was, it went the other way, and now he's on 229, you know. These are the way things go. I mean, Karen Nair had the same thing, but that didn't cost much. But it's costly. Right, Cast is going to... A bit of leg theory round the wicket. Filthy delivery down the leg side.
Oh, fuck.
That's bounced, I can't believe that. That's bounced just before Jamie Smith. That's you can't really blame him. It was a fucking disgusting delivery. And it's gone for 4 leg byes. So that's the way it goes.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And Shubman Gill just watched it go past. So there's not a lot you can do with that as a wicket keeper. Right. Billy can't do his next stint because his Wi-Fi is not working, and I think the engineer's there. Pulled by Shubman Gill. They've got, who's that? Crawley. He's in a kind of, well, he's deeper than a man on the 45. He's sort of halfway to the boundary on the 45. It's quite an interesting position. Presumably for just a top edge guide around the corner. I mean, India are only still not going over 4 runs and over, to be fair.
Yeah. I can sub in for Billy, not a problem.
Okie dokie.
Oh, brilliant. Can you do ball by ball with your feed or not?
No. no, because it's never perfect. The field.
So maybe John can do ball by ball again.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's pulled. It beats the man who's on that 45, but there is a man behind him who is.
Because my India feed is at least a ball late.
Okay.
Oh yeah, yeah, I've got that too. I've now got the complication on my other TV of just about to start the Test match in the West Indies between Australia.
I'm surprised Krishna's able to do it, but he's probably doing it off the Zoom.
Yeah, I think he's doing it off the Zoom. I mean, I think the Zoom feed depends mainly on your own bandwidth at home.
Yes.
Yes and no. I mean,
and a distance has got to travel, presumably.
Yeah, I think that has an impact, without any doubt.
And I presume that Zoom kind of strangle it as well, like they do with everything else, trying to get the bits down to as little information as possible. That one is defended up to mid on. There's no one. I wish you could have a consultation with them actually and go, this is what we do. I want a system that I can transmit TV through, which is probably illegal, but and then I want to be able to also mix I want a little mixer so I can individually mix each person's level within the software so that I can equalise them out. And a few,
it would be good, wouldn't it?
It would be good. It's just a couple of add-ons that would make it a proper sort of a broadcasting assistant almost. Here we go. This is Alistair Cook's 1 wicket, I think it was.
Oh yes.
Bowling to Ishant Sharma, while we're talking about rubbish bowling.
It was. That was the Trent Bridge test when it was a terrible draw. It was the shittest wicket on the planet. Well, Brookie's still continuing. He's determined to get himself a test wicket. I think he got one, didn't he, somewhere along the line? Maybe 1 or 2. I certainly remember seeing him bowl in a test match before. Imagine if he gets Gill out now. That was nearly an off spinner. This has been up to mid on and there's no run. I see Stokes can't be asked to bowl himself.
Yeah, you get the feeling it's falling apart a bit for England at the moment, and they're not.
Well, it is. I mean, you just don't see where the wicket's coming from. You can't.
Yeah.
It just looks too hard.
Well, so you can't blame Stokes for trying stuff like that, right?
No,
yeah, but yeah.
I mean,
is England happy with the pace battery mindset where pitch is moving towards batting paradise to suit Bazball, says Gopala Krishna.
Well, yeah, a lot of people are positing that, and it's not great. I mean, I wouldn't mind if the wicket breaks up. I don't mind. In which case, it would be a catastrophic decision by Stokes to have decided to bowl first. That one, Sundar just drops down in the offside. They think about a single, but it's not there. If the pitch does break up towards the end of day 3, middle of day 4, England will be massively behind the 8 ball, and India will have a chance to pull it back. In which case, it would have been massive hubris to put India in. Presumably, they don't expect that to happen. Hence, that's defended back down the track, and there's no run. And therefore, they expect to be able to chase something down at the end of the game.
Yeah, but I think that's right. If you expect the wicket to be fine the whole time, it doesn't really matter if you bat first or not.
No, but I mean, even over 5 days in heat, you expect something to happen, wouldn't you? Oh, there's another one from massively behind the stumps from Brooke. I love it. And it's just played out in the leg side, and there's no. At least this is it. I guess your part-time bowlers are prepared to try shit. They're thinking, I can get myself a test wicket here. Brooke again. Sundar just knocks that in at the offside. They do get the single. You know what? I'm going to go for a run out for the next wicket. I think it's the only fucking way we're going to get one.
And you know what we were discussing in the earlier stint, Bear, regarding not picking Bumrah. The more I look at this pitch, the more I'm glad that Bumrah wasn't picked. It was such a waste, because he would have just had to break his back and for no reason at all.
Would have literally broken his back. Run out is 25 to 1, and I think that's the only way that England.
Go for it.
It's the only way England get a wicket here, so I'm going for it.
Put £5 on it for me.
Well, I'll put £5 on it for myself.
Mayak says no test wicket was as shit as Pakistan versus Australia in 2022 when only 14 wickets fell all test. That was a dreadful test match to watch. It was just awful. It was a complete road. Eric J and somebody else mentioned Cook's imitation of Bob Willis when he was bowling.
Yeah.
It was very funny.
Yeah, everyone's got a Bob Willis impersonation now.
Yeah.
I see many a ex-pro do that. I've seen many a amateur do that. I mean, this has been a good innings by Gill. He must be happy. He won't be happy if they. I mean, he won't be happy again if they lose a test from this position, will they? You know.
But I'm waiting for Crick Buzz to come up with what his false shot percentage was, because it can only have gone down. I mean, today he really hasn't played false shot.
No. I think he was beaten once, and that was it. That 6 that hit the boundary Toblerone was as close to a full shot as anything, because he didn't quite hit it as he intended to.
I think he'd take that.
Yeah, I think he would.
I'd be interested to know what the boundary lengths are in meters.
Yeah.
And they haven't shown
I might
us
go
that,
back
have
to the beginning of yesterday's recording. They'll probably have it on there.
I don't think they do really. They don't really tell you that for test matches, do they? It's not the same as an ODI where they go, oh, look, that's a short boundary. It's only 65 metres and that one's 70. Because no one really cares in a test match. But
I don't think any of these boundaries are anywhere near 70 metres, to be honest.
No, I don't think so. Anyway, Washington
Sundar.
Sundar.
It's a pity because Edgbaston is a great.
England have won a lot of tests here. This is a bit of a fortress for England. But I mean, wickets in the past have been a lot more helpful than this. Bashir's back into the attack. His first ball is short shit, and it's pumped up to long off, and there is no run. 1 run, sorry.
So the longest boundary around Cow Corner is 65 meters.
Wow.
Straight boundaries are 60 meters, and the sides are 60 meters. It's outrageous.
That's too short for
That's 10 meters too short.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Presumably this is all
it's
on
close to the minimum allowed under ICC regulations.
Yeah, and I imagine that's all down to, I mean, Stokes is the one calling the shots here, and the England management. I mean, they've decided what they want in the pitches and boundary lengths, I presume. They've instructed the grounds to do this and that and the other. That one's just
I mean,
out to
it's
the
England's
offside,
batting
no
approach, clearly. But
yeah.
It just doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
I like the days when you didn't have to worry about safety and you just went to the fence.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing when you watch some, even in the ODIs, wasn't it? I mean, you watch some of those old ODIs in the sort of early 80s and 70s
Somewhere like
World
the
Cup.
MCG, which is enormous.
I know.
Yeah.
And they're still chasing miles out to the boundary.
Yeah.
And then crashing into the advertising hoardings, and there's nowhere to go.
Yeah. Eden Gardens used to be the same, but even Eden Gardens now has shorter boundaries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That last ball was just defended, no run. Bashir coming over the wicket. There's a man on 45, there's a mid-on, there's a big gap at mid-wicket. That was defended to an off Hayden, and there's no run. I mean, surely they've just got to start spamming it soon, aren't they? Getting bored as well. Bashir over the wicket, cuts. They're going to get 1.
That's a 4.
No, it's not going to be a 4. Wokes, who we haven't seen a lot of. The old man tumbles over, gets it back in, throws it back in, and they'll come move for 3, I think.
Yes.
Gill looks like he didn't want to run 3. He must be quite tired.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
What's the temperature today at Edgbaston?
It's only about 23, 24. It's quite a pleasant temperature.
Okay. But he's been batting there for a while.
Yeah, I mean, he came out in the second wicket, Karen Nair, fell just before lunch, didn't it, on the first day?
He's been batting for more than a day now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the humidity is 36%. So
Yeah, it's not very humid.
It's not bad.
It's pretty pleasant. conditions.
Yeah.
That one's just tapped out. On the
His legs
side.
must be tired. That's it.
Yeah. And there's a single. He might not come out at the beginning of the innings. Captaincy at someone else.
Now, watching the test match at Grenada, I reckon the outfield there is just as green as it is in Edgbaston, possibly greener.
Who's won the toss? What's going on?
Australia won the toss and are batting.
Okay.
They're 3 for no wicket, I think.
What's team have Australia gone with?
The only change has been Steve Smith has come in for Josh English.
Have they sent Marnus home then?
Marnus is in the squad, but he's not playing.
Yeah, despite Steve Smith's entreating them to include him.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
it'll be a good lesson for Marnus. He'll come back. He's so determined, and he does have the wherewithal to do it when he gets it right.
Around the wicket, Brooke guided down towards third man.
But
it's got to get.
To be fair,
no.
Oh,
Bashir
sorry.
fields it. He'll come back for 2.
To be fair, if Marnus deserved to be dropped, so did Khawaja.
Yeah,
that's probably true, but they're more desperate in terms of openers at the moment, aren't they?
Well, definitely. But Constas, he's not really any good, is he? I mean, Brooke.
As you said, that Constas just hammered it for 6 over square leg. Oh no, sorry, it was a 4, but it was just bounced before the rope.
Defended square by Washington for no run.
Australia's putting a lot of faith in him.
Yeah, well, yeah, they are. I think they're pretty desperate, you know.
Defended back
You have to be
right?
to put faith in Constance.
Yeah, I don't have much faith in them at all.
No.
Well, who else did they could go back to Marcus Harris. What's he do?
Yeah, they could, or Cameron Bancroft. Neither of whom is going to set the world off fire.
No, but they got a bit more experience now. Defended out into the covers, and there's no run.
The problem is that very soon there's going to be many more places to be filled in that Australian side.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Brooke.
What's happened with India is exactly what's coming for Australia.
Yeah, exactly that. Turned around a corner, and there'll be a single.
Yeah, I think the end of the Ashes will see a considerable number of people just leaving, and then the India series is the 6 months after the Ashes, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
there's the white ball series, which is October, November, I think.
Oh, the World Cup. Yeah.
No. There's India, Australia,
yes.
ODI and T20 series in October, November, I think.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Last ball overs just defended to us off Hayden, and is no run. We'll have one more over, and then we'll have another change.
And Mike says, I think 59.5 metres is the minimum for boundaries.
Yeah.
Brown in Brisbane says Stokes was obliged to field here after all the hoo-ha, the result from the first test and his post-match interview comments. Nitin Deshpande says, I asked about 650 plus score. Note, Washington is opener batsman. Actually, Washington Sundar has done considerably better than I anticipated he would. I'll give him that.
Well, he's got a batting average of 42.
He looked shaky when he
Yes,
came
yeah.
in. He could have been out very early, but
He's not played for a long time, though.
Yeah. I'd worry about his bowling more than his batting. And that's defended back up the track, and there is no run. India are going to have to bowl an awful lot of overs to spin, aren't they, with only 3 seamers? And on the track, that's not really doing anything. And the way England bat could be interesting.
Well, they've got Nitish Kumar Reddy as well. That could
Oh yeah,
bring in a
of
few
course.
overs.
Yeah, that one was tipped around the corner to square leg, and it'll be a single.
It is the sort of track where England could get themselves out, though.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, that's what I worry about when you know, and throw away, a series lead. I won't be here. I'll be getting hammered in Devon, so I suppose it won't really worry me. But
I think we should put out a fucking warning to the whole of Devon that you're on the way. It sounds like it's going to be pretty epic.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I haven't got wild for a while. Down the track comes Shubman Gill, smashes that down over long on. It's gone all the way, surely, isn't it? I'm presuming so. Yeah.
I mean, the moment you get height on those balls here with these boundaries, it's going to be
Yeah.
a 6.
It's like playing in the IPL.
The arc. The swing of the bat in the arc.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Well, I think it's fair to say that one question has been answered, and that was whether Shubman Gill could maintain batting form while captaining India.
Yeah.
Not maintain, but better it, because his
Yes,
batting
that's
form had
true.
been terrible coming in.
Yeah.
No, that's just tipped out the leg side as a single. I mean, that's the other thing. I guess England, with their current bowling attack, maybe they didn't want tracks that do anything either. Actually, I mean, the only two with experience are Stokes and Wokes. Cast looks like a decent prospect. It's played out to the offside and there's no run. End of the over. What do you change now?
Right.
So
I'll do a couple of messages. Kieran Roseberry says, does anyone else miss the slapstick nature of Tony trying to do tech?
Well, you'll get it for a couple of days.
Paul Stratton says Stokes wishes he had this straight-in attack at the moment up this village green drivel. And Jason Lanky says, in these conditions, even Australian bowlers will struggle. I think that's true.
Aye.
And Fluffy says, England simultaneously killing and saving Test cricket. That's some party trick.
John,
Okay.
you're going to do ball by ball instead of summarising.
I can pick that up.
Billy,
As the ball speeds away to the boundary once more. Off the bat of Shubman Gill.
And it'll be the last boundary jingle you have for half an hour because I'm going to go and chill out over there and get bored.
Just four.
Another lovely cover drive from the bat of Shubman Gill.
He's putting on quite a batting display, isn't he?
He is beautiful. That one was just pushed out on the onside for no run. Okay, so in my attempts to buy a wicket, here's something for the social media crowd, as that one comes, I think, off the outer edge and goes down to wide third man for a single. Okay, social media crowd, England are about as likely to get a wicket as finish that sentence. Well, you got to provoke something, haven't you? There's not a great deal else going on, so
This is a bit deja vu,
other than
isn't it?
Shubman Gill easing on.
Well, Bear putting on money at 25-1 obviously hasn't helped.
No, clearly not. So that failed. So there's another single, 532 for 6. Well, I think it's my fault actually, because I made the mistake this morning of referring to Dominic Sibley scoring 305, and I think Shubman Gill wants to beat that. Oh, that's come off the outside edge, and it's run away for 4.
Yeah, but Jamie French had no chance with that one.
No, absolutely no chance. Did you call him Jamie French?
I did, I'm sorry.
Goodness me.
Jamie French.
There used to be
Why
an
did I do that?
There used to be an England wicketkeeper called Bruce French.
Yes.
Perhaps we should call him.
Forgive
perhaps
me.
we should call him Bruce Smith. That would be quite fun.
It's my 3 days of high fever catching up.
Oh no, that's not good. That's not good at all.
Yeah.
This one is driven up to mid-on. But Harry Brook thought he'd actually snuck one beyond Shubman Gill when that one came off the outside edge and went away for 4. He's just shared a joke with him about it. But the score's no joke for England, 537 for 6.
Messi's far too organised with social media, so we're practically up. But Ninten Deshpande says wicket is flat, commentary team judgment is failed. Sorry about that. There isn't much else because Messi's just too organised and on it.
Well,
But
there you go.
I will just use the time to say hello to Anindo and to thank him again for doing my putting my magazine online. And you are an absolute star, Anindo. And even with all your stuff going on at the moment.
It's a pleasure, Annie. That doesn't take much time, but it's just it's just been a difficult week. Yeah,
That ball was
but I'm glad we
played
got it up.
back along the pitch for no run. Still Bashir, 1 for 138. Here he is again.
I know a lot of people wait for the County Cricket Matters in digital format, so it's good to get them to have.
yeah. I've
have
had
access to
some.
it.
I've had some relieved people, I have to say, but yes, I like the actual real thing myself. But then,
Yeah, of course, of course.
But it is hard in other countries sometimes.
Here is Bashir, and that one maybe turns in a fraction on Shubman Gill. He just played it out on the onside. He ran through for another single. 252 now for him.
I haven't seen a physical copy in a couple of years. Has it changed much?
Yeah, I would say so. But you'll have to, when you come over next, I'll hand you a copy.
Sure.
When do you come over, Anindo?
Not this year for sure. It's just I have a whole lot of
Here is
trouble.
Bashir around the wicket. That's edged. Edged wide of slip. It's going to run away for 4. Or is
Not
it?
quite.
No, they just about managed to keep it in bounds.
Good bit of fielding.
Yeah, good chase that. I think they came back for 3.
Yeah.
It was just edge wide of slip. It was a genuine edge, that.
It was a good
Yeah,
ball.
but
It had some movement, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
It was wide and short of slip, actually.
Yeah, it was. It pitched well in front. There was never much danger of a catch. But a moral victory to the bowler. And they haven't had many of those. Here's Bashir again, and this is just played back to him along the floor by Shubman Gill. 252. Washington Sundar 34. 541 for 6. 127 this stand already. Oh, that's dragged down by Bashir and pulled away to the man in the deep on the leg side. And they've just walked through for a single.
This feels like net practice for Gill, doesn't it, at the moment?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
And you know, if before the series you had told Gill that he'd be batting at 253 not out at Edgbaston, he would have said, "Pinch me and don't wake me up."
Yeah, he would. They just showed a picture of Siraj watching from the balcony and thinking about what was going through his head. I think he was thinking, just carry on batting, Skip. I don't fancy bowling on this.
Why would you?
No, indeed. Well, we're going to see Joe Root.
Oh, look, I've got some messages.
Who, to be fair, has a greater chance of taking a wicket than Harry Brook.
Indeed.
Yeah. Let me just read out some messages. Anis Rowe says England will break all records and score 8 runs per over. Paul Stratton says, good call not playing Archer on this pitch. He would be now unfit for the Ashes.
Well, yeah, potentially, that's true. Here's Root, and this is played back along the pitch. Root picks it up on his follow through.
Barong says, shades of Bangladesh from England, win the toss and bowl, opposition cruising at 500 plus. Why hasn't he bowled? It's a good question.
In comes Root again, and just played out on the onside.
I think it's been long enough for Stokes to have had a rest.
Well, of course, Andy, the county championship match we were talking about earlier, where Surrey got 820 for 9, was prefaced with Durham won the toss and chose to field. It's Root, and played out on the leg side for a single for Shubman Gill. 254 now. He clocks along to 543 for 6. Yeah, that was a very baffling decision by Durham, bearing in mind they didn't have Mark Wood, Bryden Cass.
Yeah.
You know, their 3 premier bowlers weren't playing and Yusuf as well wasn't playing, and they decided to bowl. And Potts nearly got injured, and then Rain did. That one was just played out on the leg side for no run.
So, Anindo, you think Root's more likely to get a wicket than Brook then?
At least he's a bowler.
Here's Root. That's played out on the leg side.
I mean,
They thought about going for a run.
I've seen Root actually bowl really well as a spinner.
Oh yeah, he
In
definitely has some
India, I
ability.
remember one series where he was the only one who ever looked like taking wickets.
Yeah, no, he can do. He can look quite impressive, can't he?
More like
Harry Brook
wicket
runs in.
than tongue, I think. That's slapped away into the covers, and Stokes fields, and that's the end of the over.
Okay, Messi says Annie gave me a copy of County Cricket Matters when I visited, and it is in pride of place next to her signed book. There you are. And
Wow,
when
I
you
need
actually
a
make
copy.
it over here, I will do that for you.
Thank you.
George McPherson saying, bad call not playing Archer. The bowling lineup are getting pummeled. 600 plus on the cards. Well, more than on the cards, I'd say. For India, England won't get anywhere near it. Suto says, Gill 400.
He'd have to bat a long time. He'd have to bat a long time. That ball was played out on the leg side for no run.
Fluffy says India going to win 3-1, I think. 3-1
Seriously?
India 401. Hang on, I don't quite see what you're saying here. Sorry, I think that might be part of your name.
Here is Bashir again, and this keeps a little bit low. It's cut away into the offside, no run.
I think they're saying India 401. Godfather says England is defeated, down and out. Lots of laughing emojis.
Well, he might be right.
It's a bit early in the day for that.
Might be right, but here's Bashir, who's in and played back to the bowler. Yeah, I mean, I guess the issue from what we've seen of the pitch is when it comes to their turn, where are India going to get wickets? I suppose it is the issue without Bumrah. Where are they going to get wickets? Here's Bashir, and this is
even
turned
without
off his
this
hip.
pitch,
Yes, indeed.
even without this pitch, India had not picked an 11 which could take 20 wickets. So,
No.
On this pitch, it's just going to be impossible.
That was a single out on the leg side.
So do you think
5:44
it's-
for 6?
Do you think it's got draw written all over it then?
I don't know about either it's a draw or England somehow wins, I think.
Played out on the leg side for a single. It would be fairly astonishing to win a test match where the opposition has scored 600 plus, which is looking pretty likely.
Yeah, but I think England set themselves up to be fairly astonishing. The Nintendo Dish Pande says Chave, India dropped 10 catches last match, remember, as well.
Well, that won't help them, that's for sure.
They've moved Yashasvi Jaiswal out of slips.
Played off his legs for a single. I'm just milking this over from Bashir, really, and that's the end of it. It's 5:46 for 6.
Eric J says bad call was Stokes winning the toss. Steve Williams, to bat England out of the match, India have to be looking at 650. Gill has to be thinking 100. Yep.
Well, I think he is.
He is, yeah, he's well on for that. Paul Stratton said, would Gill have batted if he had won the toss? Think Stokes is only test captain who would bowl. And Fluffy said 401 is unauthorised though, so it will be tough to be authenticated. I don't know what that means, sorry.
I think someone might have had a quiet drink and 15 loud ones at lunchtime, but there you go. Famously known as the Gareth Chilcott. Here is Joe Root, and this is pushed away off his pads. That's going to be yet another single into the outfield. Picked up by Wokes, coming in off the boundary on the leg side. They're milking the spinners. It's got to be said.
Well, like I was saying, it feels like we're just watching someone's net.
Yeah, very, very much so. Here's Root again. This is sort of chipped back as a bump ball to Root, who mocks as if to throw down the stumps, but doesn't let go of the ball.
And England have been in the field for a long time now. They're tired.
Here's Root. Well, and that's, I think that's the thing that Bear was talking about earlier, isn't it? That there might not be any demons in the pitch, but when you've been out in the field for 2 days and you're mentally a bit worn down. If you lose a couple of early ones because your openers are tired, then the game takes on different shape. That's just played out on the offside for no run by Washington Sundar. Root rattling through this over, as he tends to do. He's in again, and that's a rag of a ball all the way on the leg side. And you can give that one up. That's gone for 4. Dear me, that was awful.
Yeah, no, that wasn't pretty, and got completely what it deserved. Nitin Deshpande says, Indian fielding have weakness. This will decide the result of the match.
I don't think it will.
Steve Williams says, massive scoreboard pressure can make a big difference, even on a batting wicket. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
That's true.
Jay Sankey says, also fielding for that many overs out in the sun. I'm not sure how sunny it is in Edgbaston. It's not sunny here. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's quite cloudy, but I mean, it's still warm and it's muggy.
5 sessions is a long time.
Yeah, it's a long time
to be out in the field.
Kieran Roseblade says, it's time to roll the dice, shuffle the deck, spin the wheel of fortune, crack some eggs, make an omelette, bring on the lad.
Which lad do you think he's talking about?
I think Stokes, maybe?
Really? Hey ho. Yeah, I think Stokes has decided that his body's not really up to bowling at 5.51 for 6. And he might be right. Anyway, it's Bashir, who seems to have been bowling forever and ever and ever and ever, amen, really, but...
Well, that is the spin.
Here he is again, and that's very wide. And it was so wide that if Jamie Smith had left it, I think first slip would have fielded it quite comfortably.
It wasn't a Harmson ball, come on.
Here is... oh, blimey, that's even wider. That's nearly missed the pitch altogether, and it is a wide.
That's a test match wide.
Oh, blimey, you don't see many of those. A test match wide.
On the off stump.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness me. It was very nearly a no ball because it nearly didn't land on the cut strip. That one's a little bit straighter, and it's driven down the ground to the man at deepish mid-off, and that's a single, 5.53 or 6.
I guess he's been told to bowl wide at Gill, but...
It's the only way to stop him scoring any runs.
Oh yeah, I suppose.
Probably. We're just hoping that he'll have a big wind-up at one, I guess, and get it off the outside edge. But, Stokes is even feigning deafness to Bashir now. He's a bit fed up with this, I think. Played out on the leg side for a single. The only fielder in that region comes around to throw it back in. Washington goes to 40 now. 5.54 for 6. It's amazing to think that they were 211 for 5 at one point yesterday. Here's Bashir again. That's pretty wide and ignored by Gill.
Yeah, it was a much more positive day for England yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely.
Certainly early days.
Not much to cheer about today.
No, God.
Here's Bashir again, and this is cut away by Shubman Gill. It's just going to be a single.
But at least we're seeing some fantastic batting by Gill.
Oh yeah, it's a lovely innings.
Mm.
It's a very cultured
Yeah.
innings with lots of different strokes about it. I mean, I know they were off Harry Brook, but I mean, his 2 straight drives in Harry Brook's first over were gorgeous.
Oh, they're beautiful, yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. Here
I'll just
is
be back in a couple
Bashir
of minutes.
again. And that's tucked away off his pads. It's going to be another single. And 5.56 for 6 now. 2.59 for Gill.
Okay, so Fluffy says a bloke called Siraj really did deliver my buffalo wings tonight.
Oh, hello. There you go.
And Paul Stratton says, my big concern is rather than India bowling us out, if we go full Bazball, we will get ourselves out chasing it.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah.
That's also a possibility.
But it'll make it interesting.
But the thing is, you can't see England playing any differently, can you?
No, that's what they do.
Are they going to do any different? No, because they don't really believe in anything else. So that was very round arm, that, from Joe Root. It was played out on the leg side. That was very round arm by Root. Goodness me. Dear me. Sundar on 41. Here's Root again, that's less round arm. And driven up to mid-on for a single. 5.57 for 6. Carlos was the fielder on that occasion. Yeah, I mean, there certainly doesn't look to be anything in this pitch, but you know, maybe if you go too hard, it will go against you. Maybe going along at 4 and over is the optimum. Here's Root again, and it's just tucked away as an on drive to mid-on. And they amble through for one more.
So Washington's getting close to his 50. Gill's getting close to his 300. It's so what is their partnership? I don't know.
144 and counting.
It's been an important one.
There is Root, and that's quite round. Oh, it's a beauty!
Oh, he
that's the end of that partnership. Well, that's a snorter from Joe Root. Goodness me!
It looked fairly innocuous, didn't it? And
It came in from the round arm. Looked as if it pitched and straightened. Beat the edge and crashed into the stumps.
That was amazing.
Well. No 50 for Washington Sundar then. Let's have a look at this again. Yeah, that turned.
Yeah. It turned and it
that turned and bounced a bit as well.
Bounced high, yeah.
Beat the outside edge. Well, if I'm England looking at that, I'm not going to celebrate that for too long, because if the pitch starts doing that and they've got 500 not on the board, then that might not be terribly good news. But anyway, Washington Sundar's gone.
I think they'll celebrate
42. 558 for 7.
Right, I'll just choose the time to quickly do some messages. Farong says, ICCBRU combined announcement, no more coin toss when England play Test cricket. England will always bowl first. Effective third Test. Absolutely. Might as well.
I did tell you.
Eric J said, just agree at tea to forfeit the second innings. Fluffy is telling us brown bread is good for you. Thank you.
Where did that come from?
Well,
this
I don't know,
afternoon?
but it's very useful. I had some brown bread this morning, so I feel like I've had the right thing. Nitin Deshpande says pitch is dead, and Kieran Roseblade said I feel misrepresented. Is it because we got the wrong name of Bring on the Lad? You see, is it Root you were talking about? I apologise for not knowing which lad.
Well, none of us knew, Annie, so it wasn't just you. We were all guessing somewhat.
Pirate Badger is talking about duck or egg omelette, because we were talking about eggs earlier.
Oh, that sounds nice to me. I'll have some of that.
And Fluffy says brown bread Fred. It sounds decidedly dead, doesn't it?
Yeah, that doesn't sound good at all when one of our commentators is called Fred. But anyway, here's Root to the new batter, and oh my goodness, he bowls him a bouncer outside leg stump.
Akash Deep off his 83 runs has one score of 31, which he scored with Virat Kohli's bat.
Ah, interesting. Wow. Here is Root again. He's come over the wicket now. Having got his wicket round the wicket, he's going to be over the wicket to deep. He's in again, and oh my goodness, he just about got the bat down on that.
He's getting all kinds of movement.
Otherwise, he would have been absolutely plumb in front.
That was a rather effective over by Root.
An over out of the blue.
I did tell you.
You did call it.
Yeah.
You did call it.
Right, where were we? Nitan Deshpande says that India have hundreds of bowlers like Bashir. Yeah, I'm sure. And Fluffy.
Which means none of them are as good, any good.
No. And Messi says, in this stand of 141, Gill has scored 93 from 84 balls. He did say that before Washington was out. Fluffy says, Wehey at the wicket, obviously. Uprooted. Very good, Fluffy.
Oh, thank
Excellent. Kieran Roseblade says, fuck's sake, Root, that should have been Duckett's wicket. Root has just stolen it. Oh, it's Duckett you're talking about.
Ah, now we understand.
We got it.
Here is Bashir, and that's dabbed out on the offside by Gill. Well, now
Do you
that he's
think? Sorry.
now that he's been left with the
Jack-
tail, what will he do?
Oh, that's exactly what I was going to ask the two of you. What do you think? I mean, does he open up now and go wild?
Let's see. Well, there was no sign of it there. He just pushed it back to Bashir.
I think for the sake of the test match, he should.
Toss your wicket away for the sake of the test match, said Annie Chave.
Well, no.
Very
I'm just
good.
saying-
No one told Surrey.
No, clearly not. No.
I'm just saying it would be, that they 558, 658. It's a good score already.
It is indeed.
Yeah, but I'm not saying
Absolutely.
give your wicket away. Just
Here's Bashir, and that's played out to short cover, no run. Well, he's certainly not going mad in this over anyway. He's just absorbing the bowling. I can't imagine he'll be turning singles down or anything of that nature, though. Not with 560 almost on the board. Bashir again at the top of his run. At least England are getting through a few overs with two spinners bowling, which is a rarity. Here he is again in bowls, and that's tucked away into the leg side. Throw comes back in. My goodness me!
that was a very
was
near run out,
tight.
and that would have been madness.
That was tight. Well, they did scamper through for one.
Gill's giving a piece of his mind too.
I bet he is.
Yes. He's saying to Deep, look, I'm the batter here, just run. Well, he
I've
would-
dug in for the last 2 days.
He would have been miles out then if that throw had been... Or, he would have been out if Jamie Smith had actually fielded the ball properly.
Yes.
But Jamie
Yeah.
Smith spilt it. I think that's what happens when you're playing...
You
a
mean
wicket-
Jamie French? No.
Yeah, Jamie French or Bruce Smith or whoever it is. I think that's what happens when you're playing Surrey's second choice wicketkeeper. Let's face it, he is, isn't he,
Yeah,
Annie?
yeah.
Absolutely. But mind you, Surrey's first choice wicketkeeper isn't playing at the moment because Ben Folkes
Yeah.
has just become a dad.
Aw.
So he's
Aw.
on paternity leave at the moment.
Yeah, I wondered where he was. I'm glad
Yeah,
you
he's on
cleared
paternity
that
leave.
up.
There's nothing, he's not done himself a mischief or anything, he's just looking
Right.
after his little one.
Okay, Seahawk 7 says, did someone get sandpaper out? Because I think that's a bit mean. Fluffy says, Mr. Root goes to Washington. Very good. You're good.
very
You're
good.
full of them, aren't you, Fluffy? Nitantish Pandey says, British roots are very long. Fluffy says, dental nurse said my roots were the biggest she'd ever seen.
Dear.
Lucky Singh
Did
says,
we really
"Let's-"
need to know that?
Lucky Singh says, let's get 620, and we've got a super chat that I'll have to read out in a minute.
Here is Root again, and that's played out on the leg side for
Okay,
a run.
it's Jay Grover. Annie and John, were you both homeschooled by pigeons? Ducket bowling chatter has been ubiquitous for what seems like eons.
Well, it probably has on.
Beautiful.
It probably has on here. That's a glorious drive for 4 runs by Gill. I haven't been on here a lot lately, I would have to
No,
protest.
and
So-
I haven't done an awful lot either.
So,
I do apologise.
So we plead the fifth on that between us.
but I wasn't homeschooled by pigeon either.
I'm quite happy to take the rap. I was not homeschooled either. There was a lot of chat earlier on actually about people going to public schools. That certainly wasn't me. I was at an all boys comp for my sins. which fortunately is no longer standing. That was played out on the leg side for a single.
You mean the world couldn't take more of you?
Yeah, don't even go there anymore.
Look, we've already heard about Messi's schooling today.
Oh dear.
Oh, I missed that.
Didn't sound good.
No, well, yeah, I think I could tell a few stories that might rival that, but I won't.
I dread to think.
Here's Rooty, and played back down the pitch.
So I met up with a friend from college after 34 years or something yesterday. And I'm one of the very few who know what he actually did in college, right? Because he's built a life for himself in Portugal. He's a head of a tech park. He's a decorated professor, all of that.
Was
and he
he
was just
dodgy?
coming. He was coming from a university. Sorry.
Here is Root. Oh dear, that's bowled down the leg side, but Gill doesn't make proper contact. And in fact, it's a bye. Didn't make any contact at all. But he's got down the right end again and nicked the strike. 564 for 7.
Carry on, Indo.
Oh yeah. So he was lecturing at a university near Mumbai, and that's why he reached out to meet up. And I said, "What were you talking about?" He said, "My life." I said, "Which part of your life? Did you include the part of your life which I was there with you?" He said, "Of course not."
Of course not. We don't talk about those things. Well, that was actually tea at the end of that over. So 145 runs for 2 wickets in the session. Another session dominated by India. And Shubman Gill gets to walk off and hold his bat aloft yet again. Leave his helmet and his gloves on the boundary edge and go and fortify himself with a cup of chai or something of that nature.
Yeah, fabulous work from Gill.
Fabulous from him.
Yeah.
A joy to witness.
Yeah.
And India in the box seat, but probably wondering how they're going to get wickets on this pitch.
Yeah,
I would think.
I'll just leave one tweet, one message for you to answer quickly, and Indo. So Eric J says, "Who would an Indo put on at the other end?"
What, from Root?
Other end from Root, probably either Brighton Cars or Stokes.
Well, yeah, at least somebody who can bowl at the tail would be quite useful at this point. What have you got for us, Bear?
We're going back to podcasty stuff.
Podcasty stuff.
We shall see you in 20 minutes.
I shall see you after 2.
All right.
Well, I'll see you in a couple of days, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, bye.
Take care.
Bye.
So there's your top 6. There's only 2 positions up for grabs, which Beth will
I think
take
Smith
one
and
of those.
Stokes might be interchangeable at 6 or 7.
Yeah, and 6 and 7. Exactly. And then you've got the bowlers. Presumably Wokes comes back in. He's at 8. Probably Bryden Cast comes back in that first test with a bit of luck. And he's got a bit of experience at least and hits the deck hard. Atkinson's out for the first test,
He's
isn't
out.
he? So
Tongue,
Overton, Potts. I would go with Jamie Overton. With Jamie Overton.
No Potts. I don't think there's a Potts for the first test.
Isn't there? He's not in the
No.
squad. Let me have a look at the squad then. I assumed he would be in that squad, but
no, he's not. I can tell you your options.
I'm just looking now.
Back up are going to be Shoaib Bashir. Sam Cook is in again, but do they look at him and go English conditions?
Well, I think if you've got Chris
All
Wokes, you don't
experienced in
need
that.
Sam Cook either, do you? I mean, it's one or the other, isn't it? So if you've
It does
got
feel like
if you've
one
got Stokes at 7, you want Bryden Cass. They're going to have Shoaib Bashir because they're going to go home with a spinner.
Wasn't Shoaib Bashir absolute rubbish recently in some match?
Yeah, he's always rubbish in county cricket because no one. The thing is, Stokes lets him have his head and doesn't mind if he gets hit a lot. You know, he got 6 wickets in his last test.
Where was that?
You know, he goes for a few, but he does take wickets.
So,
and he is.
Where was that match?
That Where we played Zimbabwe and Nottingham, Trent Bridge. But what I will say about Sherbashir, he does seem to be learning to give it a little bit more air. He was noticeably less flat against Zimbabwe than he had been recently. I mean, his big problem for me is he just doesn't give it any air. And once he learns to get overspin on the ball, which he's doing, and give it a little bit more air, yeah, he's going to get hit because people are going to target him. But he's 21; he's got a lot of time to learn. He seems to be learning in Test cricket. He'll have 12 games this year in Test cricket and probably 2 in county cricket. But who cares? If he learns and he's good, that's fine by me. So that's 9 players. So it leaves you 2 bowlers. I would be tempted to go for Jamie Overton. I actually quite like him as a bowler. I think he's got decent pace and he can bat as well. Which then gives me
He does move the ball, right?
Yeah, he does move the ball and he hits the deck hard. He's pretty good. He reminds
That's what you want.
Yeah, exactly. He reminds me of a kind of Liam Plunkett. I might be tempted to just go all fast and then get Josh Tongue in if I'm having Chris Wokes as my kind of nibbler all around who's leading the thing, because Brian Cast nibbles it both ways as well. So that would I'd probably go then Bryden Cast, Jamie Overton, Chris Wokes, Sher Bashir and Josh Chung as my bottom 5. Is that 5? So 7. I think I put 12. Yeah. So Stokes is
one of them won't be able to play better.
Okay.
I mean, the bloody English always trying to have an advantage, right?
Well, so Stokes 7.
Just put an extra on it.
Wokes 8, Cast 9. Well, it leaves me. I'll go for probably go for Jamie Overton over Josh Tongue for the first test with Sher Bashir at 11, which would leave out Sam Cook and Josh Tongue.
So I think I've got to be honest. I think it is. But different for I think a test series against India is always interesting and exciting. I'm delighted it's a 5-test series, as is Richard Gould, who was quoted this week as saying 5 series tests are having a resurgence. They're fantastic. Not entirely unconnected with the money that it drops into the ECB coffers when we play the 5-test series against India or Australia primarily.
Well, as in, like all these places, I mean, India will be very well supported, and in some places it will be like a home test for India. I imagine at Edgbaston there'll be a hell of a lot of Indians. Probably Headingley too. In fact, Manchester as well. Anywhere up north.
Manchester more than Headingley, even, I think.
Yeah. So it's too inexperienced. It's an inexperienced England bowling attack by Wokes, but a reasonably embarrassment of riches batting wise, but with still 1 or 2 questions.
Yeah.
It's a very unproven captain and a transformational India. So we kind of, in some cases, really don't know what we're likely to get in English conditions. The positive thing possibly for India would be, as I'm sat here now looking up at the sky, it's very, very hot.
Yep.
I don't think we're thinking, certainly not in the first test at Headingley, it's going to be pretty dry, even though Headingley does normally offers a bit of help for the seam bowlers. You could, if India could pick conditions they fancied playing in Yorkshire, they might go, can you make it a bit more like, hot and dry, please? Which I think it's going to be.
Yeah, but
I think it's teed up. The question marks around both sides, and particularly India, make it actually that much more interesting. Personally, as much as I love Virat, and I'm really, really sorry for those cameramen who, the Kohli cam operators who are queuing up outside the job centre now looking for work. But I think despite that, those question marks make it a fascinating proposition, this series. I'm really getting quite excited about it, I've got to be honest.
It's always very interesting when you have a transition time, because, like you were saying, Tony, you just don't know how it's going to turn out, right? Maybe this is going to be very quickly into a young, dynamic Indian side, which becomes a world-beaten side, and we just don't know because we don't know how it's going to turn out.
Exactly.
So there is that prospect.
It's like asking a girl to dance when you're younger. Is she going to say yes? Is she going to say no? Is she going to tell you to bugger off? Is she going to, there's uncertainty but there's excitement. Excitement and uncertainty are a good combination in my book.
Very well put.
Yeah.
And what,
I
what
think
did she usually
we've
do,
got a
John?
bit of both of those. We've got a bit of both of those. Right, predictions. Come on, guys. You're our guest in Indo. You're also probably a bit pissed now on probably your third gin. So, where are you? Where are you going? Where are you putting your money?
Realistically, 4-1 England.
Ooh, Mr. Negative. Wow. They say gin's a depressant. Bloody hell. Maybe don't bring us a bottle of that dodgy pink and stuff.
At least I was having it with tonic water, which was invented by the Englishmen to drive away malaria.
It was. It's got quinine in. Exactly right.
Exactly.
Right. I don't know if it still does, but it did. All right. So you're Mr. Negative as from an India perspective. You've gone 4-1. Bear, what about you?
It's not a question of negative. Sorry. I mean, I just want to clarify.
Realistic.
I think it is being realistic. I'd be very happy to be proven wrong. But I think it is being realistic given everything that I said during this pod, which is that it is a transition time and it's a new team, and I don't think should be expecting a world-beating performance from them in their first series in very alien conditions.
Well, before I give my prediction, how do you think that will go down at home?
I don't think it's going to go down badly. I think the Indian, no one in India that I have seen
is anyone watching if Virat's not playing?
No, everybody's going to watch. Everybody's going to watch. Don't worry.
Okay.
This morning, I'm on 3 different cricket groups, most of which are muted, but I put out a poll in them just to figure out what people are thinking. Right. So these ex-cricketers, journalists, some are just cricket tragics, whatever. The most consistent answers that I got are in the 4-1 England.
Mm-hmm.
There were some who said they expect 3-0 England, and there were a number of others which surprised me, which said they expect a drawn series.
Well,
which I think
possible.
is being very optimistic against a team playing baseball.
Well,
an Indian team with T20s.
And their 5-day tests.
Well, I mean, look,
enjoy them while we've still got them.
I mean, this is it. The last time you were here ended up being Sewell, didn't it? After the late test, and that was a fantastic side that was really, really, really well prepared.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm with you. I've gone 4-1 simply because I can see England quite happily losing a test, or not happily losing a test, but quite easily losing a test due to Bazball tendencies. Might well be the first one. Yeah, but I do expect them to be come out on top. And we'll going back to where we were starting. It'd be a bloody good start for a change for England to start the next cycle of the World Test Championship with a decent winning score. I mean, the last time that series against you guys where we drew 2-2 at home was the first series of that cycle and didn't do us any good. And then the 2-2 Ashes draw against bloody Australia was the start of the next cycle, and we didn't get many points out of that because we got fined shitloads for fucking slow bowling. So that didn't do us any favours either. So we've got off to a shit start in both cycles. So I'm really hoping, just for the sake of us being able to kick on at some point, because we'll probably lose the Ashes 5-0. Who knows? I'm positive about that, but I'll start by saying 5-0. We'll kick us on.
I'm going 3-2.
This is so bare. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm positive about that, but I think 5-0.
That's my starting bid. My starting bid is 5-0.
Good Lord, I'm going 3-2. I don't have full faith in England. England, but I don't have full faith in the consistency of England's bowling. I actually have a lot more faith now.
Well, I'm really praying, touch wood, that Jofra proves everybody wrong and gets a game or two in this series. I'd love to see him back.
They said he's going to be available from the second. But I'll believe it when I see it.
Look, I mean, look, everyone gets injured, right? Everyone's had bloody stress fractures of this, that, and the other, and they all come back and they eventually play. I don't see why everyone thinks that Jofra will somehow never be able to play a test match again, unless he doesn't want to. And I think he really, really, really wants to play a test match. And if he can, he will. He'll give it a go. And I think he'd be fantastic to see back in a Test match instead of getting slapped around in a T20 where there's no fucking fielders anywhere near the slips and shit like that. To have a slip cordon with him with a new fucking ball that's moving around in a Test match will be fucking brilliant. And I'm just praying that it happens. I just think this whole negativity about him, when you'll play another Test match again, it's just such fucking bullshit.
Well, there we are. Bear is
Mark Wood's not playing the series.
Mark Wood might be available for the 5th Test, apparently. But basically, wrap him up in cotton wool and send him off to Australia.
Again, I'm not convinced. I know they think
I
place for Australia, but...
Well, yeah, I mean, if he plays 2 tests in Australia, I'd be I mean, as I said to you, Tone, and I'd say to everyone, I think England should take every fucking quick bowler that is fit out to Australia who can bowl over 86 miles an hour, put them all in the fucking squad, and perm whoever's fit for any test out in the middle, if they're any good.
You are limited on the number of people you can take there. You can't just fill a boat with
I think you can expand your squad. Other sides have taken squads of 20 players out. Why can't we?
You can hastily arrange a Lions tour and then have a couple spare.
Absolutely.
One way you can do it. Right. So we're going 4-1, 5-0.
No. I said 4-1. 5-0 was how we were going to lose the Ashes. 4-1 for the series.
Oh, you've gone 4-1. Indo's gone 4-1. Okay. And I've gone 3-2. I'm a bit more optimistic from a India perspective, I've got to be honest. I've got one last question before we're ringing the last orders bell. People are drinking up, and thank you for that. And obviously, a reminder: we will be on air every ball starting on Friday, isn't it?
Apparently, some really skinny crews.
Skinny in the sense of numerically, not in the sense of bodies of those that are crewing.
Obviously not.
But the only other thing that really sprung up this week, there is of course another Test match going on, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. It looks like it's going to be a high-scoring one. But more particularly, our friends the ICC, Jay Shah's celebratory video of all about celebrating Australia. The video to celebrate South Africa's win, rather, seemed to be mainly pictures of Jay Shah hugging people. But the ICC seem to be moving ever closer to 4-day tests. Is it a reality we have to accept, or should we just be traditionalists and say, over my dead body, keep the top form of the game sacrosanct? How dare you? I know I stand in that camp. What about you?
I'm sure you would, Tone. I'm a bit ambivalent towards it. I think a lot of tests finish in 4 days. I can kind of see it, but they've got, in order to have a 4-day test, they've got to figure a way to get however many overs they need to get in a day to make that work. If it's 96 overs in a day to get the extra kind of
as they do in the championship.
Yeah, then if they're going to do it, they've got to enforce it. And how they enforce it and make that happen, I don't know. But I mean, a lot of tests don't go to day 5 now, and that is fair enough. I don't think everything's sacrosanct, because in the old days, tests were timeless. And then they got rid of that, and they had 5-day tests.
Well, actually, before they were 3 days. Yeah.
Well, exactly. So the fact that it's sacrosanct is actually bullshit, isn't it? Because it has been changed. Exactly. It has been changed.
Tradition keeps changing, right?
Precisely. I know there'll be a lot of people getting really angry about that, but if you want, and the point has been made on our WhatsApp group, 2 5-day tests with a break takes up 10 days, 3 4-day tests takes up 12. Chances are you're going to get more 3-day. They want 3 test series to be the minimum for the World Test Championship. Seems a way of being able to get that in. The way that players generally play these days, no one plays for a draw. Too many T20 specialists can't fucking bat for toffee anyway, except for smashing it around the park. So, the World Test Championship went 3 days and 1 session.
Okay, so yes, I am a traditionalist who would preserve 5 days. The games we're covering, I have a sort of 2 guiding factors. One is I would look forward to a 5th day if both sides are in with a chance of winning it and it's going to be exciting. 2, if it's just going to be a formality of a day 5, then I'm quite happy for it to finish on day 4 and I can think, I've got a day off, what will I do?
Yeah.
So But I like the day 5.
It's a free option.
You anticipate
How many-
genuine
free
excitement.
option.
You tell me how many day 5s we've done in the last 2 years. And
I
reckon
can't count them out, but the answer is
probably
Not
2
a
or
handful.
3. Yeah, is that?
Not many.
Right.
The free option of day 5, I think, is probably not a very practical expectation, because the schedule is never going to allow an extra day always to be available, regardless of whether it's used or not. So I think from a scheduling standpoint, that may not make sense, and from ticketing standpoint and all of that. But going back to Bear's point, I agree with you, Bear, that the ideal situation would be, given the past few years, to have 4-day tests, but with an X number of overs per day, which again is not practical, because in countries where cricket is played in the summer,
Hello, John. We're back. John on Ball by Ball. I'm on your socials, and Richard is with us on summarising.
What a team! What a team.
Yeah, and Australia have suddenly plummeted to 48 for 2 in the West Indies. Both openers are dismissed. So, excitement elsewhere.
Yeah, there was this great entertainment during tea, and actually I wouldn't have minded if they'd had a longer tea break at Edgbaston, because there's a contest between bat and ball going on in Grenada, and Constas is on his bike, which is nice. Yeah, which is a lot better entertainment than we're getting at Edgbaston, unless you are a rabid India fan.
Yep, indeed. Because, well, I mean, I actually am pleased to see India. I'm hoping we get to the Oval with it too in this series, so it will be great to have that.
I would agree with that, being a neutral for a change. You've never seen me be a neutral, have you, Messrs?
No, I don't think I have. John Bateman is probably talking a lot, but he's on mute, so we're not hearing any of it.
Right, I'm now not on mute, so we are back.
You are coming across loud and clear.
Thank you, Messi, for pointing that out. Shubman Gill is...
I'm not used to you being quiet. That's what it was that tipped me off.
Touche. Shubman Gill resuming his vigil on 265 not out, 564 for 7, and it is the man to bowl at the tail, Josh Tongue, coming in, and he's cut away by Shubman Gill into the deep, a sliding stop and a throw back in, and they keep it to 1. That was good.
I think there's been a run off the first ball of every session so far today. That completes the set.
Oh, well, there you go.
It just sort of sets the tone, doesn't it? And you can't keep the pressure on straight after coming out from a break.
Well, I guess when you're bowling Josh Tongue and he's going to bowl a loosener, that's likely to happen, isn't it, really?
Yeah, and there's a couple of looseners every over from what we've seen today.
Well, from him, yes, indeed.
From him, yeah.
I think it also says something about Gill's state of mind. He's been dominant throughout without being super aggressive, just playing to his strengths.
He's just going to stay on top of the bowling, isn't he? That's his issue.
Yeah.
Well, can Tongue bowl at the tail? That's the question. Can he get rid or not?
Looks like Stokes is setting a funky field here.
Oh, that would be a shock. We've got one slip and a wide leg slip by the look of it. In comes Tongue and bowls, and that's played off the inside edge of the bat to the man at short mid wicket.
And there's a short leg about 2 pitches away from the bat. That's Pope. Still got the helmet on, but not particularly close. And right behind him is Wokes at square leg. We're just seeing patches of the field.
Yes.
Got a mid-on. Got a cover. I don't know if there's a mid-off or anyone in that a long-off or a mid-off region.
Wherever he fields Pope, every time he fields the ball, his sunglasses fall off. Here's Tongue, and he's in, and that's short. And deep ducks, and it goes through to Jamie Smith. Or Jamie French, as he's now called. He's now been christened.
It's got a ring to it. I'm a bit worried about Gill overtaking Graham Smith's big knock at Edgbaston all those years ago, which was, I think, 277-ish, 280, something around
It's
there.
fairly likely. Here is Tongue again, and Deep drives it back, and Tongue gets a hand down, and did they actually disturb the stumps there?
Oh, yes.
Aha.
It hit the stumps, but nobody got excited.
No, so he obviously didn't get anything on it, or they got back in their crease anyway. No, he didn't. He didn't get a touch on it. That's why.
It hit middle and leg if you're going the other way.
Which England haven't done very often.
No.
Today. Here is Tongue again into Deep, and that's short, and he sways back. Lets it go through to Jamie Smith. No run. One more ball
So has
to
there been
negotiate.
Has there ever been a Test 300 at Edgbaston? It was. You're up at 280 odd of Smith.
That's a
is that
good
the best?
question.
I've got two screens going now, and I have
Page
none
your
of the
Messi.
skills.
Yeah, I'm on it.
I've got
Page
none of the
your
skills
Messi.
required to look that up now because the West Indies are bubbling away on the other
Aha.
screen.
Here is Tongue in again, and this is fended off down the leg side. It's worked its way round. It's gone for 4. A boundary for Deep to end the over. 569 for 7.
Stats and records.
Oh
Sorry,
dear. Messes
just-
on social and stats. Well, take your time. I'll
most
give it-
runs in Test matches is coming up.
Australia's
And-
50 is up, I can report. Meantime, 50 for 2.
The highest score, I think, is Alistair Cook's 294.
Ah, so that's in play.
Yes.
That's very much in play. If the tail can stay around long enough to bat with him.
Okay, who scored the most runs at Edgbaston?
Oh, God.
Is this an aggregate question?
Yes.
What?
Aggregate test runs.
Yeah. Average is 70.76.
Oh, my God. 70.76.
Yep.
That's a good question. We'll have a think about that. Here's Bashir. And this is played out on the leg side for no run.
His second name is Edward.
Andy Strauss.
Second name is Edward. Let's cut away into the deep. The order comes round. They only... oh no, they come back for 2. They've scampered back for 2. 268 for Gill now. Second name is Edward.
But it's not Fidel.
No.
No, it's not his surname, it's his second Christian.
That's his second forename, as they say.
Forename, yes, sorry.
Yeah, played down the ground for a single by Gill to the man at mid-on. Second name Edward. It's at Edgbaston.
Meantime, one of our favourite players is out in Grenada.
Ooh.
Oh, yes,
He's gone,
Smith caught on
gone
the
on the
boundary.
pull, and it hasn't worked out for Piggy.
That could be misconstrued, Richard. No wonder he's out. Here's Bashir. He's in, and oh, that's beaten the edge. Oh my word! Again, if I'm England, I don't really want to see that happening now. With
You've seen this player play fairly recently, I'd say. He scored
Ooh.
920 runs there. He scored 3 centuries.
Wow.
High score of 142 not out.
But it's an England player, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to be English, isn't he?
Yeah.
You'd think.
Yeah, you would.
I mean,
Bear's shouting the answer from the void. Here's
what did he
Bashir.
say?
It's turned off his legs, this one, by Deep, and that might go for 4 as well. No, oh, cross comes the fielder. He's just about managed to keep it in bounds. That was good fielding, right on the fence. They got back for 2, 574 for 7. But,
I've got to put you out of your agony, I think.
go on.
You're going to kick yourself.
I am.
You really are. Joe Root.
Joe Root.
oh, that guy.
That man, yes. One should have known, should one not? That's very good. That's very good fielding, actually.
It wasn't even a trick question from Messi.
No, it wasn't.
It was almost too obvious.
I was looking for something far more complicated and awkward, and it was not so. 574 for 7. 143 overs now bowled. Goodness me. We're 17 overs from a third new ball. Here is Josh Tongue. He's in, and this is paddled around by Gill. It's a lovely shot. Beats the infield, but I think that is Joe Root out on the fence. At deep square. That's not a place you usually find Joe Root.
No, well, he'll be worrying about his record if Gill carries on with this for much longer. He's only...
Am I right in thinking
away.
that Gill didn't run then? He's actually turned down the single.
That's exactly what I thought, and
If
I thought I
that's
was
the
going
case,
mad.
that's very bizarre. No, he has turned down the single. Here's Tongue again, and this is down the leg side, and Gill decides not to pull or hook it and lets it go through to Smith. Well, you're turning down runs at 574 for 7.
Yeah, and you've selected a team that's supposed to be batting deep.
Wow.
I'm told. Literally, it is deep batting at the other end.
That is extraordinary.
Is
Surely.
that about protecting him, or maybe he pulled a muscle in that shot?
That's not a great signal to send to your bowlers, I don't think. Here's Tongue again, and this is pulled away, and it's caught. He's gone.
Wow.
Josh Tongue has got him out.
Should have taken that single.
Well, yeah, he should have he wishes he had taken the single now.
Yeah, yeah. It is the softest of softest missiles as he pulls it to a shortish mid wicket. It was actually a tired shot, and can you blame him? 269 off
269. He's getting his hand shaken by a few Englishmen as he went off the field.
What a great innings!
It was a
loved
super
watching that.
innings.
Oh, he's
just
given
a-
batting practice there, fielding practice.
A little bit off the top edge, and it just sort of looped out to the fielder at square leg. Well,
now I'm even more fascinated to know why he declined that single. Maybe he really did something, got in his head, or he did pull something, because the shot that followed was nothing like anything we've seen today.
well, he gets a standing ovation from everyone at Edgbaston, and so he should. But he's gone, and it's 574 for 8. Sir Alister's 294 is safe. It won't be caught today. Shubman Gill out for 269.
Maybe tomorrow,
That's
though.
correct. An interesting fact about the best run scorers at Edgbaston: the top 6 run scorers are all capped in England. Atherton, Trescothick, Cowdrey, Gower, Cook and Root. There you go.
So who got out in Grenada, Richard?
Smith.
It was Steve Smith. So
Oh, well, there you
51
go.
for 3.
So in the space of about 2 minutes, Steve Smith and Shubman Gill are both out on the pull.
Yeah, that's true. Smith at least managed to get it somewhere near the boundary.
Yeah.
Gill didn't even get it off the square.
No,
It was a very village dismissal in the end.
it was a wearisome shot.
Yeah, it was.
It has
very
to be
much
said.
so. Brenova's got this match worked out. He says, the way I want to see England win this, England declare after getting 1 run. They then bowl out India in their second innings for 300 or so, then chase down the grand total in the 4th innings.
Which would be about 900.
Oh my word! That was Tongue into Siraj, who played it out on the leg side, and Pope flicked it back at the stumps. I think he missed them. If he hadn't missed them, Siraj might have been struggling there, I think. Because I think he overbalanced. Oh my word.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. It's good fielding by Pope. That would have been tight. Anyway. Here is Tongue. Roaring in again. And, that's poor. That's short down the leg side.
He has bowled a lot of dross today. I mean, really.
Yes,
So many
dross.
bad balls.
Yes.
Just outright rank bad deliveries.
Yes, it's been somewhat loose-tongued.
When you think about professional sports and how we talk it up and how good everyone is at their art these days, it's almost refreshing to see someone bowl so many bad ones.
It's a bowl village. Here he is. He's in again, and this is played out on the offside, and he takes about 3 strides down the pitch because he wants a run. I think he just wanted to get away from Josh Tongue, really. But anyway, he was sent back, and it's 574 for 8 at the end of the over.
Well, I like the fact that now there's a good chance that England will bat for up to a couple of hours tonight, and we'll see how things are going.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Eric J says, both out on the pool, eh? That's not cricket.
I think that was my point. I blame Richard. He started it.
Yeah. There was some discussion about Australia earlier on, but some people are happy to see Australia at 56 for 3. Green is on 2 and Head is on 4. Sweet Mango says, good morning from Brooklyn. Seems like the West Indies looking for revenge against Australia. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Here is Bashir bowling to deep, who has a bit of a feel for that one. Misses it. Goes through to Smith. No run. You feel like the end might be nigh for this Indian innings. Here's Bashir. A big swing. Has he got enough of that?
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, he's got more than enough. Oh, no, he hasn't. He's been caught on the fence.
Well, the cameraman gave him 6.
The cameraman thought it had gone for 6, but the cameraman was wrong because he's found the hands of Duckett at deep, long on, and deep didn't get it deep enough because he's gone for 6. Well, he threw the kitchen sink at it.
Oh yeah,
a dreadful shot.
But it went more up than forward, and Ben Duckett doesn't drop much.
It pitched about a foot outside the off stump. Trying to hit it to long on is not a smart move.
No, he was fetching it, I think we might say. 574 for 9 then.
Indeed.
We are in the death throes of the innings, and Bashir's had another man caught on the fence. So
it almost feels like a result now for England from where they were at tea.
Yeah, less than 600.
Yeah. Now, would they have taken this at the start of the day? Probably not.
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 Still, given how it's gone on some points, they might have feared worse, put it that way. Assuming they get this last one quickly.
It's a really nicely judged catch by Duckett, actually. He just never looks like dropping it. Very calmly taken. Deep looked at his bat as if to say, got it on the toe end. Anyway, 574 for 9. Last pair at the wicket. Bashir will be thinking, well, I can get 3 here, so that's a good thing. He's in and turned a bit, and it was dabbed wide of slip, and Krishna's off the mark with a single. 575 for 9.
Nice dab by the new man there, actually.
Siraj is probably quite glad about that because it means that he's no longer at Josh Tongue's end for the next over. Well, not at this stage, anyway. Will he have a real wind at Bashir? Let's have a look. Oh! Pushes forward and Bashir beats the outside edge. No run. I don't think that turned at all. I think he just played down completely the wrong line. Here's Bashir again. And, yeah, that turned into him a fraction. He's just turned it onto the onside. No run. Smith comes from behind the stumps to pick it up. Well, England openers are thinking about batting now, that's for sure. Here's Bashir. He's in, and this is full. And just played out on the offside by Siraj. It's the end of the over. 575 for 9.
Indian vlogger says West Indies don't know how to bat against the Aussie bowling lineup, so I don't have any hope. Now Duckett has to stand tall again with the bat. How long is that boundary the rope is well in, says Bruce Robinson. Yeah, its longest one is 65 metres. Jay Solanke says so England will probably be playing around 18 to 20 overs. Actually, I think they'll be playing 25, 26 overs. They'll have over 2 hours to bat if they're out within the next 10 minutes. Sorry, yeah. They'll have 2 hours to bat if they were all out now.
Well, there's been 60 overs today so far, isn't there?
Yeah, it's remarkable. Those spinners bowling quickly.
And we still can't. Yeah. In comes Tongue, and I think there was a little bit of bat and a little bit of pad on that from Krishna. And out on the leg side, no run.
Yeah, on that Australia comment, indeed, it is doing a bit through the air and off the pitch in Grenada. So, yeah, you wouldn't fancy Hazelwood, Cummins, Stark as a batting unit.
No. A fairly uncomfortable prospect, you would think. Holmes finding something to laugh about. He's in again and bowls, and, well, that's short. And that's well taken by Jamie Smith. Very well taken. It was arcing down the leg side, having gone past the batter, and he dived away to his left. Did well to stop that.
Well, he was ready for that. But does that make the top 10 of tongue tripe served up today? It might make the top 10.
Yeah, it was pretty awful.
Yeah. It's short.
Well taken by Smith.
Well done, leg.
Good effort.
Was well taken.
In comes Tongue again, and this is a big swing and a miss from Krishna. Well, I don't think this is going to last very long, but it might be quite lively while it does, because if he hits one, it might end up in next week somewhere, and if he doesn't, then they might need a new set of stumps. Because I don't think Krishna fancies Josh Tongue very much. Joe Root looks like he's practicing a sprint start for some strange reason. Not quite sure what that was about.
Some dressing room joke.
Yeah, clearly. An in-joke that we're not in on. Here's Tongue again, and that's short, and Krishna flinches as it goes past him. Sort of nods down the pitch, and it results in no run.
Yeah, because we saw Crawley practicing a sprint start with a clenched fist, and then we saw Root practicing it with an open palm. So, unravel that if you can, but I'm sure it will make perfect sense in the dressing room environment. Lad's joke.
Unless they both join the Masons or something very weird. Here's Josh Tongue. Oh, my word. That's very nearly squeezed under the bat. It was very full. I think Krishna was expecting another short one. And Tongue threw in the Yorker. He got some part of the bat on it. And it very nearly dribbled under the bat anyway. Oh my goodness me, that was close. Krishna was doing a bit of a dance, trying to get his legs out of the way so that he didn't kick it on the wicket. Here's Tongue again, and this is slapped away. And is that it? Oh, I thought that was out for a minute, but maybe not. It's fielded square of the wicket anyway.
It's over up is what it is.
It's over up, and it's 575 for 9.
J.M. Araratman says, I just saw the Smith wicket. Terrible shot. Looked ugly. He has the ability to look sublime most of the time. But some dismissals, he looks like a tail ender. Carl Herbert says, the ECB has missed a prime opportunity to sell pick spots on the boundary with those boundary lengths. Yeah, there's vast acreage between the actual fence and where the boundary rope is. In the old days at Lords, when they did that, they allowed people onto the grass.
They did, indeed. I remember it well. Bashir comes in and it's pushed out on the offside for no run.
Well, we'll never see that again because cool stuff like that's been banned.
Health and safety, mate.
What a mad world we live in. Try to keep people alive.
I know. God, whatever next. This is pushed back down the pitch as well for no run.
Far too many people anyway, if you ask me.
Oh, steady. We're wandering into dangerous territory here.
I'll go sit on the boundary if I get it.
We don't really need to hear that out of Austria, I don't think.
Bashir just props forward. No run again.
Sorry.
Hey, I'm not Austrian. You can have a go if you want.
Dear me.
I am an Ausländer.
Well,
They have to
there
let me stay because they were naughty in the past, see?
We won't pursue that for the moment. Here is Bashir again. He's up to the wicket and bowls. How long before one of these tail-enders decides to take a mighty swipe?
Yeah.
Bashir, we wonder. I would have thought propping and copping for another half an hour probably isn't in their interest.
No one is going to have a crack at them in the dressing room if they get out taking a mighty swipe at the stage.
There is Bashir again, and he's down the wicket, driving for 4.
Well done, sir.
Well, that's a pretty good shot, actually. In all fairness, it wasn't an ugly swipe. He took a step down the pitch and cracked it to the right of the stumps at the bowler's end, and
he
fizzed it down to the boundary.
He wasn't perfectly on balance, was he? But he produced an on-drive.
Here's Bashir again, and this is tickled round the corner, and they've scampered through for another run. So Siraj has suddenly gone to 5, and it's 580 for 9. At the end
It'd
of
be
that
nice for them to
over.
get 600 as a psychological barrier.
Nice round ring to it.
Yeah, Benjamin Spears just says Daniel Bell Drummond for England. And Fluffy says Edgbaston rhubarb, Birmingham cauliflowers. Warong says with the vast acreage on offer, there would be 10,000 more people watching the game live at the ground if played in Bangladesh.
Well, yeah, that's probably true. Here's Josh Tongue again. Steaming into Siraj. It's in, and another delivery down the leg side. Gosh, if balls down the leg side were the equivalent of a swear box, he would have ended up owing a lot of money today with Josh Tongue.
Yeah.
Because he has bowled a hell of a lot down in that particular corridor. That's not the corridor that Geoffrey Boycott used to talk about. There is Tongue again, and another one down the leg side.
Jesus Christ.
Dear me. Goodness me.
You're bowling at a tail ender at 90 miles an
bowl
hour.
at the stumps,
Yeah,
man.
exactly.
Just bowl at the stumps.
He's tired though.
He's
27th over.
He's cack scared of you anyway. Just bowl at the stumps. He'll probably
26
back
overs
away.
in 2 full days of cricket isn't a lot.
Dear
True, yes,
me.
it started yesterday. Forgot that.
He's in again, and another one down the leg side.
That's even worse.
They're
That's
getting
dreadful.
further and further. Well, if he keeps doing that, Jamie Smith might as well stand about 8th stump down the leg side, because then they'll come straight to him. You know, I mean, this is just awful bowling from Josh Tongue. I'm tempted to suggest he deserves a tongue lashing from Mr. Rob Key, but whether he'll get one or not, I'm not sure. Here he is again. Oh, he's actually bowled one that the batsman needed to hit, and he's played it on the onside. Jasprit Bumrah looking on, sort of saying, who is this bloke anyway? Why can't he bowl it on the wicket? Yeah, good question, Jasprit. I don't think Bumrah will be offering him any coaching sessions anytime soon, however. Anyway, he's back at the top of his mark, his Tongue. He's in again, and this is down the leg side.
Jesus Christ. Daz Reynolds has asked for the bowling figures. Wokes says 2 for 81 from 25 overs. Carr says 1 for 83 from 24. Tongue has 2 for 116. This is his 27th over. Stokes 1 for 74 from 19. Bashir 2 for 163 of 43 overs. Root has 1 for 20 of 5. And Harry Brook none for 31 of 5 overs of crap.
Here is Tongue in again, and this is pushed into the offside, and they do scamper through for 1. So Siraj has pinched the bowling again and gone to 6. It's 581 for 9. Are we doing one more over, or are we having a switcheroo?
We'll do one more.
We'll do one
Will
more.
Reynolds says Daniel Bell Drummond has been so unlucky not to get an Indian cap, considering his age and who was opening for most of his career. Jeff J. Energy says, good afternoon, panel and everyone. Oh, goody. India doing great. England got a massive one to chase. Prediction, India win. George McPherson predictably says, England's bowlers are an embarrassment. These lot Bar, Wokes and Stokes need to be dropped. And Jeff says, bring out Stuart Broad from retirement. He's still got the goods.
He sounds.
Jeff J calling us a panel. That makes us sound very important. I like that.
He sounds more glass half empty than me. That's not allowed. That's not allowed on Guerrilla Cricket. He's stealing my act.
He's way further down the plug hole than you are, John.
Oh, blimey. He has my sympathy in that
Down
case.
the
Good
plug
grief.
hole.
Here is Bashir once more. Coming in and bowling, and he's tossed that up, and it's come off the outside edge, and the fielder sort of halfway back. Wokes seems to be between sort of fly slip and short third man. He managed to get round to it, and it's just a single, which means Bashir will get a chance to bowl to Krishna, which he'll probably be quite happy about. Clearly, Siraj doesn't have an awful lot of confidence in Krishna, I don't think. There is Bashir, he's in, and Krishna's forward okay there. Kept everything together and laid it back down the pitch.
Has Bashir had a break or been bowling?
He just every single time I've been on ball by ball today, it's been Bashir bowling from
he's
this end.
had quite a few breaks. Yeah,
he's in again, and that's gone past the stumps, or gone past the bat. It's been taken by Jamie Smith. That one slipped past the edge. I'm not sure it did a great deal. Again, I think Krishna just laid down the wrong line altogether. Bashir in again, and he just dabs this one down in front of him. It sort of spins back behind him, but well wide of the stumps. So a couple of balls left in this over for Bashir to try and wrap up the innings. 2 for 164, goodness me. 44 overs almost. Round the wicket now, and this is driven, and Krishna can take a single down to mid-off. He's quite deep. That was Stokes fielding him mid-off. 583 for 9. Well, I know he likes batting second and putting sides into bat. I'm not quite sure he thought they'd get this many when he made that decision yesterday morning. There's Bashir again, and Siraj just pushes it back to the bowler. 583 for 9 at the end of the over, and we are due a switcheroo. I'm not quite sure who's coming in, but I'm sure Messi can tell us.
I shall tell you. Richard is actually on ball by ball. Will Reynolds is coming in on socials, which are up to date. And Mayank is with us on summarising. At least I hope he is. You there, Mayank? I don't see Mayank. Bear, do you need to let Mayank in?
And Will needs to. Yeah, there he is.
No, I don't need to let Mayank in.
See you, Will.
He's not there, so I'll sit in. I'll sit in for Mayank.
Okay, thanks, mate.
See you in half an hour.
I'll catch you. Catch you soon.
Laters.
In a bit.
Yeah.
So let's see how quickly we can wrap this innings up. Here's Tung once more to Krishna, who turns it away on the leg side. There's going to be a bit of a chase on for the fielders to the very short boundary, but they will haul it in. And the batsmen are back for a couple, I would say.
This is fucking tedious, man.
I can't argue with you there. Keep an eye on the West Indies game is all I can say.
I've been trying, but I think I've been cut off from my Discovery Plus on my Skybox. I turned it over. None of my Discovery channels are working. And I pay them good money every month for it to be there. I'm going to have a word.
Tung continues to Krishna. It's angled in. He just blocks it away onto the leg side. So this game is on Discovery Plus, whatever that is in the UK, is
TNT thing, yeah.
Oh, the West Indies game. So one thing I can say for living in a non-cricket country where there is actually no official legal coverage or contracts for covering things like West Indies cricket, it is free and legal on YouTube.
What is?
the West Indies game.
Oh, how come?
So move to France or somewhere like that. It's.
Oh, because
I'll tell you after this, but this is shorter, and Krishna goes back and defends it, pops away on the offside, no run. Yeah, I mean, in non-cricket playing countries that are not covered by any broadcast deal, countries like Pakistan, West Indies, and so on are increasingly just throwing it on YouTube, and so that means me sitting in Austria, I can just.
But then surely anyone who's in the countries where they are being broadcast just gets a VPN and starts fucking down there
I was
in
going to say,
France.
just get a VPN.
You keep hearing that VPNs are getting cleverer, but I mean, you could try it. Tell them you're in Austria, because the coverage is lovely. Here's Tang once more, and it's on the stumps, but Krishna keeps it out. It's fielded by short leg. No run. Well, we need to wrap this up now and see.
Oh no.
England have a bat, and so we can judge the wicket once we've seen both teams bat. When England are 60 without loss after 3 overs, then we shall know for sure.
Well, I mean, that is the problem, I think. Mental disintegration, as Alex Ferguson would say.
There's another non-event of a delivery as Krishna blocks it. You know, I'm all for old-fashioned Test cricket most of the time, but 585 for 9. I really wish the tail end would have a swipe now. So we are just wasting everyone's time.
Well, they're not going to declare, are they? I mean, they're just going to let it play out. Unless these two put on another 100. Well, unless these guys put on 100 runs between them, in which case they probably would declare. But
all they're achieving is putting legs, wearing out the England bowlers. Speaking of, Tang completing the 28th over with the dot ball, 585 for 9, and I believe Will is Mr. Social now.
I am indeed. Let's have a look. Leah said hi to me. I saw that and replied to it. I'm being social. The selectors must be regretting selecting a second string bowling lineup, says George McPherson.
Well,
who else have you got?
Well, this is it. Who's available? Well, I mean, I guess
some guy called Bumrah, but not really available if you've got to sit.
Well, no, I think they're talking. I guess he's talking about England. I mean, they could have picked but funnily enough, for the same reasons that Anindo was saying, they were probably right not to pick Bumrah for this test if the wicket's so fucking shite. Presumably, England were probably right in the end not to pick Joffrey. He'd have flogged himself to death on his first test back on a flat.
Oh yeah, he'd have already wrecked his knees again.
So it's probably right not to pick him.
Here comes Bashir, floats it up outside the off stump, quite wide of it, and Siraj is not tempted. Siraj has also just indulged himself in a bat change, and you do increasingly get the feeling that India's main goal at the moment is just to keep England out there and annoy them. Bashir once more, it's a similar delivery, a little bit straighter, and this played away to the long on, and they trot through for a single.
I mean,
and on we go.
Does feel a little bit like the Cardiff 2009 test, where basically when it was Monty and Jimmy, like every time something hit them, they'd like fall over and be like, I need a physio to come and look at me. And just like waste time. Like, I love it. It's the best thing that's ever happened.
Yeah, but that was heading towards a result. We could have lost that one. But
you can understand when you're trying to save a draw.
And
maybe India are still in that mentality right now.
Well,
first innings.
You wonder if India are playing for a draw already.
Because they have selected a second-rate bowling lineup. Is Bashir. It's flatter, quicker, and there's a little bit of a shout as it hits him on the pad, but it's going down.
Review.
What is the situation with reviews?
I think we got 2 left.
Okay.
Well, no one's been hit on the pad or got or beaten the bat.
Since about lunchtime on day 1, yeah.
Oh, look. Yeah, so there's a dot ball, I gather. That's my script froze for a minute there. So Bashir will reload. He's got a couple left in this over. I mean, you can sense a little bit of antsiness in the Indian dressing room. They're all sitting there in their whites.
Yeah.
But the batters are resolute at the moment. Krishna faces up to Bashir, and again, I've lost the feed, but they've clearly scampered a single there out to square leg. Which will bring Siraj onto strike, will it not? For the last, yes it will, for the last ball of the over.
terrible shot. Toe end out to deep square leg.
Here comes Bashir. Oh,
Yay!
there's a run down the wicket. He is beaten past the legs as it turns past him, and he is very much stumped. And Bashir has got a second to celebrate after all those overs.
It's a third. He got 3 for 167. I think that's a bit generous to say it turned down the leg stump. I just think it was a rank ball that he dragged down the leg stump, and Siraj kind of walked past.
Well, I'm sure we'll get another look, but he definitely did walk past it either way. 587 is the total. Here's the...
it was the carom ball again.
It's your carom ball. So it's...
Maybe that's the first wicket he's ever got with it. It was a shit one.
Yeah, it was a shit wicket, but shit gets wickets.
It does indeed, as we all know. Well,
absolutely worth the wait, I guess.
I suppose so. So what are they all out for? 587.
585, was it not?
587 it says on the scorecard.
587. They
587.
tacked a couple in. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want me to go through the card?
If you've got
you
one,
might as well. If you've got one there.
Yeah. Wokes, 25 overs, 6 maidens, went for 81, 2 wickets. Cast, 24 overs, 3 maidens, 83 for 1. Tongue, 28, 2 maidens, 119 for 2. That's insane. Poor bloke. 19 overs for Stokes, no maidens, 74 for 1. Bash, 45 overs, 2 maidens, 167 for 3. Ruti had 5 overs, went for 20 and got the 1 wicket.
Most economical bowler by the looks of it.
Yeah, like by a long way.
And the least tired.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is good because he'll probably be in a minute.
Well, I mean, that is the. This is what I was talking about earlier. The problem is that England have now been out in the field for 5 sessions. They must be mentally exhausted. It's not been as hot as it was before, but it's still reasonably hot. You know, you've been out there, you're mentally exhausted, and now Crawley and Duckett have got to go out and open a batting and concentrate with, bowlers with 580 odd runs behind them, who may be thinking, well, the wicket's dead, but there's a mistake to be had here, and we got a new ball in our hand, and if they can get a couple of early wickets, England could be in a pile of shit here.
Yeah, it really could. This could go either way.
It could go horribly wrong.
Also, what they've done to Edgbaston seems really weird to me, because Edgbaston's not normally like this.
Nowhere in England is normally like this.
No, like
maybe
this
the
is
Oval sometimes.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the Oval can be a bit dead sometimes, and like some of the kind of smaller county grounds, like.
But do you not think it's just down to the weather we've had this year? I just don't think they've been able to prepare. We've had an abnormal summer in a lot of senses. It's been really hot, really, really dry, and I just don't think they've been able to prepare what we would consider normal, air quotes, English wickets that nibble. It's been so sunny. There's been no swing. There's been no overheads for swing, and you just think. This could be it. I mean, we've got a month before this series ends, right? We've got another heat wave in 2 weeks. We've got a test at Lords, which, admittedly, it was bloody hot during the World Test Championship, and it did stuff. So you might get something at Lords, which is kind of unusual. Then you've got a test at the Oval. It's going to be as flat as a fucking pancake if it's like this. And then, where's the other one? Manchester. At Old Trafford, which usually does stuff, but again, and it's usually quite hard and fast at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
But if we get a weather like this, I imagine that'll be pretty fucking flat as well. I mean, it's very, very not normal. This
and
summer
that's
and
when
the
it gets
wickets.
boring.
Well, it is. I mean, you want something in the wicket for the bowlers. I mean, we're using a jinx. You can't complain about the ball. The ball usually does stuff. It's just not doing anything. There's nothing in the wickets.
Because, I mean, and that's the thing, like, I would say Edgbaston of the test sort of wickets in England anyway, I'd say it's the most kind of likely to be a bit nibbly and a bit sort of, like, it's the most kind of likely to do a bit of stuff. Other than maybe Headingley, I don't know. But
Well, this is it. Headingley, normally you do expect to be
Yeah.
like that, don't you? I mean, you look at the last
Yeah,
test and there was
exactly.
1,600 runs scored, you know, and England chased
That's
down
the thing.
370 on the last day. I mean, it is a
like,
very
this
odd
last-
summer.
This test summer honestly looks like it's been being played at Taunton, and I say that with all the love in the world for the guys down at Taunton. I adore them. I love those like those pictures that they make, but it's not like there's a reason why test stuff don't get played at Taunton, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
do you have a batting scorecard to go through there?
Oh yeah, I'll have a look.
But I'm just keeping an eye on the Aussies. The Aussies haven't lost another wicket, which is really depressing.
Hey, you've got it working, have you, Bear?
No, I'm keeping an eye on it on Crick Info.
The Jazz Whale
one.
was Bold
a
Stakes,
mere-
Court Smith, 87.
Pocket
a
change.
mere 87. Raoul Bold Wokes for 2.
Oof, it was looking good then.
Yeah, like,
as you said.
I thought he was in. Faced 26 balls though, so like he hung about.
He did hang about.
Kawaja-esque.
Pointlessly. Yeah. Near Boldcast caught Brooks 31 off 50. Gill Bold Tongue caught Pope 269 off 387. That's pretty decent.
It is.
But not the highest test score at Edgbaston.
I think this guy might have a bit of a future.
Yeah.
Well, you think though he was given not out LBW on 9,
Like really early on.
yeah, and you know it was bloody close.
Yeah. Pant was Bold Bashir caught Crawley 25 off 42. Nitish was Bold Wokes for 1 off 6.
And at that point, they were 211 for 5.
Yeah, it really kind of, that could have gone either way. That was the point where it was all sort of, in the balance still. Jadeja was Bold Tongue, caught Smith.
Much later.
Much later. Yeah, like well later. For 89 off 137. Washington Sundar was Bold Root for 42. That's decent.
Yeah, especially after his start. He looked a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, he looked
against
very
Yeah,
uncomfortable.
like, well, you know, he had that was off 103, so like he had a slow start, I think. Jeet got 6 off 13. Bold Bash caught the duck, and Siraj we've just seen get 8 off 23. Bold Bash and stumped by Smith, and that. Oh, and Krishna is the man left in the red on 5 from 20.
Imagine he'll be all right with that.
Yeah. Oh, extras 22, 8 no balls, 2 wides, 6 buys, and 6 leg buys.
Wow.
Good.
And that
The Indians
is
are already
the
out
story
on
of
the
the
field,
card.
and shall I commentate half an over from Granada while we wait for things to start?
Well, you can do. Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Crack on.
So we've got Travis Head and Cameron Green at the wicket at the moment. They're starting to get things moving a little bit from what I've seen out the corner of my eye. And the score is 83 for 3. We're into the 21st over there.
They have
Lovely
moved
ground,
on.
by the way, on the seaside. With 2 balls into that over from Jaden Seals, who's bowled well this morning. He actually was unlucky not to get Constance out early. He made the young fella play and miss quite a few times. And here he is again, still looking for that first wicket into Green. It's full, and Green has a drive at it, but he's managed to just pick out mid-off, so there will be no run there. Craig Brathwaite, incidentally, playing in his 100th Test match, so a couple of milestones going on in the Caribbean for this game. Kettleborough as well, I think somebody said earlier, most standing, or most stood, how do you say it, most stood English umpire in Test history?
Presume so. Interestingly here, K.R. Rahul's giving the team talk, not fucking the skipper. Is he actually coming out? Or is he knackered and they've just got him on an IV drip?
This one's another very full one from Seals.
Somewhere, isn't he?
It's a Yorker. It's a pretty successful one, but Green manages to dig it out and there'll be no run there.
Well, let's play some jingles to get people going. We got this man.
Don't give in, don't just say fuck it. They have professionals for this. Don't give him the ball, not at all. Don't give it to Vanderkit.
And this guy.
Zach Croy was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Croy must fight to survive.
And the next bowler, presumably the opening bowler, will be Mohamed Salah.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gotta find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who can save us now. It's Mama's Siraj.
I mean, what you can say about this, India should be driving towards trying to get a win, one would have thought. Oh, your screen's gone very dark.
Oh,
Richard.
It's probably just because I'm hiding from the sun. I've got all the shutters down because of the 38-degree thing, but it's just clouded over, so that will probably explain why.
Okay.
I hope there's a mammoth storm coming to Eastern Austria. We could use it.
Well, yeah, it always helps,
Yeah,
doesn't
well,
it?
it being 38 degrees.
Are you quite high up where you are? I mean, Austria's...
No, it's quite low lying by Austrian standards.
Oh, okay. I was
There's
gonna
no
say.
mountains whatsoever. So we're 400 meters above sea level.
Oh, okay.
Which is quite far away. Like it's Venice. So
Yeah.
that's quite a gradual climb.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Because presumably where it's higher, it's still cooler, isn't it? Even though it's...
Cooler.
Yeah.
But, I mean, good luck finding a glacier in Austria these days. We'll go.
Really?
skiing. Yeah. It's dramatic. It's really dramatic.
Climate change doesn't exist. I know what you're talking about.
No way. I must say I haven't had anyone saying that lately, but that's just
It's
talk for
okay.
another day.
Donald's going to fuck up the
Akashdeep
world
is
anyway.
At the top of his. Is he been jingled?
No, he hasn't actually, because I assumed Siraj would open. So who is it? Akashdeep.
Akashdeep.
He's this man.
I Sir Akashdeep, but no one believe me.
And Crawley defends that. It is swooped upon by mid-on. There's no run.
I mean, literally, India should be thinking we've actually got a chance here. And I can imagine the papers will go absolutely apoplectic if England manage to lose this test. And in some ways...
Short memories, right?
Yeah, well, absolutely.
Again.
Well, totally. I mean, to be fair, Stokes would have got slated if England hadn't won that first test.
And
then
he got slated even before they won the first test. After day one, probably after day two.
Yeah.
Only at the end did people have to shut their mouths for a while. But memories are short, and it'll probably happen again. Now, here is a lovely drive straight past mid-off and all the way to the boundary. And Crawley has got himself off the mark with one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And presumably, if it ends up as a draw, the groundsman gets slated? Someone will have a pop, and rightly so. If this ends up as a really boring draw, and in some respects, for me, it looks like it probably will. I don't see how either side manages to get 20 wickets, to be fair.
Don't mind if it's a reasonably exciting draw.
I don't think...
We don't have draws anymore, and I almost missed them. But, here's deep in once more. It's on the legs, and it is put away. But there is a man all the way out there in the deep already in the first over to sweep it up, so they'll only get the 2. Crawley on to 6.
I don't mind draws, but this looks like it'll be an intensely boring draw. And in some ways, I'm kind of glad I'm not here for the next 3 days. Way.
Who's going to have the pleasure in the studio?
It's going to be Tone and Hendo.
The whole thing's going to blow up.
Well, yeah, I'm worried that I might not have Wi-Fi or anything down where I'm going in deepest, darkest Devon, in which case it is going to be quite amusing.
Well, I mean to ask you about that, but let's see what Deep can come up with on this board. It's a little bit straighter, still played on the onside, but only fractionally, and mid-on fields behind the stumps. Where exactly are you going in Devon?
It's kind of near, sort of between Woolacombe and Ilfracombe in Exmoor. Kind of middle of nowhere, as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
I mean, literally, it's not a town, and the place I'm going is a longitude and latitude. It's the best place to get it via sat-nav. So it is.
Been there before?
No, it's a mate's place.
Here's Deep once again. His line is getting better and better, but it's still too full, and it is driven away by Crawley with consummate ease. Are we still in the first over? Because England are now up to 11 for none. That's another 4.
Well, if you go along at this rate...
On the floor, and one more fall than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for. To get funky on the dance floor.
We'll be level by lunch.
He has been way too full, and I mean, I was joking about 60 without loss for 3, or was I? After 3 overs, sorry.
Well, I mean, Crawley's standing well out of his crease, and he's a tall man, so I mean, it might not have even been that short. It's just, I mean, this wicket looks like an absolute batting paradise.
Yeah, and they've been watching how to play on it for 2 days and champing at the bit to get into this. This one is down leg side, and it's not going to be difficult for Crawley to put away. Just that there is again cover out there on the ropes, I believe. So, well, what's happened here? They got 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit slow on the old updates on the bottom strip on Sky's coverage.
Yeah, they're often like that.
He's down the other end and still says Crawley's on 11 and England's on 12. Something doesn't add up.
Oh, there was a no ball earlier in the over. I don't know when that was. Didn't see it. So presumably there's one ball left in the over.
Oh, well, then that would explain a bit. Yeah, then things do add up. But yeah, I didn't see that either.
I thought he hit that quite airily, and for a minute I thought he'd been caught.
So here's the duck man.
Well, I mean, none of these balls so far have done anything either, in the air or off the pitch, have they? I mean, they've literally done fuck all.
Most of them have been nice and full, either on leg stump, asking to be swept away into mid-wicket for a couple, or nice and full outside off for a cover drive. Last ball of the over from Deep. It's around the wicket to Duckett, who actually blocks it. And we conclude the first over at 12 without loss.
So in 50 overs we should get 600, yeah? At this rate?
Yeah. Yeah.
Game on.
And then game on.
Lunchtime tomorrow.
That's lunchtime tomorrow. Only halfway through the test. 2 innings to go.
Any news from the sociable world, Will?
Yeah. Need to introduce James Leslie to Gorilla Cricket, says Fluffy.
Hello,
Eric J
James
says
Leslie.
lol. Huh?
I said hello, James.
Hello. All eyes on Duckett, says Jay Solanki. Fluffy says, in response to Eric J as the voice of reason, Fluffy says, and moderation. Eric J says, need him in the chair. They're just talking to each other. Leah says 80% of something German that I don't know how to. It's long words and I'm dyslexic anyway. It's on relatively low. It's on a relatively low plane. So that's probably somewhere in Austria, I assume, or Austrian German borders.
Oh, it's another no ball.
I haven't got it in front of me. There's another no ball as the over begins with a prod out into the point region for no run, apart from the no ball that was subsequently called. Siraj is bowling.
Rest Jugaslawan. Is that right? Nord.
Yeah.
Oh, someone's trousers have fallen down. Sorry, I got distracted. So,
wow,
cutting
they
that
are really
one
down.
off. It's Jadeja cutting that one off at backward point. He saves the run, but he loses. He loses his trousers. I can reveal that he's wearing a long pair of sort of cycling shorts, tights underneath, which is a relief for us all.
There was a little bit of swing on that one, has to be said. Oh,
yeah, one of the better balls seen so far.
Jadeja's trousers.
Well, maybe. The crowd loved it.
You definitely don't take a single to that man's arm, even if he has got his pants around his knees. This one is defended by Crawley, no run. And when I say pants, I mean in the American South African sense of the word, and as in trousers.
Well, this is probably the man they got to take a little bit of caution over, isn't it, Siraj?
Yeah.
Is it any surprise that they've got people on the boundary at this stage with 587 on the board?
Well, a lot of teams play like this against England, don't they, with Bazball. I haven't got anyone out deep in the off, which is fair enough.
No, it's more of a leg side thing from what I've seen so far. So here is the Siraj into Crawley. Oh, it's another really full Yorker length delivery. Crawley keeps it out. There's no run.
Would you have a change at the end of this over?
That's correct.
Let me have a look who's on.
Am I due for a thunderstorm at the end of this over? It's not forecast. They seem to have gone out of fashion, thunderstorms. Just gets really hot and nothing happens. But we live in hope.
Oh, my browser seems to have fucking frozen. That's really annoying.
Well, let's see what Siraj can do. Oh, this is a leave. This is a leave. First of the innings by Zach Crawley. Probably his only one of the innings.
So, let's have a look at the rotor.
I know I get a break now.
Yeah, I think I'm on summarising and... Oh wait, no, that's the wrong day.
You're summarising... No, wait, yeah, good be. Oh, in the meantime... Okay, wait, so Siraj into Crawley. It is defended once again. There's one ball left in the over. And I can tell you that over in the Caribbean, Cameron Green is on his way.
Oh, really? Excellent.
4. Yeah.
I love seeing Australia.
He has been caught at the galley.
Yeah, next in is John on ball by ball. Messi's coming in for socials, and I'm summarising. Rich, you're back in about half an hour.
Oh, so that is lunch, by the way. 93 for 4 in Grenada, 93 for 4 Australia. And the last ball of this stint is Siraj into Crawley, who, of course, proves me wrong by leaving it again. So 13 without loss. After 2 are England. And we'll do that little switcheroo right now.
Who's on?
Hello.
Thank you, Richard.
Is it you three?
It is us three, yes.
Yeah.
Let me go. Change the screen set.
It is this trio.
I'm on for the next hour and a half if I can stay awake.
Welcome, Messi.
Still
Once again.
jet-lagged.
Oh man, that's not good.
Oh, that's rough.
That is not good at all.
I'm very nervous. As I say again, declare now, bowl India out by lunch day 4, then chase them down. Whatever gargantuan total there is. And England win. Simple.
Yeah, I don't think England's bowlers would thank you for that suggestion. Here is Deep, hoping not to bowl a better over than his last one. And he's on the money with the first ball, and Duckett just plays it out on the offside. Or no run. So Duckett's still to get off the mark. Crawley has 11. And England are 13 without loss. 388 is the first target, I would venture to suggest, to save the follow-on. But I don't know whether Ben Stokes will be thinking about that. He doesn't seem to think about those sort of things. Well, Duckett plays this one out on the leg side, and mid-on comes into field, throws it back to wicket-keeper Pant. No run. So perhaps after that somewhat errant first over, Deep has found his rhythm a little bit. He's coming round the wicket to duck it, which is no great surprise, I guess. He wants to cramp him for a bit of room.
I don't know if you can hear us, Richard, but you might like to turn your screen off.
It was
Thank you.
Ball for no run. From deep. One. Yeah, just sort of got through and took him on the thigh pad, I think.
I think in terms of mindset, I love that about Ben Stokes, just that he doesn't think about any of those things. Yeah, he's sort of a law unto himself, but it's definitely working.
Oh, this is edged away and it's caught.
Oh, well done, sir.
What a great catch that is.
Whoa.
And Duckett's gone for naught. And India have an early breakthrough. That's a fabulous catch. That is a screamer.
Absolute screamer.
And Duckett, who got 149 in the second innings of the first test, fails to trouble the scorers.
Well, he does. That's always a lie. You know it.
That's a lovely catch. Away to his left-hand side. And it's Shubman Gill, of course. So he wasn't feeling so stiff after his batting effort that he couldn't get away to his left and take that. So England in early problems. Duckett gone for naught. And England 13 for 1. Gosh, that must be frustrating. You spend the thick end of 2 days out in the field on what you think is a belter, and you end up nicking one to slip in the first few overs and you make naught. It's pretty frustrating stuff. But we did say that might happen. There was talk earlier on about, you know, it being mentally draining to be in the field for that long.
Considering he scored 350 runs in his last 3 innings, he was due.
Yeah, he was due a fail.
Yeah.
It does have to be said. So, yeah, and I don't think he'll dwell on it for too long, but certainly not the start that England were looking for.
No, definitely not.
And a good comeback from deep after what was a pretty awful first over, it has to be said.
Yes.
So Ollie Pope is in early. And in comes deep, and that's edged away as well, and it's caught. He's gone for naught. And deep is on a hat trick.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, England in all sorts.
It was a
fucking Ray, I think is the word that is forming in
Bear's
mouth.
That's what Bear would say. I think it was a poor shot. I think if we see that again on the slow-mo, that bat didn't come down very straight. And it's... No, he's played right across it. It's come off the outside edge and took 2 goes, actually, for KL Rahul to hold on to that. He sort of spooned it up in the air and caught it at the second attempt. But England are in a right Horlicks now. 13 for 2, replying to 574.
Bloody hell.
And Ollie Pope has gone for naught.
Makes a difference when India hold their catches, doesn't it?
Yes, certainly does. Well, and the thing is, that sort of thing can happen to Pope. He's not a great starter. And he's,
fuck off! Just fuck off!
He's played an awful shot. I mean, Duckett's you can understand a little bit. Kind of followed him.
Oh, I think he followed it as much as it followed him.
Yeah. But this is an awful shot from Pope. I don't know what he's thinking about there at all.
It's beaten for pace.
He just played, but he played right across it. You know, his bat's not coming down at all straight. He's playing somewhere out towards mid-wicket, and he's got an outside edge through to slip.
Yeah.
That's a dreadful shot by Pope. But well, England are in the mire, and so their leading Test run scorer comes in to face a hat-trick ball.
Oh gosh.
Joseph Root is in. So, 4 slips. for the hat-trick ball. In comes Deep and bowls, and Root blocks it out, sends it to the man at short cover. Well, who needs Jasprit Bumrah? 13 for 2 after 3 overs.
My God. There's fighting words from Big Rob here. I'm not sure who's going to be upset, but he says, Somerset is the thinking man's Devon. Ooh.
Ooh.
Yes,
Ooh, that's harsh, man.
Yeah, it is. It is. That's going to ruffle a few feathers, that.
Oh, that's harsh, man.
Luke Hallahan says, why don't you guys make some jingles for yourselves as well as the players? Every time you do a change, I'd love to hear the messaging. There is actually a message. It's a message song that Jeff Perkins wrote. And if you are a Patreon paying, I think it's a minimum of £10 a month, you get access to our full archive, which includes that and a whole lot of other stuff you'll never hear on air. Perko's written an
Here
album.
is Siraj into Crawley. He plays it up to mid-off. And England are on the ropes.
They really are. I was just going to say, I think there are sort of commentator jingles from sofa days still kicking about on the archive.
I think you're right, yeah.
That would be interesting. It's a pity
we haven't got a lot of time for any more.
No, for any more jingles. Pity we didn't hear the old Joe Root jingle. I do rather love that one. Here's Siraj, and Crawley again plays it up to mid-off, no run. I was waxing lyrical about that particular gorilla jingle to someone the other day. Introduce yourself, Joe Root. Introduce yourself, Joe Root. Introduce yourself, Joe Root, actually. Just appeals to my ridiculous sense of humour, I think. But yep, 2 good catches at slip by India have put England in the soup at 13 for 2. And in comes Siraj, and that's on the pads of Crawley, but doesn't time it. He just gets it to short mid-wicket. He doesn't look at his bat. I think it probably came more off the inner edge than it did off the middle. But, well, I guess, of course, if you're an Indian bowler in this particular game, what you're thinking to yourself is, Bumrah's coming back in the next Test match. Is he coming back for me? And you've got to kind of make yourself undroppable, don't you?
Yeah.
You have to make a case for yourself so that when Bumrah is picked again, as he will be, that he's not picked instead of you.
Yeah.
But,
But the other thing is they know that they've only got a certain amount of life in this ball.
Yes. Here is Siraj again, and push back down the pitch. Well, and also they know that they haven't got a massive session to be in the field tonight either. And so therefore you can
really
go at it full tilt. And now they'll be thinking to themselves, well, if we can get England 4 down, they're going to be all over the place.
Yes, only 17 overs after this one.
Well, they could easily have England 4 down at this rate. If England are 60 odd for 4 at stumps, you're right in the pound seats, aren't you? Here's Siraj. And that's played out on the offside by Crawley, who started bristling with aggression. And with the fall of the 2 wickets, he seems to have gone into his shell a little bit.
I would think that they're both thinking, Christ, we both have to be here at
stumps. We have to bat the rest of this day,
Yeah.
Every single time they show this Pope shot, it looks worse than the time that they showed it before. I mean, that is
really
just
not good.
That is just rank, isn't it? Really. Oh, that's a park cricket shot, I'm afraid.
He should. What was wrong with playing a forward defensive shot?
Well, exactly. That's my point. Crawley drives to cover. Well fielded, no run, and that's a maiden over for Siraj.
Jahan Arayatnam says Green was dropped on 2 balls before he got out to the easiest catch. West Indies have to get the Australians out twice because they can't catch in this series. Fluffy says, I like some grenadine in my coal. There's a nice one here. Granada, let's call the whole thing off.
Very, very good.
Yeah. I'm trying to find who said that. I remember it, but I can't see it now. But I thought it was spot on. Who needs Bumrah, says Eric J. Beware an Indian B bowling attack.
In comes deep again, and that's angling in towards the pads, but Root can't get it away, so he remains on naught. Deep 2 for 12. You wouldn't have got a lot of money on that watching his first over, would you? Which was
definitely not
pretty rank by all accounts, but certainly adjusted himself pretty well since then. A lot of pressure is resting on the shoulders of Joe Root. That's a familiar theme within English cricket.
Most of his career, isn't it?
Well, yeah, virtually all, I would think. Here is deep again, bowling to Root, and Root a bit cramped, and just turns it away on the leg side. No run. Well, I think in their wildest dreams, India probably didn't imagine this. Having England at 13 for 2.
You don't know how wild their dreams are. My dreams involve getting the other side all up for none. Yeah, the wild dreams, anyhow. Maiden over from the other end, and I took 10 for none.
There's my glass half full, man. or even completely full. In comes deep again, and this is defended back down the pitch by Root. Mind you, of course, I think the last time I was on during one of the, during the last test against Zimbabwe, of course, somebody pointed out that if your glass is half full, that's quite a good thing because you've drunk half the beer. So therefore, it can't be all that bad. Certainly, if it's Bear's glass, you've drunk half the beer. So Deep is back at the top of his mark.
Bear's not a great one for glasses when it comes to beer.
No, he's just a bottle man, isn't he?
Or
he's
can,
just straight out the bottle or can. He's there. Usually commentating at the same time.
Up.
Indeed, yes. In comes Deep again. This is tucked off his legs by Root, so he will get underway with a couple of runs out onto the leg side. So Joe Root is up and running. 15 for 2 for England. Crawley on 11. But yeah, 2 little ducks at the top of England's order. A duck for Duckett and a duck for the Pope. Not good news.
No, really not good news.
It's Deep again, and this is on the pads again of Root, and he tucks it down to long leg, takes a single, goes to 3, 16 for 2. I think that's the first time the batsmen have changed ends in this innings. But yeah, we're getting some footmarks as well, aren't we, on the follow through? That's probably not great news if you're England either.
No.
Because they might be able
Jadeja
to spin a few.
that.
Yeah, Jadeja might be spinning a few out of those. Yeah, England's decision to bat first is looking less clever by the minute, really.
Yeah.
Here's Deep to complete another over into Crawley. Crawley off the pads, or off the hip, and out onto the leg side. No run.
Paul Stratton says, seems like a great choice to bowl first. Test, not baseball batting, urgently required. Now I see now what we're really made of. Gopala Krishna says, sometimes I kind of miss common sense from this England team. Guess the defence nerve is completely removed from the team. I was looking for 650, says Steve Williams, for massive scoreboard pressure. If they maintain pressure, hold their catches, it could be 1-1 at the end of this match.
Well, that would be where your money would be at the moment, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure common sense is in England's vocab at all, really.
Not really,
I don't think there's a plan B. So I don't think we'll get test batting. I think we'll just get Bazball anyway. We might get test batting from Root. In comes Siraj, and that's on Root's pads. And he again tucks it down to the man at long leg. And they go through for a single, 17 for 2. So he didn't stay at Siraj's end for very long.
Root and Brook are both more than capable of test batting, and also, I mean, Stokes has got more than the ability to kind of, like, he does actually kind of build himself into an innings. If you look at his sort of like the speed of his scoring.
Well, I think other than Root, I think Stokes is the most test batter we have got, really.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Because he is capable of just deciding to play the situation rather than,
yeah,
sort of mindlessly entertain, perhaps. But yeah, he'll be hoping he doesn't have to bat for a while. Certainly won't want to be batting tonight, that's for sure. 17 for 2 in 6th over. Well, Siraj has been extremely miserly so far. Just 2 runs from his end. But it's Deep that's produced the fireworks. There's Siraj. Oh, that's ducked in. It's, was there a little bit of inside edge there?
That felt like it.
I think there must have been, because that was really angling in. I think they would have gone up for that. If not, or maybe it was. Yeah, there was an inside edge.
Yeah.
And it was actually a little bit shorter a delivery than I thought, so there may have been an issue of height as well. But the inside edge means that the height issue is an irrelevance. But he got through to the inside edge there, did Siraj. That one's on the pads, though, of Crawley. He's played it out into the deep. They've still got that sort of sweeper out on the forward square leg boundary. So that shot only brings 1. 12 for Crawley now, 18 for 2. It's some directing of the traffic going on out there. Not necessarily by Gill.
I think that's interesting.
He's probably so knackered that he has said to one or two of his generals, can you keep an eye on this for me?
Can you just keep an eye on this while I have a sleep in the corner?
Yeah, while I quietly doze off in whatever position I'm in.
Yeah.
Can't really blame the guy. Well, it's Siraj again. He's in, and Root with a little sort of hop in the crease, or jump in the crease, just plays it down on the offside for no run. He remains on 4. 1 ball of this over to go from Siraj. Well, we didn't expect this, perhaps. But maybe we should have done with England having been in the field for so long.
I think we were aware that this was a possibility, but didn't really see it happening.
Oh, that's fiddled at. Oh dear, that's not a very good shot at all from Joe Root. I think maybe it grew on him a little bit, maybe it bounced a little. But he made a bit of a mess of that, really. That was not a great shot, I would say.
Indeed.
That was not a great shot.
Kapala Krishna says positive intent is good, but not at the expense of basic survival. Cricket still demands some grafting, especially when the ball is new and conditions are challenging.
Absolutely.
George McPherson says typical start from England. Well, it's not.
No, it isn't actually these days.
No.
They will get nowhere near India's total. England are looking down at an innings loss unless someone gets a big score. Fluffy says, you would have been fun at Dunkirk, George.
Here is Deep. He's in, and George is definitely stealing my act. Played to short mid-wicket, no run. But
all feels a bit like John Laurie in Dad's Army.
Yes, we're doomed. We're doomed. I tell you. Yes, the Dower Scott. I remember him well. Yeah. Hey-ho.
George has actually... Gopala Krishna is very similar to George. I'll read something of his in a second.
Here's deep, and that's played, I think, more off the inside edge than the middle by Crawley, out on the left side.
I think Gopala might be actually taking the mickey out of George. He says, typical England, isn't it? 13 for bloody 2 again. Can't help themselves. Always trying to whack it to the boundary in the first 5 overs like it's a T20. No digging, no grit, just brainless swings. You'd think they'd suss out by now that you've got to earn the right to play shots. Crawley, duck it, one nick and off they go, back in the shed. Every time. It's like they've never seen a red ball before. Absolute shambles, mate. You can't baseball your way out of every situation. Bit of common sense wouldn't go amiss, would it?
Oh, here's deep again, and this is... bump balled back to the bowler. Crawley started off really well in that first over, and now he looks rather tentative. I think the wickets at the other end have got inside his head a little bit, and he's...
Zach Crawley does do that a bit, doesn't he? He kind of...
he's a bit discombobulated.
Yeah, like a flurry of wickets at the other end, and he sort of gets a bit skittish.
But, there we are.
I think those of you responding to Gopala's comment should take in mind he has a sense of humour.
Here's deep, and that's a lovely shot from Crawley this time. Through extra cover, he didn't get enough on it for it to go for 4. Will they settle for 2? Yes, they will. So just 2 to Crawley. 20 for 2, England. Applying to India's enormous score of earlier on, which was 587 from memory, chaps.
Yeah.
So a lot of work to do. There is deep in again to Crawley, and that's on Crawley's pads, and he's worked it just wide of the man at short mid wicket, and it's gone for 4. I'm not sure how close that was to Shubman Gill. It raced away for 4. But I think it was aerial for a while. Gill sort of sitting on the ground with a slightly rueful look. Yeah, it was pretty close to him, but it went very fast. It would have been some catch if he'd got a hand on that.
I don't think you can even call it a chance.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think it would have been a worldie. So I don't think he should reproach himself too much about that. That's on the... hip of Crawley, and he turns it down to long leg for a single, and that's the end of another over. 7 gone, 25 for 2.
So as if we've got George representing Hendo's pessimism, representing the Bears' optimism, we have the scientist who says Root will get England to 600 with his first triple 100. There you go. Paul Stratton says, unfortunately, baseball techniques gets well and truly found out. Looks like this is the time it happens.
I don't agree with that.
I think baseball is not about technique. Actually, not at all about technique. It's about state of mind.
Yeah.
Well, we're just seeing on the Sky screen the 2 shots by Pope, which have got him out in the first and second test. And if anything, this one was worse than the one in the first test, because his head's nowhere in line with the ball. His bat's coming across towards mid-wicket. It's a dreadful shot, it really is. Anyway, that's edged as well, and that's gone as well.
Wow.
3 down now for England. England are in tatters here at Edgbaston. 25 for 3, and Zach Crawley has gone in very Zach Crawley fashion. England are in tatters.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Another dreadful shot, it's got to be said.
Yeah.
That's just really poor. Just waved at it. Went through the first slip, and first slip wasn't dropping it. Yeah, it's no good throwing your head up in the air after you've played the shot and got out, Zach. You should have thought about that before you played it. Well, a quick game's a good game, and this might turn into a very quick one from an England perspective. It's becoming a bit of a conveyor, a bit of an escalator from dressing room to pitch at the moment.
Yeah, as Roshan Kazan says, folks, is there any real chance of England winning this match?
No, none whatsoever. Zero chance of England winning this match.
I mean, we were saying that in the first test as well.
Well, they'll be following on. They'll be following on in this one.
And then, but also in the first test, it went from England have absolutely no chance at all to the win for England actually just became a formality.
Yeah, but they weren't in. They weren't in this position. They weren't in this position.
No, true.
You know,
but I'm just saying, like, this
they're
England side do have the ability to.
They're 562 behind with 3 in the hutch.
I'm not saying it looks good. I'm just saying that.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you, Will.
I would say that any England side I have ever seen, and many that I've read about, this is the one England side that I would think would have any shot at getting themselves out of a hole like this.
Well, let's see if Harry Brook can do it. Oh, he's waved at that. Oh, he's stabbed at that first one. It's gone through to the keeper. It's a lovely delivery from Siraj, who's given England nothing to play off, really, in his spell at all. This is his 4th over, 1 for 3. And
so this is about that is about technique. I said before, baseball is not about technique, and it isn't in itself. But that's really poor technique batting. He's not
got his feet moving at all, has he? He's played it from the crease and just pushed his hands at the ball. Needs to get his feet moving very quickly.
That's a number 11's shot.
Oh, and he's waved at that one as well.
Oh, God.
Goodness me, that's a dreadful shot as well by Brook.
Come on, Brookie.
Well,
I've just talked you up no end as a team, and you've just totally buggered me.
These two tykes need to come down the wicket and have a word with each other, or Root needs to go down and have a word with Brook, because that's 2 get-out shots he's played in the first 2 balls. And Siraj has got this ball seaming and swinging a little bit, which England didn't manage. I know it's a new ball, but England didn't manage that this morning. In comes Siraj again to Brook, who advances down the pitch, slaps at the ball, smashes it into the ground, and it's fielded in the gully. Well, that looked a bit of a desperate shot to me. It looked a bit sort of, I've poked and missed at the first 2, so I'll give him the charge and see what happens. That's sorry, that's not test batting at all. Joe Root's kind of standing at the other end going, what are they doing? What on earth is this about? He's not impressed, I don't think.
No.
But Siraj has got England rattled after Deep's double strike early on. Siraj has got it on a string. He's in again, and this is played away on the leg side for no run by Brook. 1 ball left. They do a switcheroo at the end of this over. That's a dreadful shot by Crawley. It's an absolutely dreadful shot. It's just a get-out shot.
England are 12-1, India are 3-1 on.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
That's about right. I think I'd have England a little longer.
The draw is at 10-3 still.
I think I'd have England about 20-1 on the basis of what we've seen in this first 7 overs.
Yeah.
This is tickled down the leg side. Drops well short of Ant, who goes away to his left. But Siraj has bowled 4 overs, 1 for 3. And England are 25 for 3. With due a switch. I think Richard is back. Are you in the ball by ball chair, Richard?
I'm on the summarising chair as well.
I'm in the ball by ball.
Leather ball by ball seat.
Well, I shall leave you in the very capable hands of the bear, and I will bid you adieu.
I haven't looked
See
at the
you soon.
WhatsApp yet, but
Thanks, John.
I'm wondering what Hendo's spitting on our WhatsApp group right now.
He's not. Steve Kellett says, doomed, just like old times. Sagnic Data says, this is just like the series last year. England getting an improbable victory in the first test, and then India sweeping the floor in the next 4 test matches. Wow. Mike says, hello all. After 90 minutes of losing power and internet, I'm back, and wow, England fucking suck. Also, apologies, I missed the post-T stint. Thanks to whoever covered me for me, Lynch.
Yes, right. You got your power back. Okay, no, we don't understand that. England. I mean, this is what happened. I'm sorry. This is probably why they should have batted first yesterday. You can't just keep putting sides in on placid pitches. You're putting yourself massively behind the 8 ball. What you want to be doing is doing the opposite of this to India. If the pitch was so fucking flat, England should have gone out and scored 600. Then India would have to come out, and they would be, we all know that cricket's like chess. It's a psychological game, man. Siraj is in. No, sorry, Akashdeep is in, and Brooke is defending. And it's defended out into the covers, and there's no run. And now England are in fucking heaps of trouble here.
Yeah, and you can also look at the first test match and say, well, it worked. Doesn't mean it was the easiest way to get the win.
No, it wasn't the easiest one. It may not have been also the right way to do it.
No, because if India had held their catches, it would have been a very different set.
Well, this is it. I mean, you've got to think. I mean, Brooke got dropped 3 times. Pope got dropped on the way to England getting. I mean, we still ended up first innings 6 runs short. We just happened to be able to chase down a total on the last day, and they thought they could do it, but it doesn't happen every time. It's defended back down the track and there's no run, and they really need to think about their fucking strategy on how to play this. You won 2 tests, and both times you decided to bowl first. I mean, the received wisdom down the ages is that if you win the toss on a nice sunny day, you fucking bat, right? Both times.
Yeah.
I mean, yesterday, admittedly, I was saying they should bowl, but that's literally 20 minutes before the start of the game. It was cloudy, and I thought they would do it. And I thought, to be fair, that Edgbaston would offer something in the pitch, but it didn't. And it became quickly obvious it was not a great decision. Brooke defends that out to point, and there is no run.
But the other thing is, every one of England's dismissals has been decently bowled, but of their own making.
Yeah, I mean, Duckett, as you said, Duckett plays the way he plays. I mean, on another day he guides that wide of the guy and gets 4. But I mean, we've seen Crawley get out that way fucking endlessly.
Yeah.
And the same with Ollie Pope. He is vulnerable first up. He loves playing across the line. He doesn't get his head in line, and it's his first fucking ball, for crying out loud. Just play it back to the fucking bowler. It was straight. It was on off stump, just outside. Don't even be whipping that through the fucking mid wicket. I mean, what is Brooke playing up there? His feet aren't moving. He's just proking his bat at shit. It bounced before it got to pant. So
that was a rubbish shot, wasn't it?
It was. I mean, it was just a non-shot. It was just standing there poking his bat. I don't know what Root's thinking. I mean, what was that?
As you say, Messers, I mean, the bowling's been alright, but it hasn't necessarily been good enough to earn these wickets. So possibly our Indian correspondent and India is still vindicated by saying this is a rubbish bowling lineup. Let's see. But they will have a point to prove if they've heard him.
Well, yeah, not only that. I mean, if you've got 600 runs on a board, you've got plenty to fucking play with, haven't you? You can keep your fielders in attacking positions.
Yeah, and you've got a tired bunch of batsmen to bowl.
Exactly. I mean, you need to get through tonight, have a decent night's sleep and rest, and come in refreshed in the morning. But 3 of them are out. Who are we looking at here? Is this Crawley? I mean, that Crawley shot. I mean, what the fuck was that? I mean, that isn't a shot. That's neither a cut or a force off the back foot. It's a front-footed forcing shot from about 7th stump with his foot going down the line of off stump. I mean, it's just a shit shot.
Yeah, they showed his dismissal from the first test, which wasn't as bad. I mean, the ball did a bit, and it wasn't 7th stump by any means.
And no, he got turned. That was a fucking decent ball that got him in the first. Oh, there's an appeal. I think that's going down. They might well review it.
There's some excitement amongst the fielders.
They think they might have caught him.
No, I don't think they caught him. I don't think it was anywhere near the bat.
I think this LBW shot might be closer than.
I think. Well, it might be.
No,
if they're reviewing LBW,
I
think it's going down.
I think it's going down. I think it jagged back, and it's probably going down. Brooke doesn't generally get his front foot across. But England are disarray here. Fucking 27 for 3 inside turn up on a flat fucking track. It's outrageous. I'm sure Hendo's going to be fucking rabid in the morning.
Well, he's not very happy right now.
Isn't he?
He said, I turned over to watch a bit of Draper, expecting to find us 59 for 1 after 5, not 16 for 2. It seems fielding for 5.5 sessions.
There's no inside edge. I think it's going down, isn't it? It's got to be. It's hitting just about in line with leg stump, I reckon. It's high, close to the bat, but there is no ultra edge. So it has missed, it's just hit the pad.
And they could roll it on and show us whether it's hitting or not.
Well, it's in line, and umpire's call on leg stump.
Wow,
it was close.
It was close.
Well, it's kind of right that the same thing should happen there as happened to India.
Yeah, Shipman and Gill had the same thing.
Yeah. So it sort of levels up one of them.
Well, there's one each, yeah.
And I can see exactly why the umpire didn't give that out.
Yeah, it looked like it was going down initially. He looks like he's pushing it down, doesn't it? It looks like it's going a bit further than that.
Yeah.
He's not given anything, LBW, has he? Could have given 3 or 4, and he's given none, and they've all been umpire's call. I mean, Karen Nair was the most obvious one that he probably should have given. That one is defended up to mid-on, and there is no run. The fact is that England have let this, England were in a not bad position when they had India at 211 for 5. But today they look absolutely toothless with the ball.
From ball one, really. Literally from, which was the first ball of the test match I'd seen. And I thought, what is going on?
Yeah, and not only that.
Defensive field,
and then
easy single to get going, and that was it.
And then basically he didn't bowl himself, Wokes or Cast for the entire afternoon, I don't think.
Yeah. And just so much Bashir. I mean, good.
Loads of Bashir. Harry Brook was bowling, up to mid-on, and there is no run. I mean, if he thinks there's nothing in the wicket, these guys prove. Well, I mean, there isn't a huge amount in the wicket, but the ball's new, That's a no ball. Oh, extra run. We need every one we can get. We only need, how many do we need? Do we need another
559.
Well, yeah, but to avoid the follow-on, we need another 359 now.
I still think the draw's an interesting bet from here. I mean, we've got 2 days down already.
2 days down. If they rolled us cheap, I mean, if they rolled us for 250, the interesting thing that's popped up in the air. Maybe off an inside edge onto pad. I mean, Brooks
is it a wicket for rolling though? I mean, just one partnership. We've seen what a partnership can do. That Gill and Jadeja, which just knocked the stuffing out of England. They've just got to get one partnership together and bat a session and a half, and suddenly the draw looks distinctly probable again.
Yeah, well, that is true, but I mean, India's tails are up now, right? I mean, this is England have got to get for a start. England have got to get through to the close, and tomorrow morning it will look all different. And these two, let's face it, put on a partnership of 550 in Pakistan on a not dissimilar wicket earlier in the year.
I reckon they are immensely capable of.
They are immensely capable of.
Even though Siraj is, I mean, they're fired up. Siraj has got that steamy look about him, hasn't he? Like he's relishing leading the attack.
Yeah, very much so. And they're on the front foot,
1 for 5 and 4.2 overs. I think decent numbers.
I think England were a bit complacent, really. Have been a bit complacent. Down the track comes Harry Brook, slaps it through mid. I don't think he's timed it particularly well. You think it's going to get there just. I think it's a Jaswell chasing it down. Yeah, it was a Jaswell. But it does get to the boundary, and it is 4 runs. 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
That was classic Brook and classic Bazball, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, as he didn't middle it, of course, but fortune favours the brave, doesn't it? In the Bazballian world.
Yeah, only for so long, one finds.
And yet here we are 3 years later, still talking about Bazball.
Well, yeah, I know. I mean, this ball is only 9.3 overs old. Siraj is in, plays it into the leg side. It's on a decent length as well. And there's no run. I mean, I don't think there are any demons in this pitch. But I think, see off the new ball. Fresh bowlers.
Yeah.
Got a big score behind their back. You know. And you've lost your top 3. I mean, fortunately,
I think it's going to be it's going to be real interesting when there's enough of a sample size to really compare the Bazball approach with the 100 years that went before it. You know, you probably need to wait 5 or 6 years before you can really start to.
Well, as a win percentage, Stokes, I don't know what it. I mean, his win percentage is actually 60-odd%, I think, something like that. Which is the highest of any.
Historically.
Historically, it's fantastic. Played up to mid-on, there's no run. He's only had 1 draw since he's been captain, and this is his 3rd year as captain now, I think.
Well, 22 it started, I think.
Was it back end of 22? Yeah, maybe it was.
It was early 22. The series against New Zealand, that's when McCullum. It was after the Ashes, wasn't it? After the Ashes in the West Indies. The new regime took over. I think we're talking 22. Might be 21.
Yeah. Basically, the end of the COVID shutdown period and all restrictions went. Root gave up after. I think Root was captain for the first series of the summer, wasn't he, or something? Or no, maybe not. But it was against New Zealand, and we won all 3 tests there. I mean, the only places we've done really badly under Stokes is India. That one's cut out to point, and there is no run, and we lost that series 4-1.
Yeah, but that's nothing new. I mean, they haven't lost anything there.
And actually, well, when we lost that series 4-1, there were 2 other tests possibly could have won, actually.
Yeah, no, it was a closer series than it looked.
It was much, considering the previous series we lost 4-1, and we won that first test, and then got absolutely battered in every test after that. Yeah. But the difference in that series was we don't have any spinners, and that was our problem. You know, we had Bashir and Hartley were our spinners, with Root as the 3rd option. You know,
the hunt is still on, is it not?
Yeah, sorry, I've been a bit slack. I'm starting to flag a bit. Mayak, I saw your offer. If you're up to come on the hour and take the last session from me, that'd be fantastic, mate, if you could. Leah says it may end tomorrow, after all. Thanks, England. Back to the 90s you go. Paul Stratton says 3 absolutely crap shots from 3 predominantly one-day players. When Bazball goes wrong, it destroys you. I wouldn't call Crawley a one-day player. But
or Pope, really. Duckett, yeah.
Mike says state of mind can impact technique message, which is a problem. That's true. Gopala Krishna says this isn't just a game plan, it's a national attitude. Caution, that's for the Australians. Digging in, utterly vulgar. Blocking the new ball, please, we have dinner plans. Or golf plans. Speaking of golf, my son told me today that he went to book a round at the Royal Melbourne Golf Club, which is rated Australia's #1 golf course, when he's over there for the Boxing Day Test match. $750
for a round.
Green freeze for 1 round. So that's about 350 quid.
Oh, and then you shank it off the first tee. I hope he's a good golfer.
Yeah, exactly.
No, he's not particularly, no. He reckons that the more shots he plays, the less he has to pay for each one.
Well, that is a very glass half full way of looking at it.
And guaranteed on a championship
to go to an amazing golf course if I'm going to spend it in the time in the bushes looking for balls.
And on a championship golf course, generally, you're not going to play to your handicap or anything like it.
We're on drinks at the moment, by the way, if you're wondering. And also, just to let you know that it rained during lunch in Grenada. And so we have a bit of a delay post-lunch, but the sun is out, covers are coming off, so there'll be cricket over there soon. Probably just in time for this game to end. So if you're into continuing the cricket marathon,
so I've got a nice series here from Gopala Krishna. It says top 5 excuses for getting out early. 27th of March. It says 1. I was just trying to entertain the crowd because nothing says entertainment like edging to slip trying a reverse sweep off the first ball. 2. The ball moved a bit in the air, or maybe in my head. Classic blaming a conditions tactic, usually involving a suspiciously overcast sky and a dodgy sea. 3. I was testing the fielder's reflexes. Yes, that catch you dropped was definitely part of the plan. England thanks you for it, the workout. 4. I was aiming for a new world record, fastest dismissal. Why waste time when you can make headlines by being out in the single digits? And 5. I wanted to give the next batsman a chance to shine. True sportsmanship or a clever ploy to lower the team's batting average? You decide. Thank you, Gopala.
Well, yeah.
I don't know where you got that
good
from,
effort.
but it's good.
Root gets one on the pads and he clips it out as Root always does. They're going to look for 2 and they're going to cruise it. What we have to pray for here is that Root sticks his head down and does Root-like things and guides whatever happens to the rest of the side through to something. I mean, when you still got these 2, you still got Stokes. I mean, you're relying on 4 players essentially to get you, well, 350 runs, which isn't unreasonable considering what went before with India. No. And the ball will get older and the bowlers will get worn down. That's just dropped into the offside by Root, out to point, and there is no run.
And deep, you know, I mean, if you had to level a criticism at so far, or any more than following what an India offered earlier, you know, there's been a lot of those full balls on leg stump, which is just so easy for a top batsman. If he's going to give you one or two of those every over, they'll get there slowly but surely.
Yeah, if they stay there, they will, and it will become easier at times. The thing is, now you can't down a leg side. I don't
Another
know
one,
I'm not sure if that was bat or pad. Let's have a look. It was leg by.
So everything.
So in fact, it'll be 4 leg buys. This computer's really fucking
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah. I don't know. I really don't know. Don't know what to say.
Well, I mean, the Indians are keeping up the tradition, especially deep, keeping up the tradition of terrible leg side bowling that we've seen today. That was another example just there. It was 4 leg buys.
Root, beautiful drive, but straight to mid on, no run.
We have a super chat.
Yay, let's give it a jingle. God, everything's really running slowly in the studio today.
Super chat game. That's what I thought, and then I realised I had a VPN running, which always slows things down a bit. Sleepy Tuna sent us $5. He says, thanks for all the effort putting on a great broadcast. Hope you get some rest, Messi. Everyone likes the stream. Please, for our hard-working primates. Thank you so much, Sleepy.
Indeed. Onto the hip of Root, who works it down to fine leg. They're going to come back for 2. Considering at the end of the first over we were going at 12 and over.
yeah, you had it all fixed, didn't you?
What is this sluggishness?
Exactly. We were going to be level by lunch tomorrow.
Yeah, it's almost 11 overs down. 1 ball to come.
It's interesting. The Indians have got more swing going than England had. I still do think that Stokes kind of lost the plot this afternoon between lunch and tea.
Yeah, it felt like he'd lost the energy, really.
Well, he just wrong choice of bowlers. You've still got to keep trying, haven't you? You know, you can't stop trying. They just dropped into the offside. They'll get an easy single.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't toss the ball to Chris Wokes in England, something's very wrong.
Exactly. I mean, what's the point? It's another no ball. I'm just going to quickly run up and let Mayank in. Hold on.
Seems like you're off the hook, Messers. Never seen
thank
you
you,
flag
Mike.
before, but I hope you get a good sleep now.
Yeah, the last few nights I've just been getting bugger all sleep, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning. This is my 7th session already today. So.
That is a massive no ball.
Yeah, huge, isn't it? Paul Stratton says, no matter how many tests you play in, your skills and techniques will eventually always get found out at top test level. Well, yes and no.
Yeah, squared up a little bit by. I think I don't know what Deep was almost appealing for there. It came off the outside of the bat, mate. Went square on the offside and he gets a single. It's the end of the 11th.
Sorry. Also, please remind Richard to check his blue sky misses.
Very good.
Eric J says, what's an Aussie friend? And Fluffy just says, Aussified. Nitin Deshpande says, I asked about every Commonwealth country needs a cricket team. All we need is feel-good enzymes and jobs for millions of people around. Please comment. Well, you should know that we've always supported as big a World Cup as possible, as many teams as possible competing, so that we bring the joy of cricket to as many people in the world. That's our mission, part of our mission. And talking bullshit as well.
Surely top of the list.
Yeah, talking bullshit, it's definitely top of the list. Siraj is going to continue into a 6th over. He's got 1 for 9. He's bowling at Brook, who defends up to mid-on. And
I think talking bullshit is more a way of being than a mission. You know, it's just who we are.
It is like baseball, a state of mind.
Yeah, there you go.
And it helps if you're advanced in years and highly cynical. Well,
I don't know anybody like that.
Surely one or two.
Cynical is when it's done without justification. Some of us just talk from experience.
Well, yeah. I've watched a lot of cricket over the last 13 years. That's into the pad. Brook has to turn it into the leg side. He looks a bit skittish today. Does Brookie. Sorry, I'm restarting computers all over the place. They're all getting a bit fucking clunky.
Well, I don't know, the number of stories I'm hearing today about internet difficulties and the number of difficulties that I've had this week. Yeah, maybe the day has finally come. They've made us all depend on the internet, and now they're shutting it down.
Well,
whoever they are.
They.
But if there is a they, that would set the cat amongst the pigeons.
Well, indeed.
Zippy Tuner asks a very good question. He says, are there any gorillas on Blue Sky? Quite a lot, in fact.
Oh, well, there you go. Down the track comes Harry Brook and blasts that one massively over long off for 6 runs. I would play your jingle, but I just literally turned the computer off to restart it, so I can't do that. 6!
Yeah, but he has launched it over cover, and I'm sure the Edgbaston faithful are making enough noise for you, Bear.
Especially as it's fancy dress day, so they'll all be absolutely splattered.
I did love the pig and butcher earlier. That was one of my favourites.
Yes. Zippy Tuner, just go to Gorilla Cricket on Blue Sky, click on us, and you will see that there is a starter pack there. Click on the starter pack, and that will give you all the gorillas that we know of that are on Blue Sky.
Oh, is that how you do it? I didn't know that.
Follow them automatically.
Well done.
Mistime drive out to cover.
See, I optimistically launched a Blue Sky account, saying to myself, I'm going to do social media properly for about the 19th time in my life. And once again, I have failed to do social media properly because I never logged in again. But I will have a look and see what's going on.
I have to say, I find myself not using Blue Sky much these days. I spend more time on Discord with patrons, which is much more fun.
I can't be bothered to keep changing. Yeah, the pig's back. They heard us.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't really do social media. Is the truth of it. Apart from when I'm here. Siraj is in and played it into the leg side. I'm just going to try something. Hold on. For the last one. Still being a bit slow, but hey. Better than a kick in the teeth.
Yeah, indeed it is. So at the end of this over, after this ball, in fact, I shall leave you. I shall catch you tomorrow morning.
Okay.
But thank you all, and yeah, it's been an interesting day, hasn't it?
It's been a
It's gotten
very
more
interesting
interesting
day.
as it's gotten into the last session, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely.
We should see who's if anyone is going to win the GPL today.
Oh, I forgot to put my thing in.
Around the wicket, Siraj. Down the track comes Brooke and gives himself some room
Jesus.
and has a thrash. I think Siraj saw him coming early and threw it wide. He still tried to play it. Could have easily got a little snick through to the keeper, but he didn't. Hombre Nuevo. 207, 307, 357 and 407. How many runs did India score there? He came out and
310 they started, so they scored 227.
Okay.
Okay, thanks guys. Thank you so much, Mike, for jumping in.
Yeah,
And,
no messes.
Catch you
Thank
tomorrow.
you for all the hard work you've been doing today. I know it must be exhausting when you have that time zone difference.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, well, you too. Cheers.
I'll see you first thing tomorrow morning, maybe. I'm doing the first half hour tomorrow, and then I'm off driving down to Devon.
And I'm out of here as well. I gather Will is taking my spot, so see you guys tomorrow.
Okay.
That
is defended out into the covers, and there will be a single.
So what are we doing here? Who's on socials? Who's on the summarizing?
Let's have a look.
Does it matter?
No, not really.
Not
I mean, England are 51 for 3, so at this point, I'm sure you guys are all ecstatic. They've got to 50. They haven't lost a fourth.
Oh yeah,
I've got you on the socials, Mike.
Okay,
Play
perfect.
Yeah,
I'll do
cool.
that.
There you go.
Socials have been on fire, by the way.
Well, not surprising. England have been fucking idiots all day, pretty much, since lunch. Down the leg side, turned into the leg side by Brooke. They finally got rid of the man out in the deep, and it is going to get to the boundary, and it is going to be 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And yeah. I mean, have you seen much of today's play, Mike?
I have not. I've been listening up until T, then lost power for a few minutes, but then that just started a whole nonsense of
How
the
come
router.
you're losing power in New York, for fuck's sake, man?
Exactly. It doesn't make any sense. The world's ending. This
You-
is a British problem, damn it. Not.
Well, I mean, we don't. I mean, I can remember a couple of times that the power's gone out in my house in the last 20 years.
No, it has been
Oh,
insanely hot.
Yeah, but you know, you're a fucking.
We've been having
You're
a
supposed
lot
to
of
be
power.
you're supposed to be the biggest, best country in the world, aren't you?
Yeah, we were. And then a lot of people in this country voted for an orange man in 2016 and then again in 2024. And now we're where we are. I'm sorry. I can't fix that problem. Only thing I can do at this point is figure out how to survive. we're teetering. We're teetering at this
It's
point.
like The Walking Dead almost.
It really is starting to feel like that. And that's
Is what's his name? Hakeem Jeffries still wanging on in the Senate or whatever it is.
Yes, he is. He's currently
good
on.
lad. That's down the leg side. Brooke has flails at it with one hand, misses it. It goes through to the keeper, and there is no run.
I've got many qualms with that man, many issues, but yes, he's still giving his marathon speech to delay the vote. So lots of fun things are happening off the field, just as much as they are on the field right now, with India absolutely teaching England a lesson.
Well,
or maybe it's England teaching themselves a lesson.
It's
because
I think
it sounds
that's
like their batting has just been all their problem.
well, it has been all their problem, and you know, I think there's a little bit of hubris going on here as well. You know, that one is defended up to mid-on, and there's no run. We took our life in our hands, bowling first in the first test on a flat deck. We got away with it, and yeah, it's fair enough that Stokes said, "Well, look, that was the result." But then to do it again,
He's a bit mental.
Is a
isn't it?
bit mental. I mean, they really should have decided to bat. I mean, the weather was set fair. It's a flat fucking deck.
It was really fucking sunny, and
well,
it's
not
sunny,
exactly that.
and it's like,
You know, to say that there's going to be life in it. Oh my word! That was a quicker ball. Seemed to zip through. Brooke fiddled at it. Somehow didn't get an edge through the keeper. And no. For all my time watching cricket, whenever it's even on a sunny day, everyone goes, "Oh, there'll be a bit of juice in the wicket for the first hour, and then it will become really nice to bat." And it was never going to be any different here either. And the sun was out. So in those situations, what do? You bed in for the first hour, you wait for the ball to get a little bit older, and then you start making hay. And then you put pressure on the opposition, which is exactly what India had done, but they got stuck in, and they must have been fucking... I mean, Shubman Gill said he would have bowled. He's an idiot as well. I don't, you know... I mean...
Yeah,
his captaincy's been weird. He's not really done it.
No.
Nitin Deshpande, he said that one more wicket in England will be on their knees. I think that is kind of true. They are 3 down. Once you go 4 down, I mean, it's really, really.
It depends. If that 4th wicket falls at 200, I'll be okay. If it falls by 100, yeah, I'd say we're in a sticky. Root fends that into the offside, and there is no run.
I always see the 4th wicket like the 4th point, like. You can have 3 points and then leave it, but then once you have that 4th point, you're in for the night. It doesn't matter if it's 11 in the morning or like. Yeah, you're just like, okay, well that's me done for the day then.
Yeah.
This is what I do now.
I'm all in, exactly.
Well, Gopalakrishna wants to add a song. He said, "We walked in bold with tea in our hand, but wickets fell quicker than biscuits and jam. At 35 for 3, this isn't cricket."
That's nicely clipped by Root. He's going to get 4 runs. Clips that fine, and it goes down to the boundary for another 4 runs.
He says, "At 35 for 3, this isn't cricket. It's a scandal, old chap. Damn."
It is a little bit.
It's a bit.
I mean, the 2 people you said might fail would be Pope and Crawley. Kind of expect Duckett.
I always expect Crawley to fail, but that's just because I'm still stuck in 2020, 2020.
Well, no, I mean, he does fail. That's fair enough to say. And the same with Pope.
Yeah, Pope is just a walking wicket at the moment,
well,
particularly when he's playing at 3.
Well, he scored 2 tons in his last 2 tests, so you know, and both in the first innings, which is that one kept a little bit low on Rooty. Don't sort of see that happen at the end of day 2, do you? When you're 500 runs behind. But he managed to
until
keep it
about
out.
2022, 2023, there used to be a common funny meme on Twitter that always used to be it used to show at Lord's as Root's coming in, and then there used to be a text and it used to say, "Here we go again." And for the last couple of years, that hasn't really been the case, but today brought that back at me. That was the first thing I thought of. I was like, "Oh my God, is England is this the start of the old times again?"
Well, no, I mean, the other thing you can say about this Stoke side is into the offside and there is no run. Much like Owen Morgan's ODI side, actually, whilst they were fantastic in general, they had always had the potential to explode in a fucking dire state. I mean, I remember playing South Africa. We mentioned it in the last test, I think, and we were like 50 for 7 or something in an ODI in about the 15th over. Still managed to get 180 or 200 or something, but the game was done. And this Stoke side is very much like that.
In a weird sort of way, though, I kind of prefer it because...
Yeah, I do.
Whatever happens, it's entertaining. Whereas, like, I love Joe Root, but, like, his captaincy, like, that period...
Yeah, I mean, there was that game against New Zealand, which fortunately
terrifyingly
I
dull.
wasn't on the last bit of. That's played out towards deep square leg and there's no run. In a test series against New Zealand, wasn't it? We only needed like 220 on a final day to win a test, and we ended up drawing it with Sibley in the side and all this kind of crap.
Yeah. Well, the like Sibley Burns opening partnership is a dark period in English history, really. But I mean, also like Chris Silverwood seemed to be as a manager / coach, whatever, seemed to be like the most dull bastard cricket
Yeah.
ever.
I mean, that's it. With him and Root, they were just really safe, weren't they?
Yeah.
And too safe.
Well, they were so safe they weren't.
Yeah. Well, it's true. I mean, in that COVID period, that one's clipped down to deep square leg. They're going to single off last ball. Over to you, Mike.
Paul Stratton says no matter how many tests you play in, your skills and techniques eventually will always get found out at the top test level. I agree with that. Leah wanted to tell Richard before she forgets that please annoy your OSI, which I think she means is Austrian friends, with a summary of today's play in a superior version of their native language. Ooh. I'll have it up an hour after starts. Also, please remind Richard to check his blue sky. To which Eric then asked, what's an OSI friend? I think OSI is Austrian, but that's how you say it in German, I think. Somebody can double check that if I'm wrong. Nitin Deshpande said, I asked about every Commonwealth country needs a cricket team. All we need is feel-good enzymes and jobs for mills of people around. Please comment. Yeah, I mean, everybody needs a job. Well, I just want money. I don't need a job.
Well,
I'll
come back to that. Prasad Krishna is in, new bowler, bowls into the pads of Brook. He clips it past someone who dives over it at mid-wicket and goes down to the boundary, and it's 4 runs.
2 + 2 is our member.
This is what I keep pointing out.
I just want to say, Jay Grover says the amount of Gorilla fans and commentators who can recite swathes of Black Adder is worrying, but not surprising.
Yeah, that's true.
What's really sad is that I know what it is, and I'm not British, nor am I even old enough to know what it is.
Wow.
No age is not older.
Yeah, but I'm not British, so I'm just going to add it because it's a double whammy.
That's defended by Brook up towards mid-on. There's no run. I've been saying this for the last couple of tests, you know. There was a report in the paper the other day that 30% of entry-level jobs in the UK are now being taken by AI. We were brought up on it. There was a program in England called Tomorrow's World when I was a kid. And we were told when we were young that technology was we weren't going to need to work because technology would do all these jobs. We'd have robots and fucking things would do this, that and the other. Brooke clips it into the leg side up to mid-on. They'll get another easy single. And the problem is, now that's coming along, the companies that fucking, like, what's the company in Blade Runner that runs the world? Can't remember what it's called. You know, well, there's companies like that.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if those companies want to run the world and we all don't want to work, or we're not going to work because they don't want to employ us because they want profit, the point is, those motherfuckers have got to pay for everyone else, because if they're making all the money off us, who's spending the money? We don't have any money because no motherfuckers got a job. And the government doesn't have any money because no one's getting fucking taxed. That's playing up to mid-on and there's no run. So you've got to change the monetary system and the way the fucking world works, or that company's not going to make any money, and it's going to be like communism because everyone's just going to be working for nothing and having everything. Karl Marx.
That's what the gig economy is all about. That's
But
why
it's-
we have the gig economy. You're going to have people just delivering pizzas, so they are getting money, but they're not getting any benefits. And what you call 0-hour contracts.
Well, I did this, funnily enough. I fucking ChatGPT'd it this morning because I get fucking irritated with these wankers on the TV wanging on about this shit all the fucking time. Root just drops it in the offside. Says, where's a run? There isn't one. And there's no run. This country, you know, companies bang on about not people working and da-da-da-da-da, and we shouldn't tax and blah, blah, blah. This country spends £75 billion a year subsidising business by paying things like income support, housing benefit. These are all benefits that people are paid while they're in work. And then every motherfucker who's rich goes, I don't want to pay fucking more tax, right? And people shouldn't be on fucking benefits, as that's paid back to the bowler and there's no run. So I've had a couple of beers and I'm feeling
No, but they'll
feisty.
also say that, if I pay them more, then I can't afford to stay in business.
Yeah, well,
Your
fuck
business
off then. You shouldn't be in fucking business, is my fucking answer to that one. If you can't
Well, I'll
afford
give
to
you
be in
another-
business, you shouldn't be fucking subsidised. And the bloody government shouldn't be subsidising businesses to have people in fucking work.
Well, I'm going to bring it back to cricket because
Yeah, okay.
Frank Rockefeller said that everyone should be forced to play at least once in their life as a rite of passage. So he's equally just as angry, but about cricket. Well, if he thinks that the heat kills.
Yeah,
the
you
cricket,
can do that, Will. I'm on one now.
Like, okay, so yesterday with the fucking Pip, vote and all that shit, right? So they intended to make 5 billion over 10 years,
I know.
right? With a 0.6% wealth tax, you'd make 24.5 billion a year.
And not only that,
right?
if you rejoin fucking Europe, you make another 50 billion a year. And if you did,
and if you hadn't left Europe in the first place, you wouldn't have lost a fuck ton of money anyway.
well, exactly. That's slapped into
And
the
also,
offside by
the
Brooke,
5
and
billion
there's no
is
run.
savings rather than money coming in, which the 24 billion a year would be money coming in, which means more because it's money coming in.
Yeah, but you should have a 2% wealth tax. You should
Well, yeah, I
also
completely agree.
get rid of fucking tax avoidance. I mean, there's a guy I know who works in. He's right high up, does UN level stuff on environmental shit, and the fossil fuel people subsidise to the tune of about $1 trillion a year. We're paying those motherfuckers, and they're killing the world. That one's into the offside, and there is no run. It's just madness. And the problem is these people are in control, so they tell us what we should be thinking, and it's bollocks.
And the fucking mental thing is, right? Like, okay, yeah, I'm involved in it. I do disability activism and shit, so I know stuff. But like, I have a lot of mates who are now not alive because of benefit shit. Not like because I actually have mates who have gone, right, well, I can't be alive anymore because of losing PIP and losing universal credit. That's just going to happen more.
Indeed, driven by Brooke up to mid-off, and is no run.
Well, don't worry, guys. At least you still have free
Cricket?
healthcare because we're gutting Medicaid. So fuck old people.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck disability people.
Well, I do have a
17 million. They can get a job. So.
Yeah. I do have a little problem with old people as well.
Yeah, but an 86-year-old who
not with medical and stuff.
needs to have Medicaid, man.
But there's a lot of TV in this country, and you get a lot of old people banging on about, I worked all my life for this, that, and the other. And the problem is,
old people are totally different. They demand everything, but
they do. But the problem is, and they have paid all their lives. That's clipped out to deep square leg, and there's no run. And I don't mind them being old, and I don't mind paying for them, but they shouldn't fucking moan a shitload, because at the end of the day, they end up costing more than they've paid into the system, right? And we're all going to get there. And yet, young people are the ones, us working age people. I mean, you two are much younger than me.
Young people, Bear? Oh, man, I forgot.
They're the ones paying for these old people, and yet they don't want to help them out at all. It's just the problem is the human id is selfish. And
that's true, but you're British. Moaning is your national.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm generally an optimist, but I struggle. That one's played out to the covers, and there was no run. I'm sure there's people on YouTube now telling us to shut the fuck up. But
oh no, who needs?
I say fight me.
I think maybe we should start a different guerrilla cricket channel, but only for an alternate to BBC's midday politics.
Oh my god.
They do that, or
I've always wanted to do a kind of politicsy channel in a guerrilla style, but no one lets me wang on enough on this program. And whenever I mention Trump, there's a lot of Americans kind of.
Oh, they can suck it, man.
Well, I think because they're all suffering and they don't want to know that they're suffering, which is kind of fair enough.
It is true, yeah. We are exhausted.
That's left alone through the keeper, and there's no run.
Well, Jay Grover, he says, "Thou don't do social media here, Bear."
I do it here. This is the only place I do it, Jane. You know that.
Will, you had said that you don't really do interwebs. He says on the interwebs. Scorched Earth Tactics says Gautam Gambhir picking random squad and it actually works. No, every fucking clock is right twice a day. He's an idiot still, so fuck him. Pirate Badshaw says, very occasionally I look at Blue Sky and marvel that the search function is permanently broken. That crypto VC money well spent. Eric says, Test cricket is very twisty as a great big twisty thing.
Oh yeah, I love that. That would be a Blackadder comment.
Yeah, well, Scorch Earth Tactics, he says, never seen sun shining so brightly in England. Wow, you need to go to England, man. It's always bright. Especially when the clouds are actually gone. Frank Rockefeller says America needs more socialism to help things along. Yeah, you say things like that and you're banned, man. You can't come to this country.
Well, you got that Mamdani,
When has
dude.
America ever had socialism?
Oh, never, but Mamdani in New York is going to try, so we have to make sure he
Do you
doesn't
think he's going to get in?
Yo, yeah, he's...
I'd love it if he
Yeah.
does. That's gonna
Money is going to push Eric Adams far, but it can only go so far. I mean, Mamdani is phenomenal in the way he gets his message out, and most Americans
him.
want what he's saying, but they don't want to believe that that's socialism, just because it's so heavily ingrained in our system.
Yeah, I know. The American thing against socialism is crazy. That one's cut out to point, and there's no one. I know they think sort of lightweight socialism is fucking far left communism, don't they?
They want They want all the benefits that comes with socialism, like getting earnings and not having no health care. Until you tell them, oh, but that's democratic socialism, and they're like, I don't want that.
It's like, no,
they're just afraid of the word.
Well, we have a new bowler, and it is this man. He bowled first ball he bowled was cut out to deep point for single, but it was also a no ball, strangely.
They need a more controlled day design.
Second bowl he bowls at Root, who just defends out to cover, and there is no run.
Eric J, he said, sadly, the future's orange.
Well, fortunately, he can only be president. Well, unless he changes the rules, he's only got another 3 years.
Trying to change the rules.
I thought of that as he's maybe also saying that the heat is so severe, it's almost like it looks orange outside.
Well, there is that.
Hey,
we're
I'm
all going to
colourblind.
burn in hell.
Grass is orange.
Clipped into the leg side by Root, and he's looking like he wants to, but Brooke doesn't look like he wants it. I mean, next year you've got the midterms, haven't you? I mean, are they going to flip the Senate?
No,
Trump?
because we gerrymander the shit out of our districts. So the problem is that although the political system, from the outside, it looks like, they should totally lose. But then you look at a district and it'll be like this random sliver for 12 miles is connected to another super Republican area. So a district will easily go Republican when it doesn't geographically look like it should.
Yeah, that's annoying. Because I'd love to see him fucking get impeached, the wanker.
I mean,
one
he
is
should.
defended into the offside.
He should
and there's
be,
no run.
like-
Yeah, he should.
But
be.
Democrats are also toothless little okies. They don't actually really do anything. Like, they'll just moan and complain, and when they have power, they don't implement a lot of things.
Well, no, well, I mean, what really needs to happen, I think, in the States, that one's defended back down the track and there's no one. You've got to bring in some fucking finance rules for your elections. I mean, they are just bought now.
Yeah, but the people that have bought them own them, and they're not going to allow you to do anything like that.
But
that's what I mean.
Here as well, like they're not
You
gonna.
need a cultural revolution, and that unfortunately isn't happening.
It's not so much here, Will. I mean, there are dodgy donations, but I mean, like, how much was spent on that?
I don't mean in terms of like the funding. I mean.
Well, I mean, there's always lobbying. Defended no run.
Because basically the government will always be either the Tories or Labour, and really what we need is some sort of proportional representation voting system. But they're never going to change it.
They might do if Reform are going to get in. That one's clipped up to long on, and there's no
Reform
run.
aren't getting anywhere. Reform
No,
have,
they
like,
won't. They'll fuck it up.
projected like 8 seats, yet every day all you hear about is reform this, reform that, and it's like, dude, they're never even going to get double digits. Let's calm the hell down.
I firmly believe that, but a lot of people are spitting a dummy about it.
Yeah. Well, Paul Stratton, he goes, he says, unfortunately, Siraj looks like a test bowler, whereas Tung is light years away. Would be a good impact sub bowling at 9-10. Yeah, but you can't do that, unfortunately, in Test cricket.
Well, yeah, I posited that fact yesterday. They should bring them in when they're 7 down and then sub
George
him on.
McPherson says this has gotten even more embarrassing. Time to have a different top 3. Having Crawley, Pope, Duckett is not working unless they are facing the likes of Ireland and Zimbabwe.
Oh, I don't think that's fair on Duckett.
I don't think that's fair. I think.
And then, of
Duckett's
course,
been
I was right. OSI, Leah that means Austrian, whereas OSSI would mean the former
Russian.
GDR, which I don't know.
German Democratic Republic. West Germany.
Oh, West Germany, okay.
Yes. Proceed is in, and Brooke just works out into that vacant mid-wicket area. And there is a single.
Zippy Tuna said that he introduced his friends to Blackadder back in college, and they all loved it. And George McPherson just says a big partnership is needed between these two.
Yep.
It's almost like capitalism isn't a great end system, but that's a whole different discussion, says Zippy Tuna.
Wow, yeah, it's not a great system.
And Wallace Corp bought out Tyrrell Corp after it was bankrupt and shut down after replicants were banned, says Muttley.
Tyrell Corporation, that's the one in the original Blade Runner, isn't it? Proceed is in, defended by Root, and there is no run. I did say these two got a partnership of over 450 in Pakistan. Brooke got a triple ton, Root got a double, I believe.
Well, Fluffy says that he likes the economy lecture, so they do want to hear more of us ranting about nonsense.
Yes, because seriously, it's all I've been thinking about.
Well, Gopala Krishna also said that soon commentary will be run by AI. Imagine a robot just going, "That's a 6. Probability of ball clearing boundary, 98%. Enthusiasm level."
Funny you should say that. That one is defended up to mid-off, and there is no run. There was an option given to me on YouTube the other day, which I chose. It said, we're trying out this thing. And it said, we can do AI commentary translation into certain language. And I thought, ooh, maybe I can get this translated into Hindi for a Hindi thing, yeah? And therefore, Indians who don't really listen to English or don't really get English, that was defended into the offside. There's no run. It couldn't do it live, it was only on after, and I think it's only on videos, not on lives anyway, even when they become videos. But anyway, after I did that, our little chat that I did with Messi, me and Hendo did about the origins of guerrilla cricket, turned up, and obviously it got confused and said that I thought that the original language was Hindi, so to hear it in the original language you had to select Hindi, which obviously it wasn't. But then it did an AI, it did an AI fucking chat over the top of the English if you selected English, but it just didn't pick anything up. It was fucking useless. And then it had this crap American fucking accent about every 4 words. Absolute gobbledygook. So that ain't gonna happen yet. That one's defended up to mid-on, there's no run. And so we scrapped that, turned it off, had to re-upload the video just to get everyone to be able to listen to it in English. So yeah, that's a long way from really happening.
Preach. Messi wants you to keep preaching about your politics and all your information bear. So there you go. Everyone's loving it.
Yeah. Hendo and Tone don't like it when I go this far, but you know.
Well, they're not here.
They're not here. I'm in charge. Yeah, fuck you all. That one's left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run.
And also the thing with AI and because when I was a kid anyway, like the whole thing with, they thought that AI was going to take jobs, but it'd be like the shit jobs, like
Yeah, no, that's not
like there'd be robots that like clean your house, and
that's because we
that
assume
kind of
that companies wouldn't be so greedy that they want to take every penny.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So they would make poo-poo jobs.
But there are so many. I mean, I was reading. What was I reading? I was reading today. I was reading yesterday about how AI is using material science. So these guys now they used AI to come up with a formula for paint that would reduce the outside temperature of a building in sunny climes by 20 degrees C. So it would save, the building wouldn't come so hot. You could save a certain amount of electricity. And they'd done it in the AI had come up with this formula within 2 weeks. That one is defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. And then they created the product within 3 months for testing, and it was really interesting because the other way round that they had to do it was come up with ideas for materials, make the material, then test it, and if it didn't work you bin it, and it would take months to do these things. That one is cut down towards third man, and there's no run, and that obviously had to be done by a human with probably computer help, but AI can just churn this shit out. And then you think what's coming next in computing, in quantum computers that are going to be thousands of times faster than what we have now. Team that up with AI that's ever learning, defended into the offside, and there is no run. I mean, these things, your worst nightmares, if you like, are going to come true. But then you have to figure out how the fuck we're all going to live. It's just mad.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like,
I think I'll be dead before it all comes to shout.
Well,
But
Fluffy says too many people anyways. We need to lose a lazy 6 billion.
Well, that's
Go back
driven
to the 1920s.
Driven nicely by Brooke out to cover. There's a bit of a misfield, but both players are in the middle of the pitch. Fortunately, the fielder wasn't really looking, and they both got back. Well, I mean, when I was born, population of the planet. There's another thing I didn't chat GGP. When I was born, the population of the planet was about 4-point-something billion, and now it's over 8. It's
8.1.
Yeah, when I looked at it, it's 125% more people on the planet in the last 50 years from when I was born.
Yeah, my dad was born in 1956, so at that time India had 390 million. Today it's 1.42 billion.
Exactly. Going down the track, and there is no run. Something's got to give at some point,
Well, I got so many messages. I'm going to run through all these in between because we only maybe have one over left. So after this call, I'm going to just go through every one of these so we can actually get everyone's comments in.
Okay, defended out into the covers. It will not be a run. There is one over to go. Go on.
Leah says, if your employers are receiving benefits, they are the benefit scroungers. Zippy Tuna says what I said. In the U.S., we're about to give trillions to billionaires while cutting the already embarrassing Medicaid. Fluffy wants Bear to be PM. Muttley says, correction, he wants a 2% wealth tax. George McPherson is crazy. He wants to rejoin the European Union.
So do we
Zippy
all.
Tuna says, amazing stuff. Gopala Krishna says, other than 3 countries, all in the EU are just grifters. Leah says, fuck off, Nitin Deshpande. You are obviously... Okay, we're not going to get into that. I think there was something going on between that. Eric says, what's that in sausages? No idea what sausages you're talking about, but I do like a good sausage.
Driven by Root up to mid-off, and there is no run. There's
Paul
also...
Stratton says, thanks for an update on politics. Truth is, we're screwed. Nothing we can do about it. Fluffy just says, too many people. Jahan Ariyaratnam, sorry if I messed your name up, says the dodgy guy got a wicket. Oz 5 down over there. Yeah,
Nice.
Australia has been piss poor, and the way they won their test match was mostly luck because they were actually getting absolutely hammered by the West Indies in the first test.
Yeah, here are a couple of lucky DRSs as well. That's defended into the offside by Root, and there is no run.
Eric says that somebody should buy you a beer. Bear for your rant. Zippy Tuna says that he agrees. Most people agree with you, and at least in the U.S., I'm very, very angry every day. Don't be angry, Zippy. I'm in the U.S. too. I've been here my whole life. Just enjoy the heat. Go and do some sports and pray that things don't bother you normally day to day while continuing your activism in any way you can, but don't let it get to you. That's how they win. That's how they win. You can't let it get to you. You just got to wake up every morning and just continue the good fight.
The problem if I was up for PM, as Krishna comes in to bowl the Root. Oh, he pulls that. Oh, God, he's got it a bit aerial. Oh, it's dropped short, square leg. That was a pretty stupid shot to play in the last over of the day. They'll get through for a single, I believe. So we'll get a strike and won't be able to play it again. Is that they drag up my past and found that I was a completely drug-addled fool in my 20s. And still smoke weed and various other things.
Don't worry. I mean, didn't Michael Gove and the whole Conservative Party before the last election, they said shit like, I used to do cocaine, but you shouldn't.
That kind of thing really annoys me. Yeah, it's fine. I wouldn't do it now.
Fucked a pig, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Leah says, I'm on board for that, she says to me, and I'm far to the left of Bear and German and trans. So that would be fun. Zippy says, America used to have some socialism in the 30s. Yeah, and then we stamped the shit out of it during the Red Scare. Which is why we're at where we are now.
That's a lovely shot from Brooke in the last over. He just cuts that behind point all along the deck. Makes it out to boundary for 4 runs. And I believe we have a couple of these.
Super chat.
We do. Zippy Tuna says the documentary Terminator shows us how it ends. It is a documentary, isn't it?
It is.
And Jay Grover, he gives us £2, and he says the man in the white suit, 1951. System fucked forever. So you got to check that movie out.
Oh,
It's so good.
Jesus Christ, that was a very strange last. No, it's not the last ball.
It was a good header, though.
Brooke defended that. It went into the ground, bounced up really high, but it looked like it was dropping on his stumps, and he kind of shouldered it over the stumps, and then nearly trod on them. But he got away with it.
I thought he headed it.
I think it came off his shoulder in the end.
Get it for a corner.
But he didn't know what to do because I think he thought, I can't hit that with the bat because it'll be a double hit. So he then he sort of leant over, but he nearly fucking knocked the stumps over with his foot. He can't have been far away.
I just want to say, Messi says my dad's been busy getting India from 390 million to 1.4 billion. But don't forget, Messi, you've been on the planet longer, so it must be you that's been really busy in Australia and England.
Well, Australia doesn't have a lot of people for such a big continent.
He's still working hard.
Paul, your last ball of the day, short. It's over the head of Brooke. No need to play at that. He's going to walk off. So England, having been 19 for 3, I've got to 77 for 3. I thought there's some semblance of respectability, but when you're still 510 behind, you put the opposition in. It's a bit fucking stupid. What else can you say?
Not as stupid as politicians.
Yeah. Well, I will run these last few messages and then we can close off with what we think, because there's just so many, and I feel bad when I don't read everybody's stuff because I know what it's like to not get my stuff read out. Leah makes a joke saying Richard Nixon, the closest thing America ever had to a social democratic president. Zippy says, yeah, when I need a break from being mad at Trump, I can be mad at Starmer. Very true.
True.
Leah says that's what you get when you're an LOL libertarian. We in America just call them Democrats. Impeachment sounds very fruity, says Eric. That's true. Fluffy says in India, it's hard to be a socialist when it's 50 degrees Celsius every day. That's true. Now, going to the cricket. George McPherson says 300 runs or so more, and for England to avoid the follow-on. Not sure if they're able to get it.
Well,
there's just so much politics stuff here. Gopala Krishna says that I'm serious about socialism. Everyone wants the benefits, and the same will run away the moment you give them duties. That's his personal opinion. I'm not going to poo-poo your opinion. Fluffy just says there's loonies to the left and loonies to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you.
Ah, yes.
And Eric J says Kiwi's in the middle. Who stole me wheels? Was it gerrymandering? Zippy says AI is wildly overused for where it's at. That's kind of true.
That's kind of true.
Yeah.
It's just so many messages. Oh my goodness. Test selection might become redundant because Eric thinks probably the AI is going to get into that. Oh my God. Could you imagine if we had AI test selection? It might actually, it would either be a complete shit show or it might actually be properly fair. And no more picking your mates kind of nonsense. Nick Vickers just says, great rant, Bear. England not doing that great and gorillas putting the world to rights. That's what Test cricket's all about.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, because we spend most of the time watching cricket. We just...
Occasionally we have to go off on a rant. I was mainly angry because England were doing so shit.
Well, you should do the team talk in the morning, says Paul Stratton.
Well, I could get that
your ass to Edgbaston tonight. Get there. It's not that far. It's like 2 hour drive.
2 hours drive.
Right? For us, that's nothing in America. That's like going to the grocery store.
True.
So you can go up there, give them a good talking to tomorrow morning, let them know all the failures of the American and British politics system, and that'll get them to 400 for 3. Ombre missed the GPL by 3 runs. We didn't talk about the GPL.
Oh, we did. We mentioned it. So how many runs? So they got. How many did you get in the end?
587.
And they were on 310 this morning. So that's 277 plus 77.
Plus 77.
Which is
354.
354. Yeah.
So somebody had 357, I assume. And,
yes, Hombre Nuevo had 357. Sorry, Hombre.
Hombre, I feel for you, man.
I think you got a share of the last one, though, didn't you? You got a share of the...
yeah, you already got some money.
Everybody who won it in the last game when England won, because obviously that was obvious, that if England won, we were going to have to pay out. Unfortunately, we did.
Muttley says, thanks for the coverage, primates. Loving sausages. We'll see you next time, Muttley. And Fluffy says, 15% of Australia is habitable. That's not even including Tasmania. Yeah, it's an empty country. But I still say what I said, that the chick magnet Messi Jazz, he's been working hard these years.
Oh, yeah.
Show. Let's quickly just talk about the cricket, though, because we've been talking way too much about other stuff before we head off. England, where are they at? What do you guys think, man? They didn't lose a fourth wicket. You think this match is back on track?
Not really. I think we're in a world of shit. I mean, 20 overs bowled. I think if England survive another 20 overs without the ball being bowled in the morning, these two get in, they'll start to feel a bit better, but it's an awful long way just to avoid the follow-on. And, this is the problem with, putting a side into bat on a flat track, I mean, it is a flat track and they should be able to score 500 runs or 600 runs or whatever they need. But if you lose 3 quick wickets and you're still trailing by 510 and 3 of your top batters are out, supposedly, then, you're looking at, you've got to get 4 tons out of the next 4 batsmen, essentially. I mean, Shubman Gill scored 260 odd. That's a fantastic innings, and you've got to hand it to him. But it looked easy for him, and England really fucked up. I mean, this morning they needed to get an early wicket. Jadeja batted really well, I thought, and once they got into it, England kind of lost ideas. And in the afternoon system, after lunch, they just let it drift. Terrible, really. I mean, bowling Bashir all afternoon. Wokes didn't bowl. Stokes didn't bowl, I don't think, after lunch. And Bryden Cast had a couple of overs, and that's about it. And, they just assumed that at some point someone would give their wicket away, which they did, but in the meantime piled on a shed load of runs. And now England are in deep trouble, is what I reckon.
Yeah, it was very defensive tactics from England. They were just waiting for India to make mistakes instead of actually pushing
exactly
and
that.
getting those wickets. What do you think, Will? Where do you feel that England are at? Do you think they can save this? Can they win this test match?
I don't think they can win it now. But
I mean, right.
We're in the Bazball era. Anything is possible, surely.
Like I've said it before, and I will say it again. If any England side of the last 30 years is capable of saving a test in this position, it's this lot. Do I think it's going to happen? No. But I would be the least surprised if they were to go on and do it now, because this Stokes kind of mentality is infectious. So they all still believe that they can do it. There's not a single person in that dressing room that doesn't believe that they can do it. And in previous times, I think, the mentality or whatever wasn't there. Because people weren't... I don't know what it is that Stokes he does, but does he put something in their drink? Are they have they drunk the Kool-Aid? Yeah,
they definitely have. I mean, it's not to say that they could lose. I mean, this is a pretty flat track, and England might be all out for 350. Will India put England in again? The problem there, I mean, then India will be in a bind. They go, well, so England get out for 350, and they're 220 runs behind. India will then bat again, and say England get that 350 by, what are we on, 70? So tea or just after tea tomorrow on day 3. India bat till maybe tea on day 4. And think we get another 300 runs and we're 500 runs ahead.
That's 4 sessions still remaining.
And then England would have 4 sessions to get 500. Would England go for it? I bet you they fucking would. Would they get there? Don't know if they would, but it would be fun seeing it happen. And that may be the way. That may be the way that England could possibly win this test. But that would mean scoring 500 runs in 100. Well, I suppose that'd be 90 overs plus a sessions. Call it 110 overs. Doable with his England side.
On paper, that is something that they do. But
but that's also the thing that pisses me off with all the people that are all the naysayers. Because I don't even care. If they go about it like that, I don't care if they lose. Because it will be really fucking entertaining. You'll get 5 days of cricket, which hopefully will stop the ECB going, we'll have 4-day cricket, meh.
They won't. England won't play 4-day tests against India or Australia. They'll play 4-day tests against Zimbabwe,
Everyone
Ireland.
else.
They might, Pakistan, they might play 5-day tests against South Africa, or I don't know.
But my point is, like, this is the kind of thing that gets like kids into cricket, and surely that's the point.
Yeah, it's true. I'll go along with that.
Because also, like, well, if you don't get kids into cricket, cricket dies. That is like the sort of like end of it. And also, this is the easiest and quickest way of getting money into cricket, because
it's certainly in
wanna
this
see
country.
This shit.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, I guess, is I mean, I think this is a particularly bad pitch for Test cricket.
The boundaries are also they're showing the highlights, and I'm just looking at the wide shots. The boundaries aren't even supposed to be that close in. Like, they are artificially
they're only
so close in.
They're 60 meters square and straight.
That's insanity.
I know.
I saw
know.
it. 62 to 65 was the largest. 58, 59 was the smallest, which is technically not even the official standard. Like, what the hell's going on?
I don't know.
I get that for the 100, but not here.
I presume that comes from Stokes, or the management are going, we want the pitch set up like this, and I doubt they wanted a wicket like this. I'm presuming they wanted a wicket that had a bit of nibble early on, but I mean, that's what we said most of the time. I mean, with this summer we've had in England, I think it's pretty difficult to compare what you would consider a standard English pitch. Plus, both bowling attacks are pretty fucking shy of quality bowlers. I mean, England have got Wokes, who's coming back from injury, doesn't look that sharp, and on a placid pitch is really kind of innocuous, even though I'd say he's bowled reasonably good lines and lengths, but with no help from the pitch and an easy pace pitch, he's pretty innocuous, right? Bryden Carr seems to have a little bit of an injury.
Good. Like, I mean, this is his home. Like, it's his home ground. Like, this is the place. Like, if there is any place where he should be performing, it's here. But I mean, there was that interview with him. Was it yesterday where he basically said this is like a bizarre Edgbaston pitch, and I've not seen it like this ever.
Yeah.
And like, the bloke's been playing
and also
at Edgbaston since he was 14.
Yeah, I mean, and also these are the roles, aren't they? I mean, look, England had 2 LBWs turned down yesterday morning that would have had Jaswell and Gill out for under 10 each. Jaswell goes on to get 87. Gill goes on to get 267. Was it Root got away with one today, or was it Brook? One or the other. Brook, I think, wasn't it, early on? That might well, turn into an avalanche of runs. I mean, these are the roles, isn't it? If that had gone the other way, India would have been 30 for 3, and it would have been interesting to see what happened from there.
Well, that's the thing, like Will said, that's why 5 days instead of 4 days is so interesting, because there's so much we've seen in 2 days, and we still got potentially 3 more days of it. And there's
exactly.
It's a roller coaster. So will England survive the first 20 overs tomorrow in the first session? Suddenly it's 175 for 3. Then it becomes, or it could be 120 for 7 at lunch, and all these things are going to happen tomorrow going into day 3, then potentially even a day 4 if England don't completely shit the bed. So 5-day cricket, that's where the fun is. Seeing how England, they're going to have a restless night.
Yeah.
Lots of tactics. How are they going to come out? India's probably going to be like, wow, we're doing great, but we got to stay on our toes.
Yeah.
This England team can come back and absolutely pummel us into the ground tomorrow. So all that seesawing, that roller coaster going up, going down, all around, it's going to be an interesting next 2 to 3 days.
It is indeed. It is indeed. Well,
definitely.
I'll be back first thing in the morning for the first session, first half hour, and that'll be it. Then I won't be around for the rest of the test. But Hendo and Tony,
a well-earned break after that rant.
Hendo and Tony will be trying to manage technology for the next couple of days. I guess I'll be on the end of a phone line with a computer in
I'm
hand.
sure they'll do fantastic, and Bear will get his booze-soaked weekend in Devon. I've never been to Devon, but it sounds like an absolute...
Oh, it's a nice part of the country.
Oh, it sounds great.
It is nice.
In its own. So you'll hopefully have all the alcohol without any of the problems, and we'll do a great job from the studio, from the online. You should enjoy your weekend.
Let's hope so. Anyway, right, we're out. I'm going to play the theme tune and see you in the morning. Until then,
see you guys tomorrow.
Enjoy it, everybody.
See ya.
Goodbye.
Take care.
Bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take that, man, the berry.
barricades patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao